teleport right into this mid lane. There's Caps, he's got that Crescent Guard once again. It is going to be very dangerous. Hex Flash gets Lebrov in there, but the scatter comes on down. Great Magnustorm there from Korea. As to the skies, he goes, and Hans is dead. Caps finds the angle as well. A 2 for 2 so far, and they do eliminate. And now Showmaker trying to dance around the battlefield. He finds the angle, he picks up all of these flashes, and Lucid is there. The 3 Talon strike, Caps knocked up mid-dash, and now it's Showmaker able to make him look silly, and the ace is picked up. D plus Kia make it happen in the river, and they're going to see whether they can walk up this mid lane and break open the base.
They absolutely will break open this base. The shake of the head of that G2 fan in the audience, I think, can be felt around the world as Hans Sama is deleted in the fight. Death timers here, 40 seconds for Caps, 20 on Hans. They get this inhibitor, absolutely, but they may even put some damage here on these Nexus turrets. Lebrov going to come up here and try to buy time.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and end the game. When the Dragon is up and available, I imagine DK can just head on over towards this Infernal. Remember, like an Infernal Soul for a poke composition, that's kind of ideal. And so DK going to get on over there and see whether they can grab that one. I really thought that it was going to be a G2 freebie.
And I don't even know. Like, I want to watch that fight back again, but I don't know if we have time to, because we're going to go straight into this Infernal Soul potential contest here for G2. I mean, it's not an ideal situation, but they got to try something. TP in from Broken Blade as they are going to try to stop this Dragon from going over. Skewman in good position here.
That's an aggressive teleport here from Caps. Does pick up the double bubble as Lebrov is already down to about a third health, and maybe nothing as the Magnustorm picks up 3. Skewman into the backline, but he is immediately put down towards that GA as Hans is going to respawn. It's a double for the Jarvan, but the rest of DK, they'll find the angles, and look at Showmaker just skipping around the battlefield, and they will kill them once again, and now start that walk over.
Yeah, they have the super minion wave here. No Infernal Soul needed. Double Mage Comp is going to work here for D+, as they will knock G2 out of the Esports World Cup in 2026 with a 2-0.
What an unbelievable performance in back-to-back games. Different styles.
You can't hear me, kid.
Hello, I'm Hoki. I'm Honda, and we're here to try some French food.
That makes sense. How's it now? Should be good
right?
now.
What is it?
It should be good now.
Ooh, salami.
Sausage?
Sausage. I think it's like dry sausage.
I guess it's just like, I don't know. Yeah, this is good. Alright, man. Thank you for the birthday wish. What's happening?
Just good.
Said
Smells
lion,
not
bro.
good.
He said that
Smaky
it
said
smells
like-
like dog feet. I love it. 1 to 10.
6.
6. For me, it's like
And when do you
7
want
or
the game
8.
to start? We have 17 minutes, bro. Let me see how many hours
what
League of
is
Legends
this?
you takes here. Because if it
Oh,
takes,
is this the gem?
no.
Like the chestnut gem? Is it? That's right. Because I looked up, what am I supposed to do?
At
back
least
home, and it
if
was
you're not going to
butter
send
and
the actual
chestnut
lion,
gem. So
at least
this is
spell
my
the
guess.
lion correctly, guy. Which one be Leon, bro?
Sweet. Yeah,
I have no words, man. I have no words for you.
that's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Let me see how long a League of
sweet
Legends
stuff,
stream
but-
will last on
8?
the EWC.
I think 8
Then
as
I
well.
will know how
Yeah,
long
that's
we're
pretty
staying
good.
live today. Because there's a chance I haven't eaten,
Some
so
carbonated
today's
drink.
my birthday. I'm going to
I
go
think I
do a
know
lot.
what it
Wait,
is. Cheers.
wait, Kodam is live.
Lemonade.
Oh, Japan
Lemonade?
is doing the playoffs right now. That is wild, bro.
Fanta?
I drink this a lot because
Japan is
I
doing
used to
the
live in France
playoffs
too,
right now, bro.
and it's good, no?
What is this?
Orangina, I think. Orangina, yeah, right?
Orangina?
Yeah, Orangina.
So League
actually
of
good.
Legends averagely takes
It is
about
bad.
7
I
hours.
grew out of the
Yeah,
soda,
we ain't
so
doing that. We are
7
not
for
doing
me
that,
right
bro.
now.
We are not being live for 7 hours. I am not doing that.
Gee?
No freaking way,
Cheesecake? It has to be
bro.
cheesecake.
No, actually,
Yeah,
I could be
cheesecake.
live for 7
Cheesecake.
hours, but I
Okay.
will not
So
be here
good
for 7
then.
hours. I'll just leave the stream to keep playing. I'll go out, man. I am not here for 7
So
hours.
cheesecake is from France?
No
Oh,
way.
flan. Oh,
We ate this.
9.
Yeah,
9 out of 10.
9.
Yeah. Dangerous. Get it out.
No freaking
What is
way,
this?
gang.
This food?
7 hours is mad timing.
Mochi?
Is snail?
Snail?
7 hours.
Snail?
Is mad timing.
Snail.
I mean, it's kind of like.
But I can't
the basic-
try that.
For them, West Africa took like what 5 hours plus.
Rock,
I think 6
paper,
hours.
scissors.
5 hours plus.
3, 2, 3.
And that was just the.
Please.
Rock, paper, scissors.
And this is the EWC as well, so like this.
Hey, I give you, I feed you.
I'm waiting to get
good, it's
flagged
good.
on
Good.
TikTok, then I know what's gonna happen. Hello, YouTube, what's good, Rusky? Welcome to the stream. I'm waiting to get flagged.
Orange is
If we're
coming.
gonna get flagged on
Rating,
TikTok.
rating.
They say they
Rating.
fixed it, so we shouldn't be getting flagged. They say they've already fixed it.
I never tried that.
Yeah, now you can try more styles. Yeah.
No, I can't. I can't try. It's my last or first.
So that was Huhi and
Yeah, right. I've been
trying
getting
some
flagged on
new
TikTok
French
every
food.
single day,
Thanks for
because,
watching,
like,
guys,
you know
and
the
thank you
EWC is
for
very strict
cheering
on
for
who
us.
watch parties what.
See you guys.
And like, even though my account is whitelisted,
$75 million.
unfortunately TikTok doesn't care. It's still flagged as stream.
Over 200 clubs.
So the
Only
more say
one
they fixed
club
it, so
champion.
I want to
The
check
club
it out. If it's
championship
not fixed,
is the
I'm
beating
gonna
heart of the Esports World Cup.
enjoy my birthday party.
Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete.
But let's see what happens.
Every
If I don't
placement,
get flagged,
every
then
win, every podium earns
the
points for the
EWC board
clubs.
say they fixed it. They
At the
fixed
end
it.
of
TikTok,
7 weeks,
they've done everything.
every point counts.
Hopefully we
The
shouldn't
club at the
get
top
flagged.
walks
quote,
away
unquote,
with
but
$7
if we
million
get flagged, that's the end
and
of
the
it.
title of best esports
I'll be live for
club.
YouTube.
It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth,
Now I'm live.
versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
So 13 more minutes ago, 13 more minutes for the game starts. How are you guys doing? Today is Friday, yeah? We have 2 more days before South African qualifiers. If you guys are keeping notes, my camp
去年我们是整体积分拿到第6名嘛，那我们今年肯定是希望能够更进一步的。
因为我们 GL 有很多分部，就希望大家一起加油，拿到最好的成绩，然后提升更多的名次。我们 AGL 有15个项目，然后很有自信去冲击更高的名次吧，就希望大家一起加油。
É algo bem grande, assim, porque como é um time muito grande, muito famoso e tem muitas modalidades, então tem um significado muito grande. A pressão é algo que me agrada também.
But yeah, 2 more days till we go to South
Incredible
Africa
victory here
playoffs.
for Genji.
And I think we all know who's going to beat South Africa. Even though
젠지가
it's kind
7위
of
이상의
complicated, yeah,
기록을
but I still think it's like I don't see ASG beating Cyclone.
하지만
guys.
저희가 할 수 있는 일은 저희의
I'm really
종목에서
sorry,
최선을
I
다하는
don't
것이기
see ASG
때문에
beating Cyclone.
이제
I just
젠지가
don't see it.
젠지 롤팀이 젠지가
They do
7등하는데
have
좀 큰
one staff
도움을 줬다면
left,
되게
but
기쁘고
the
올해도 그렇게 큰 도움을 주고
7K.
싶습니다.
7K, as you guys call it. Yeah, I call it
저희
7K.
T1이 이번 EWC에
I
굉장히 많은
still-
투자를
I
하고 있는
don't
만큼
think
저도
it's
이제
enough
리그 오브 레전드
to
팀의
Nova
일원으로서
haven't beaten
최선을
Cyclone.
다하고
Like, they
그
did
많은
beat
분들이
Cyclone
관심
in APS.
가져주시는 롤 종목에서 좋은 모습을 팬분들께 보여드리고 싶습니다.
어쨌든 EWC 대회에 많은 게임 대회가
I don't
열리는
think it's
걸로 알고
happening
있는데
like in,
그것들 중 저희는
yeah, I don't think it's
T1에서
happening
나가는
this year,
모든 팀들이 다 잘해야 된다고 생각하고 있고 저희도
Especially on
다른
Kai
팀에
Fest.
대한
Not
관여를
the
하지
BS,
못하기
Conte
때문에
possible.
저희는
It's
저희
gonna be
스스로
3 teams that land, by the way.
최대한 우승을 하면
Cyclone,
더 좋은
ASG,
성적으로
and
가지 않을까
Nemesis,
싶어서
Arcane.
뭐 잘해야 된다는 부담감도
Arcane
있지만
have come a long way.
잘
They
재밌게
came from like
할 수 있을 것
T-Rank,
같습니다.
AR, now they're playing World Champ Stage 3. Of course, yep, we got flagged on TikTok. Oh, God.
Hello guys, I'm Kurs,
We literally just got flagged
VBR
on TikTok.
jungler.
Hello guys, I said it, I knew it was gonna happen. I just didn't know how
clear the jungle.
I'm listening.
You're gonna move, okay? Don't forget that.
I knew it was going to
where's the
happen.
kid.
I just didn't know how soon it was gonna happen.
Back. Go slow,
Bro, I'm just tired. So apparently they want us to use the TikTok studio app to shoot
up,
TikTok. That's what they want.
now. Okay, just go.
Apparently that's let me
You're
check
going
something.
in, okay?
Apparently that's what they want.
Yeah,
They
you're in
want
now.
us to
You
use
have to
the
back, you have to
TikTok
back. No, back, down. Yeah.
It's so hard.
Keep going. More left. That is fine. Click. Keep going.
So apparently
Yes.
TikTok wants us to
The
use
mouse left.
the
Yeah, now
TikTok studio
And you're
app
gonna start the camp.
if we don't want to get flagged. That's the only way we're
I'm
going to
doing
get
it?
flagged.
Yeah, you're doing it.
Yeah, but I was right.
Right,
No,
I
no.
despise TikTok.
I mean, you're almost finished. It's 300. You're gonna smite another camp. Go
So
to
the
your
only
left.
way-
No, you're going to
what
rear
is
now. No, down.
What the hell
Click.
is this?
Go. Full. Go click. Go.
Where I am?
Now go left. All left.
Serious enough,
Yeah, all left. Right. Go more. Q. Now you're doing another camp. You're gonna smite. But your mouse needs to be more right. Right now. I just smite.
I have no words, as usual.
Yeah, you're doing it, you're doing it. Oh, this is so hard actually.
Yeah, I don't know where I am. It's so hard.
Studio,
Keep working.
of course.
Two
So
rounds.
TikTok Studio
more,
overloads
down.
my encoder.
Yeah, down.
This is
More.
not a good idea.
More down,
at all.
more down.
This was not
Yeah,
a
down.
good idea.
You're gonna start
at
a second,
all.
other camp.
So TikTok Studio
Yeah,
overloads my
just keep it.
encoder.
Can you
That
more
is
left,
just-
the most?
Bruh, I don't like TikTok.
A bit left, a bit, down. You can spawn Q, W, E.
My W is not up.
No. It's up, sorry.
It's all and now,
click,
guess
click,
what?
click, click.
I can't
Okay,
close
do the
TikTok
Q through the wall, okay?
It's not, it's
Fine,
not
you're fighting,
crazy.
you're doing camp.
As use TikTok
You're
manager,
doing
I
camp.
think.
What? I'm already here?
Yeah, you're right here, you're right. You're gonna do it, you're moving so good.
I'm always so good.
We have a flag on TikTok. I'm gonna
Fine,
do
S,
TikTok stream now.
use the mouse, just move to
I'm
left.
just gonna do
Normal.
TikTok stream, bro.
Then, Q.
I'm doing red.
You're doing
no
it.
stream.
You need
I
to
can't keep
smite.
doing
Can
this
you
TikTok
go up? The mouse? Go up.
Yeah, still getting flag on
Left.
TikTok. Let me call you,
Up,
Jin.
up. I know. Okay, there's smite.
Did you finish?
Yeah, you are doing it. No, it's 300.
It's the...
Now you finish. Go down. Can you press space so I can see up? Q. Nice. You're doing... I can say the word.
I'm doing do-do.
Yeah. You're doing You can smite. You have another one. But your mouse is so far away. Oh, wait. In the middle. Try to put in the middle.
I don't know where it's middle.
Actually, you don't know. Right. Down. Then. Right. Yeah, it's finished. You're finished. Right.
Okay, I kill the small ones.
Yeah, you're killing the... Oh, I can say. Okay, GG.
It's so hard. Thanks for watching, guys. My Momo is kind of blind, like listening, but it was fun.
Thank you.
跟奈特做队友，我觉得就特别有趣吧。然后他实力又很强，然后又比较幽默，打得会比较开心。
和奈特做队友最大的体验就是觉得他确实是一个实力非常强的选手。和他做队友，很多时候他会给队伍创造很多优势，可以让我们的比赛进行得更加顺利。
和奈特选手他自身本身就比较强嘛，然后游戏内容他的指挥也特别棒，然后游戏跟大家的交流去运作这个团队也做得特别好。
奈特的对线实力还有整体的指挥和队友的沟通能力都是非常优秀的，所以和他打的话，其实他能做到很多事情吧。奈特选手的操作能力、对线能力还有指挥能力都是非常顶尖的，这就是他为什么这么强的原因吧。不管是作为选手还是朋友，最喜欢奈特他身上的那股不服输的精神吧。
我觉得就比较稳重吧。
Let's stick to YT and Twitch, I beg.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
At this year's Esports World Cup, we're bringing you all the games you love, all the coverage you crave. And for the first time ever, a completely unfiltered behind-the-scenes broadcast.
And he absolutely destroys him.
I don't think he ever saw that coming. That was incredible.
This means you're getting the real coverage.
I think that was
with raw opinions.
I'm just gonna have to say it. I think they have their heads up right now.
They're just
absolutely.
Yes, from broadcasters who don't even know they're being recorded. They don't know they're being recorded?
Oh, what do you mean? That is insane.
This
I'm sorry, is this a good idea?
This is what we have. All you have to do is read the lines.
They
All right.
the bed.
They're absolutely the bed. I don't understand how this keeps getting allowed to take control of the space and nothing is done about it.
We're gonna get fined. There's no way that this is gonna work.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We do the thinking, okay?
I cannot believe this job on this team. Every time you thinking, oh my, they got the game, and
You know what? We're actually just gonna be bringing you the same great coverage once again this year. Nothing else. First KC fans try to sabotage me, now my own agent.
가지 마줘. 나이스.
내가 바텀 할게.
내가 미드 할게. 나 집 갈게요.
나 집 가고 탑 뻗을게 이거.
라인 어디로 할지 생각해.
이거 전령.
이즈 노플린즈. 뒤에 다섯 번.
어때 금자?
바이 보자.
바이 나쁘지 않아. 야 얘는 다 빨렸어.
빼 못 이겨.
저기 그냥 말해.
제스틸러. 레이디스慢点专家小心
我没事前排慢点辛德拉输出不了
OK 上路一波先逃
慢点老周
回来
I first time win without sleeper
What? Oh, without sleeper?
Yeah, without sleeper.
Let's go.
No sleeper. Nice.
Good job, guys. 直线，兄弟们，直线。吃吧。来一次。来吧，兄弟们。
要怎么做？直接下台。
要过去吧。
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The group stage is over. 8 teams have emerged from the perilous best-of-ones with their tournament lives intact. Now their attention turns to the quarter-finals. There is no more lower bracket. One loss and you are out of the competition. There are no second chances. 2 Korean giants clash as T1 take on Hanwha Life Esports. title defenders Gen G must make it past JD Gaming. Europe's lone representative Carmine Corp comes up against AGAL. Then D+ Kia and Bilibili Gaming will fight for the last semi-final spot. These are the 8 contenders, but only one will lift the trophy. Now is the time to step up. The quarterfinals are here.
We are live back here from Paris at the Port de Versailles Expo Center for day number 3 of League of Legends here at the Esports World Cup 2026. Degon alongside Jack Spectra and Wicked to set you up for the action. We started with 16 worthy teams in those 4 groups. 2 have emerged from each group to give us the 8 worthy quarterfinalists. And we've got ourselves some great matchups after the draw, and it starts in the top here, Jack. It is T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, that's got to be the highlight. No, I mean, the fact that you have Guma UC and Seus going up against their former team. Right? So exciting. T1. I'm also super excited for KC versus AGL.
I'm only here to watch T1's game, then I'll leave stream on to like me watch
knocked out I'm so disappointed by G2. Please, KC, please.
I have like a lot of things to do.
So 4 Korean teams, 3 Chinese teams, and 1 European team. There's so many dramas going on, but again, at T1 HL League gonna be the most exciting one.
The reigning title defenders Gen G also still alive, so going to be a lot of fun. Every single match is must watch here. So I'm going to put you on the spot, Jack. What is your tournament favorite now that we know the top 8 and the draws?
It's got to be BLG. I mean, I love Viper. He inspired me to start learning ADC. I just think he's the best ADC in the world. He can play mages so incredibly well.
They fixed the flag game, but it's only for TikTok studio.
Their drafts
so if
were
you don't want
really
to get flagged, you have to use
finals,
TikTok
I think if
studio.
they
That's
learn
the
from
only
that,
way.
if
There's
they're
a stream relief feature they added for EWC
Gen G, all DLC.
But wait a second.
If you don't want to get flagged, you have to use
Jack,
TikTok studio.
we all know who won MSI 2022.
It's
gonna be Hanwha Life Esports once again because the momentum continues, and I think they are still the best in this meta.
I only stream quite a
I mean, it's gonna be Hanwha Life Esports again because I think the AP bot lane is just helping them so much.
Yes,
why are they outside? Why are they outside?
Rematch of the MSI finals, 2 of the best teams. But let's not forget, T1 still in the bracket. That is that first auto fight there, and they won in 2024 as the title winners of the first ever EWC. And for more on the club championship and what being a title winner means, let's send it on over to the players in their own words, covering exactly what it means to be here at EWC.
去年我们是整体积分拿到第6名嘛，那我们今年肯定是希望能够更进一步的。
因为我们 GL 有很多分部，就希望大家一起加油，拿到最好的成绩，然后提升更多的名次吧。我们 AGL 有15个项目，然后很有自信去冲击更高的名次吧，就希望大家一起加油。
É algo bem grande, assim, porque como é um time muito grande, muito famoso e tem muitas modalidades, então tem um significado muito grande. A pressão é algo que me agrada também.
An incredible victory here for Gen G.
젠지가 7위 이상의 기록을 달성하면 좋은 일이라고 생각을 하고 하지만 저희가 할 수 있는 일은 저희의 종목에서 최선을 다하는 것이기 때문에
이제 젠지 롤팀이 젠지가 7등을 하는데 좀 큰 도움을 줬다면 되게 기쁘고 올해도 그렇게 큰 도움을 주고 싶습니다.
저희 T1이 이번 EWC에 굉장히 많은 투자를 하고 있는 만큼 저도 이제 리그 오브 레전드 팀의 일원으로서 최선을 다하고 그리고 많은 분들이 관심을 가져주시는 롤 종목에서 좋은 모습을 팬분들께 보여드리고 싶습니다.
어쨌든 EWC 대회에 많은 게임 대회가 열리는 걸로 알고 있는데 그것들 중 저희는 T1에서 나가는 모든 팀들이 다 잘해야 된다고 생각하고 있고 저희도 다른 팀에 대한 관여를 하지 못하기 때문에 저희는 저희 스스로 최대한 우승을 하면 더 좋은 성적으로 가지 않을까 싶어서 뭐 잘해야 된다는 부담감도 있겠지만 잘 재밌게 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
This is our key wall where every team's key, once destroyed alongside their hopes and dreams of winning the tournament, goes. A bit of a reminder as to the teams that have failed. And I'm Ginny, joined with Atlas. We're going to do a bit of a breakdown in terms of the teams that have already been knocked out and that stood out the most when it came to the expectations that we did initially have of them.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. There's actually a lot of hopes and dreams that have already been eliminated here on this wall. And some of these names are a bit of a surprise. I think G2 Esports yesterday certainly were the favorites up against D+ Kia. Even though it's an LCK team, G2 have kind of made it their business to eliminate LCK teams from tournaments in 2026.
Play first.
And speaking of G2, they were eliminated from MSI
I don't really care about this
by Lion Gaming, and they are also no longer in the tournament. I think having a little bit of a disappointing run themselves. Some nicer storylines here, even though they have been eliminated. I think Team Secret put up a good fight, but GAM Esports especially, a team that didn't make it to MSI, a tournament that they've been through multiple times.
Everybody gets
weren't able to get there
350
this
coins
time,
on
and
YouTube.
we had TK there, they had some great starts in a
right
very difficult group, up against T1 in the end,
I
and they
just
went
saw that,
down
so
swinging.
I used one on this guy's stream, Rough.
Bolo in the mid lane on Faker,
Everybody
which is
gets
incredible.
350
They
coins,
do
which is
also
cool.
have the reverse sweep on MKOI. So
TikTok
MKOI
would
getting
never, bro.
eliminated as well by GAM was, I would say, not necessarily on my bingo card, but they were able to do it, which is phenomenal. Looking at the teams, though, however, that are still here,
Well, it's kind of expensive, I
it's
won't
not
lie.
looking good for EU.
Well, I mean, at least you've got hope.
Yes, we
it's
do. We got
looking better
Casey.
for EU than it is for any other region that isn't named LPL or LCK, because no LCK team was eliminated, no LPL team was eliminated, and there's a little bit of French hope still in the tournament.
I'm looking forward to that, seeing them play again on stage. But in general, I think the consensus of
Why
having your key
Dota
crushed by
and-
your opponent is a little, you know, very BM, I would say, and
Why is
very
Dota and
on
League of
brand,
Legends?
actually, for
Yeah,
League
side
of
by side,
Legends.
bro.
I'm looking forward to
They're
see how
not
this
meat,
wall is
really.
going to play out because at
Guy,
the
League
end
of
of the day,
Legends
right,
is the
you
biggest
can
esport.
only
I don't care what
have
anybody says,
one
yeah, they
winner.
are the
If
biggest
you need to pick
esports.
3 keys, though, like if you were playing, you win the tournament, Atlas. Who are
They
you
are
putting
the
out there?
biggest
Ooh,
esports.
who would be in my
Yeah,
trophy?
yeah, this GC
Oh,
is
that's
mad.
a
They
tough
said,
one.
Happy
Can be
birthday,
you
Carl.
teams.
And
Remain
it's hard
blessed.
because
You can't
I don't know
escape
whether
what's
I want
coming
to
for
put
you.
my favorite teams in there or my least favorite
Get this
teams. And do I
one,
even
man.
have a least favorite team? So I'm going to probably go with my favorites. I'd put D+ Kia in there, unless I am D+ Kia and I won the tournament.
I can't be facing
I'd
him
probably
on
put Genji in there. And T1, I'll put T1 in there
All
as
right,
well.
you know what? I think that's going to be a great trophy, but that's
So,
it for us over at the
Jared,
key wall.
Jared,
Stay tuned
let's
for the rest of the
watch
competition to
Sunday
see
now.
how this wall is going to be
Let's-
filled up. We're going to be heading
Jared,
over to
why
Tyler
don't
Woods,
I
doing a little
stream
bit
to
of a
like
check-in with the
the
super
real-time
fans.
TikTok, bro, screen? Okay, wait, to get
I'm here with two
That's not
fans,
the
an HLE fan, Gene, nice
But
to
I
meet
mean,
you,
like, for
and
the
a T1
World Cup,
fan,
for the Champions
Fanboy
Party
Kyrian,
now,
when it
why
goes
not?
by.
Yeah, why not?
How are we feeling about the game today?
I can.
Well, it will be very
I want
easy
to test
to
out my
offer
five,
to
but see
anyone who's in the area.
how
It's
what
never
exactly
win
is
words,
the
not
limit.
saying
I want
it's
to stream
like
like 5
MSI
platforms,
small.
bro. Let's
We will
see.
stop them, clearly.
So I'll stream to my 3 platforms, YouTube,
I'll let
TikTok,
you speak.
and I'll stream to the real-time TikTok and real-time YG as well. That's it.
Fair
Same
point,
with the
fair
stream
point.
with-
Now,
with
we were talking beforehand,
the
Guma
YG
is
TikTok.
actually on HLE now. How does that
For
make you
Sunday
feel?
watch party.
Wow,
Yeah, Sunday watch
so
party. Let me see what
I
happens.
think that he will conquer.
Relax.
And
I'll just
he
put the
will
fries in the
fight
bag.
Korea
Call them
and
now.
dominate
Kai Fest,
will
South Africa.
fight and kill Korea.
South Africa watch party.
He's nothing without Carrier. Carrier learn game to Guma Yushi. Seriously. Carries him at all words.
We are the MSI champions.
How many words? How many? How many? I don't see the stars here. I have 6.
Yes, and 3 of your 6 stars
I love their fandom. Oh,
Carry has got
amazing. They are not bottom generation,
and support
it's
him
only
with
the white
his veterans
generation.
and
TikTok, you know, they are. I can't know one of them.
Okay. Settle down. Put your hands up. You don't
I want
need
to
to
show to
throw
both of
blows or
them, not one
anything.
of them.
Well, we hear what they have to say. Let's see what the game says.
I want to show to one of them. Sorry, both of them are there. That's all 5 platforms. 3 of mine, 2 of those.
It is the hottest battle across
T1,
the
let's
LCK.
fucking go!
Formerly brothers, still brothers, but now on opposite sides.
This is what I came to watch. This is what I came to watch. I don't care what anything else.
First, the reigning world champ on
After
the
this
side
one,
of
I'm going to
Honor
like
Life
leave the
Esports
show
with
on,
his
but I will
world
be here. I
champ
will not be
brothers.
here
If that
after.
was confusing, it's just the
I've been
beginning.
watching it, but I will be
HLE
like
and
on
the
the-
Orange Tank
on the
roll
mic
on
anymore.
in as MSI winners and looking to do damage against the world champs. Welcome back to studio. Digon alongside Jack and Wadid. It is T1, it is HLE, and it is oozing with storylines as our Crunchyroll story of the day. T1 versus HLE.
I mean, it's the highlight of my day. I think it's going to be absolutely incredible. I think it's going to be really, really close, regardless of who takes it. Because I feel like we've seen these teams, they've been a bit inconsistent, but when they're at their best, damn, they're good.
Well, did you ask for this? You asked for the Naruto Sasuke,
Yeah.
so
Can you
please
explain it?
explain. Please explain.
You don't watch the Naruto?
I watch Naruto, but how is it Naruto?
Yeah, but
Sasuke?
it's just so epic. Every time when they play, like
you're
beat
sure
against
it's
each other,
final
it's like,
cycle.
is
So
it
it's
gonna be
there?
Naruto winning
So the
against
white
Sasuke
TikTok
or
is there?
Sasuke
Okay, let me check
beating
it.
Naruto? You know,
I don't think
it's
it
just like that.
I taste only one. Let me check. And
Let's
it's
say
only one.
it's
Look,
T1 because they got more legacies, right? And then they have some escape players. You know, like I mean, they are like you know, Sasuke left the Leaf Village, and like, they have some players from T1 as well. So a lot of storylines here.
Friends at home, you can help decide the deep cut
Bro,
here in
literally-
Naruto and
bro, I
Sasuke.
literally have
It
an
is
account for
2-1
you
in
guys,
Honor
bro.
Life
What the
Esports
fuck?
as we take a look at the
Why
head-to-head
do I have to log
between
in
these
every
two
time I open
squads.
this stream, bro? Every
Since
single time.
2025,
Man,
these guys have been
I'm tired of
playing
NG, I will
so
like-
many
not like-
times.
no,
Now,
no,
including in just 2026. You see how many
This
times they
fella,
played?
shout
It has
out.
been
It's already
an
the first
epic
one,
battle
big one,
every
big
time
one.
these
I have
two
watched
teams
it
meet up.
I mean, for me, most surprising one was Road to MSI because it was T1 who had the momentum from the regular split, and I think HLE was
I'm on
still
mobile.
struggling
How do
to
I
find
see
out
the accounts
their
I'm
theme
on?
of the game.
Channels,
But
let me see channels.
eventually, they
Channels,
had
yeah, okay.
such a surprising
There's
win against
RT,
T1, and the
TikTok,
momentum keeps
there's-
going on in
oh,
the
you are not
Eredivisie as
lying,
well.
bro.
Yes, 10th place,
actually
all the
okay,
way
yeah,
to
you're not
first
lying.
here
Yeah,
has been
wow,
so awesome to watch.
Alright, let me go
and
on
you know,
the
one of
white
the big
TikTok.
matchups that I think has gotten a lot of eyes on it since 2025 was the top laner swap. It was Zeus and Doran, the two top laners that seem to be faded every
Well,
time
now,
they play to
why
be
can't I
talked
on the
about.
two, bro? Is
But
it-
it
it's
does
only
seem
why I
like
can't-
one of these
bro,
top
this is what
laners
I'm mad, bro.
currently has an advantage here, Jack.
The only
I
one I
think
feel on now.
For me, the one question mark for T1 is can Doran hold? Because we've seen
Okay,
the
I
games
want to the
where he struggles,
RT
the rest of T1 falters. Their loss against G2, it felt like it was really
Alright, so that's what we
about
do.
Broken Blade
We do watch
taking
it
over the
TikTok.
lane
I
against
want to add
Doran,
to them,
and
not
then the
today,
rest of
Shah, like,
T1
just to
wasn't
put
quite
them.
able to
If
get
I do today,
over the
TikTok
finish
get
line.
flagged.
And we've seen
Why
that
T also
Zeus
get
is a
flagged?
player. I mean,
Because,
if you
yeah,
give him
it's not
resources, if he
whitelisted.
gets ahead, he's for
Also,
sure
I told
going
these guys
to
to
carry you
whitelist
the
my
game.
account for
So they
Carifest
need
because
to
I can't
shut
keep
Zeus
getting
down and help
fucking
Doran
flagged
out if they're going to be
for
able to win
watch
this one.
I mean, for T1 right now, they're
Carifest
trying to
is now-
find
is
some
now,
champions that Doran can
flagging
actually
my
fit
account
in.
too,
Like,
bro.
they're
Like,
trying
what's
some
the
tanks
development?
here,
I'm not
and I
mad.
think they're trying to fix the draft as well. So I feel
I've
like
texted
they're
Reg
getting
to
better
try and
when the game
white
goes
lord
on,
this
and I
week.
think
He says he has, like,
still,
whitelist
though,
feature
like
and he
there's
can whitelist
too much
accounts.
power in the top lane, so
So I
it's
told
for
him to help
sure
me
it's
do it to
favored
my
for
account.
HLE this time.
And finally, we
does
are
that?
done
Oh,
with
good.
these best of ones. It will be best of threes here, so those top laners and the teams will flex their
Can't
champion
be
pools.
14
Speaking of
defense sound
a pretty
otherwise,
big champion
every
pool, we've got
single fucking
Gumayushi standing by right now with Jenny. Take it away.
Can we just go to the game already,
Thanks,
guys? You guys talk
Well,
too much, bro. I
Guma, you're
understand
joining
why,
us
Shah.
for a little bit of an
It's literally-
interview
literally
ahead of your
EWC,
matchup
man. They have to,
against
like, you know,
T1.
prep,
I want to
talk,
cast us back
keep
to
people entertained and all
2024
that, so
EWC
kind of fair,
when
fair.
you were on the roster as well for T1 that won that title. You now have the opportunity to do the funniest thing and actually take it away from them and not let them win it another year. How does that feel?
일단 구마유 선수 사실 2024년도 첫 대회에 이제 T1 소속으로서 이제 첫 우승을 거머쥐셨는데 2년 뒤에 또 다른 팀 와서 T1을 상대로 그 두 번째 우승을 뺏어갈 기회를 얻으셨습니다. 지금 기분이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
오늘 정말 재밌는 경기가 될 거라고 기대하고 있고요. T1을 이렇게 빨리 만날 줄 몰랐는데 MSI 때 못 만나서 좀 아쉬웠던 거를 풀 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Yeah, definitely this is going to be an interesting match. I didn't really expect to meet T1 this early, but we didn't meet them at MSI, so yeah, it's going to be a fun match.
I'm looking forward to the matchup, but I'm also looking forward to the picks that we could potentially see in the bot lane. How has it been for you adjusting to the new meta on the AD carry role with more mages being in play?
사실 이번 메타가 확실히 좀 B1딜이 좀 성행하는 메타이기 때문에 일단 원딜러인 구마유 선수에게도 조금 어려움이 있었을 것 같긴 한데 B1딜 적응하시는 데는 좀 어떤 과정이 있으셨는지 궁금합니다.
I do know that the
무작정
one
좀
here. I had like 31
B1딜이
stream
좋다는
on my own
것보다는
YouTube.
B1딜도 하나의 메타로
I didn't share
해석하면서
anything. I didn't do
어떤
anything. I was actually shocked.
선전관계가
Yeah.
있을지
I just checked
연구하고
YouTube. I see
고민했던
30
것 같고요.
watching. I'm
어느
like,
정도
what?
정리가 잘 되어가고
That was
있는 것
diabolical
같아서 메타
game.
적응하는데 큰
I didn't
어려움은
share
없는
stream
것
or anything. I
같습니다.
was like, wow, that's so cool.
Yeah, I didn't particularly
Day two,
struggle
I had like 9
for
watching, but
adapting
I
the
had to
meta
issue
because,
because it was
you know, even though
my
like
5 hours acting
AP Mage has been a really big meta picks. However, it doesn't mean that it's a dominant one. It's still like 80 carries are still playable. So it's just that like AP mages are included in the bot lane. So I think it's important to analyze those meta picks and the flow. So I think in that process, I'm doing really well.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck with your game. And thank you, Maddox, as well, for your translation. That's it from us. Digon, back to you.
Can we go to the game, guys? Come on, T1. I want to see T1 play, bro.
Thank you very much, Maddox, for the translation, Jody for the interview, and Gumayushi for his time and insights. Champ Pool seems to be one of the big conversation points here
So
at
now,
EWC.
I'm going to
given the
only
fact
be showing
that
the YT
we
in
just
Twitch,
saw
man, bro.
MSI,
Like,
and
TikTok
now
isn't
all of a sudden,
I've
it's
seen it.
just a
I'm not gonna
massive
force it anymore,
rapid
bro.
change as we take a look at some of the champs here that have been played by both Pays and Gumayushi in the bot lane.
Once I
So
get
I think at first we thought Ziggs
don't
bot lane is most OP champion of the bot lane because it kind of makes the bot lane boring and it enables your support to roam around. But I think people are starting to get some counter picks into it, something like Cassiopeia and also Talia with Shen, so you can actually be more proactive on the map. So I feel like there are some solutions that you can play into, but still, even though Guma said he can still play AD carry in this meta, I feel like high priority is still on the APs, something like Syndra flex pick as well. I think there's a lot of possibilities that it brings in
So now
into the
Snapchat
bot
goes
lane
to
if you can
Jomi,
actually flex those
actually,
picks.
And I feel like that's why I've been so impressed by Pace. The fact that he's been pulling out the Cassiopeia, he's been playing the Talia, and especially since he's a player that you associate with these hyper carries, that he can only kind of play these high resource champions, that he's able to then adapt so quickly to this mage meta and smurf so hard on these mages.
I have no idea.
Speaking of being able to play mages,
I
there
think
is
I will look
the
for
greatest
one
of all
team,
time
and
in
I'm
the
going
mid
to
lane
be
who
their
had
creator
himself
for Carry
a
First Chance.
field
Like, I will
day
be their
against
creator for
Gam
LAN.
Esports in that second game.
Let me talk
like a
about
bajillion
it.
and a half kills here
I want
with
to,
the
like,
Faker.
create
Looked
the
like he was
creator
back
for
in
a
prime
team
form.
I mean, always whenever you watch Faker playing,
like, what am I doing
you
with my
might
life,
a little bit worried maybe when he's
I'll be at
dying a
champs, I
lot,
have to, like,
but
be-
it doesn't matter. He has the mentality that he's gonna do something for the team when it
I
matters.
like how the
and I
heroes
think it
look,
was
but like they look so
Faker once again,
distorted, guys. They look
playing
like
against
other old
one of the
heroes,
best
man.
team. I feel like
They look so
Faker
distorted,
has
bro. What the hell is
some
this?
kind of like charisma, like when it comes
But
to
it's literally the game that,
really important match.
Mobile
Like, it
Legends is
doesn't
based
matter what he plays.
And
He's
the honor
just
of
gonna
kings
bring
as well,
some
so
plays
fair
for the
enough.
team.
I mean, Faker got 20 kills, a new career high for him, and he was smurfing so damn hard. But I actually noticed he played against BLG, and I noticed his stats in that game. He had 9 deaths.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, that seems really high. Has Faker ever died that much? And then I looked it up, and the only time Faker had ever died 9 times was once, and it was against OK Brion. Who
That's
you
right.
guys are very familiar with.
Oh yeah,
the bro gang.
Bro talent does
These guys'
bring
eyes
out
are must.
sometimes
It's
the best
crazy,
out of
bro.
some of the
It's
teams.
crazy.
Sometimes the worst here. BLG, always a menace to play against, and I think that was a fascinating thing to watch because Faker was still making plays, but every time he died, it wasn't like necessarily a knockout blow, but it just felt like the lead was getting larger and larger for BLG. So he too still adjusting with the meta as he's done throughout his illustrious career.
I mean, for me, it's all about the matchup as well, because I think he had to play Syndra into Kno support, which is not ideal for
I don't think there's any player in Mobile Legends that has a lot of like aura, like a lot of they are fucking good, but like when it comes to death,
you have to play something that you really don't want to play into it. So that's why he had some struggling in that game. But I feel like
it's really hard to preserve
the risk that you take whenever you pick the flex pick. Either you want to go for mid lane or the bot lane. So you have to deal with those kind of issues. And then if you get correct situation for the draft, then you will win the draft. But otherwise, you get punished just like that.
I think we've seen the ups and downs for Faker. So it's really about, for me, for Hanwha Life, about shutting down mid lane and top lane. It's about these solo laners.
Jared, I have to get a
UC chill, shut down Faker, shut down Doran, and that's really Hanwha Life's key for success for me.
I mean, for me, it felt like you have a solution against HLE, but they're playing literally the same strat over and over again. Just leave the Kuma alone and then play through the top side. I thought they could actually play into it, but there's no option.
All right, well, here you have it. It is yet again another huge matchup. Hanwha Life Esports and T1 do battle in the quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup 2026. Only one can move on. Let's find out together.
In the beginning of every game, the scale is balanced. 10 summoners, 10 champions, same gold, same rift, same hush before the horn. But the moment the clock starts breathing, the balance begins to sway. One way, then the other. Two sides of the same mirror, each waiting to weigh heavier. And then, in every game, there's always one moment. One decision. One extra weight lands. One insignificant flap of the wings that marinates in time and causes a total storm, leaving everything after in echoes. Be the grain of sand that tips the balance.
그래도 뭐 이것저것 준비한 게 많긴 하니까 다양한 조합을 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 더 해보겠습니다. 그냥 어떤 상대가 오더라도 이길 수 있다는 생각으로 경기할 생각입니다.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour, bienvenue à Paris. On est à la STC Arena pour les premiers quarts de finale de cette WC League of Legends. Here we are, first quarterfinals of WC League, and I'm so excited in. Toi, ça va?
Ça va bien, et toi?
Tranquille, tranquille.
The lineup of teams that we've got for these quarterfinals is simply crazy. The defending MSI champions, last year's EWC winners. We've got multiple-time world champions in the building, and of course, some hometown favorites too. Lou, the fans are here for it.
Exactement, moi je vais te demander en premier, t'es là pour soutenir qui? Who are you here to support?
Jesse!
Karma Kopi, of course!
I love it, we've got some fans down here. Excuse me, sir, who are you here to see?
I gotta put the fries in the back, Terry. Bonjour.
No organization in League of Legends history has achieved more. With Faker leading the way once again, expectations never change. Every tournament is another opportunity to add to one of the greatest legacies in all esports.
Les légendes du jeu sont là. Mesdames et messieurs,
what am I looking at?
Pour
Why is he taller than everybody else on his team?
Standing against the crowd's favorite. It's your MSI champions. Hanwha Life.
Or I was saying, no, he's like, you know what? I have to be taller than everybody else. That's wow. That is wow.
The Titans of the LCK. They're coming back. for the back-to-back. Si t'es pas content, c'est doublé. C'est pour aller le chercher.
I like the host here. The way she speaks in French and English, like, it's so fluent.
After the draw, that facing his former team is both the best and worst opponent he could have wished for. An opportunity that means everything against a team that means everything.
Are you guys ready?
We said, are you ready?
I've been waiting for this, guys. This is the one game I'm going to actually watch party. Then I'm going to go offline. No, the stream is going to be on, but like I'm not going to be here.
What an incredible introduction. Thanks to Ian and Lou for bringing
T1
actually out onto the stage. And I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf. A little bit of deja vu here, as there was this exact matchup in the road to MSI back in Korea. It was won by Humble Life Esports, but there has been some time since then.
There certainly has. A lot has changed. Hano Life Esports won, in my mind, the toughest MSI of all time. And they come off of that tournament win with the high seed coming into this top 8.
This is the #1 esports.
And it was Gumayushi who lifted the trophy in the inaugural Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Now faces off that very team he won it with.
When it comes to
and
FPS,
a best of 3 that will decide who is moving on to the semifinals. The jump
when it comes to like
prize money is
massive. These guys,
you want to be able to make it to that next step, go to the finals, lift that trophy once again. For LCK fans everywhere, it's an unfortunate matchup we got here in the draw, right? A bit of a civil war, as we like to call it, between LCK squads, but this rivalry has been brewing ever since Zeus left T1 to join Hano Life Esports. Guma now followed suit. We had Hanwha Life here coming in as favorites, coming in as the higher seed. T1 wasn't without struggles their run here to
Wait,
top
T1
8.
is not the highest seed in League of Legends.
This means well for T1 as well as an organization. I believe you may have seen Faker talking about it, but T1 have invested quite a lot into EWC this year as well, so those club championship points are really, really important here for T1. HLE with not as many teams over here, but still so much pride. EWC is another one of these massive tournaments, and if they're able to do it back to back, it would be absolutely unbelievable for this organization. A team that, you know, managed to get into the World Championship in 2021 on a fluke, but since then has been trying to build to have this super team to take down the world. Already, MSI in their wake. They managed to win first stand last year. If they could get EWC as well, man, these trophies, there's a lot of variance there in that trophy case.
I think it was T1, right?
Absolutely is. I mean, from going from, for Hanwha Life Esports, last year winning first stand, this year not attending, being 10th place in LCK Cup, to being at the front of League of Legends, the face of it after that MSI win. They are the current international champions. To get back to back, I think would make such a statement about how much this team has changed from month 1 of 2026, now July, halfway through the year.
Yeah, and it's just crazy. We've got the reigning world champs, we got the reigning MSI champs facing off. One of them's going to be eliminated after this best of 3. That's just how it goes sometimes when the draw comes through. And the thing is, if you're thinking about it, you're like, well, what are the other options? Well, there's BLG, probably the next most formidable opposition here at the tournament. There's Gen G, the defending winners here of EWC from last year. There are a lot of incredibly dangerous names that are still in the top of EWC. So I don't know whether there's all that many better options that you could have got. We'll see who is going to be able to take it here as we get into champion select for game number 1. I do want to echo what they said on the desk. I think attacking the top side for HLE is going to be the name of the game. Make sure that Zeus and Zeka are in the best possible position. Let Kanavi go bonkers and then allow Gumayushi just to sit back and scale. But we'll see if they're allowed to do it.
That is often what we see, but it is worth noting that even though Doran's performances as of late haven't been his best, he has gotten the better of Zeus in playoff matches, in elimination matches, so many times when they have thought, teams have thought, not just Hano Life Esports, but T1, when playing against Doran on Gen G, have thought we can attack Doran, he defends, he shows up big in those critical matches. Will be an Orianna first pick. The surprise of no one, what's more surprising is the bans here from T1 allowing that one through. They did take the Nocturne away, so that pairing won't be there. They match the Narband
I think a lot
to
of
the vein,
FPS games
so
are actually
Zeus doesn't get his
American
hands on one of his
except the mobile
favorites.
version.
Yeah, and I was actually kind of
Kodem
thinking that
Asian
it would be a little bit more of a
version.
thought
Free
process
Fire
here
mobile
for
is also Asian
HLE,
dominated.
just because that
PUBG
buy
mobile,
has been
Asian
such high
dominated. What the
priority,
hell, bro?
especially for a player like Kanavi. But instead, the Oriana just going to be snapped up. Faker's not going to be allowed to have his most stable champion there in the mid lane. And his response potentially is going to be that Cassiopeia that we can see here alongside that buy. Was snapped away. The two big picks that we'll let through this draft certainly going to be dangerous on the Rift, one going to either team. The Ambessa for Zeus, that's a blind pick towards that top side of the map. A little bit dangerous perhaps.
Surprised to see that here. It's a great ball carrier, and it does have a lot of pick potential, can be great into the Vi as well, but I expected the Jarvan. The Jarvan will come alongside, as this is the strongest pick right now
Ivan,
with the Oriana. Yeah. I remember in 2024 Esports World Cup, Ivern was the meta. We saw it so much double AD carry Ivern thanks to the LPL squads at the time. But it is going to be the Jarvan that we expected. So a lot of setup for this Oriana in this draft, despite the Nocturne ban. See what the response is going to be here ultimately now.
Is it just a free Renekton angle?
I think it's the most likely option, especially with the big game power it's going to give with the setup they already have.
It's going to last for like an hour plus, like show me there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Gnar here, obviously, is banned away, so I think you're on the money with this one, and there it is.
I think
even if Gnar was there, I mean, the Ambess is already locked in, so there's just not really much of an option for response here out of HLE. Just shows that Zeus feeling very, very comfortable in this matchup and confident up against Doran in this game. I think that could be dangerous, but the Zig's going to be taken away from Guma. Definitely his favorite mage to play towards the bottom side of the map. You did see that Pays has branched out a little bit further from just regular 80 carries there on the bottom side.
Let's see what the response is going to be here in terms of Pays carry at bottom lane, as the Bard is actually still available in this draft, believe it or not. Has been very rarely given to Keria this year, just so good at it. Even though it's not necessarily the perfect angle for it in this draft, can empower a lot of traditional AD carries. Kali is removed, again, that flex of the Cassiopeia being respected here for Humble Life.
Because of how good they are.
And one more ban.
But like Keyboard and Mouse to me just like
they decide to get rid of something like the Camille, and they do.
The depends on what you're
going to be removed from Delight.
Personally,
obviously,
I think
controller players if you would like to go down that route.
That's what I think. I think controller players
does want to do that.
I don't know why.
Really skyrocketing in priority here at EWC. Something that Keria found a lot of success on earlier on in his career, and Delight as well has really enjoyed that champion. But the Shen feels like a bit of flavor of the month, and they are going to be banning that one away from Keria this time. Not going to allow that Stand United extra flexibility onto the Rift.
I don't think they have to play Mage bottom lane. I don't think they have to play the Cassiopeia. I think they absolutely can run
I think you just lock Nautilus and you can do whatever the heck you want.
You can Nautilus, you can Caitlyn Bard. You know, you have so many options here as Pays and Keria to...
Or just lock Bard. Yeah. That's another good one.
I think it's just going to be the Caitlyn Bard, as maybe Guma could deny it, potentially. It's one of his favorites here in the bottom lane, but what it comes with would be a bit of a question mark. There is the Caitlyn. Maybe let's go Caitlyn Nautilus.
I mean, the Ezreal is still up and available here, so Pays could jump onto that one if you would like to. A very strong lane alongside the Bard as well, but it's
Karma.
It's Karma,
the
Caitlyn.
Classic.
They're just going to try and just smash the lane as best we possibly can on Humble Life Esports' side. And is it just going to be an Ezreal, or are we going to be picking something for Faker to try and take down this Oriana that isn't named the Cassiopeia and allow that flex to come through?
Just like they switched out the I and R.
Cassiopeia Bard
sorry, the E and I rather.
I would agree. The Ezreal you mentioned is just so much more flexible, so strong into the Jarvan and the Ambessa, especially with the fairly recent nerf to Ambessa's channel time on her ultimate. Gives Ezreal so much ability to escape it, so much time and freedom there. A lot of scaling here on the side of T1 with the Ezreal and the Cassiopeia, but it also packs a big mid-game punch with the Vi, the Renekton, and the Bard's ability to impact team fights from super far away. I think Hanwha like Esports are going to have so much setup though, and this is the kind of karma draft I really like, when you have so much engage outside of the bottom lane that you don't need to have an engaged support, so you can win the lane and empower those frontliners, and then the Caitlyn can sit back from a million miles away and add that damage. There will be a moment in the mid-game where Guma isn't able to fully come online, but if they have a lead there, it's very easy to then just skate into the late game. I think a lot of this game is going to come down to second dragon fight, herald fight, third dragon, those periods.
I would not spend 6 hours playing
and I think so much on Hammerlife Esports' side is going to be Kanavi. And Live or Die by Kanavi has kind of been the way for this squad, but especially in a draft like this, where you're just trying to get an Orianna to the late game, get a Caitlyn to the late game. The Jarvan is going to be absolutely pivotal, and Kanavi has been able to really warp games on this pick. But I don't know, coming out of this draft, I feel very comfortable for T1 as well. They managed to get the bar, a feat that I don't think they've been able to do very much at all.
This was just
the
last few months.
And the Vi has been incredibly powerful. It's a decent matchup for Faker on the Cassiopeia in the mid lane, and a counter matchup on the top side of the map for Doran as well. And so T1 probably feeling great coming out of that champ select. Let's see whether they can put it into motion on the Rift as we load up and get ready to get into game number 1. It's EWC knockout stages here in 2026. And we'll see who is going to be able to keep themselves alive. This is a best of 3 where one team is going home immediately after this. It is just done. There is no lower bracket to fall back to. You just have to keep winning.
You absolutely do. This is Kanavi's second most played champion of the year.
So for League of Legends, they showed their abuse throughout the game.
Iconic carrier is on the bar, but Kanavi similarly on this Jarvan, 70% win rate across so many games, 17 of them. And see how he does perform here, because I think a lot of this early game is going to be about him, his early pathing, and which lanes he can impact. Most likely the bottom lane, but that immobile Cassiopeia also a potential target.
Yep. Usually looking to try and grab the shove here in this lane. They should definitely be able to do so. Caitlyn Karma is just very, very strong when it comes to getting control of minion waves. You can see they're doing so. Decent job being done here by Paze and Carrier to try and clear out the minions where they can.
You can see it evened up in terms of the lanes there, and not a huge push, but at the cost of a lot of health of Paze and Carrier to do so. So not a free neutralization there, and Hammerlife will continue to apply that pressure. Every Q from both Guma and Delight hits hard.
Okay, the difference here is the fact that there is Ona moving down towards his bottom side. There is going to be the trap put down, but Paze able to walk out of it just before it arms.
And Carrier had to use his magical journey to escape, so it's on cooldown. I don't think there's really any way Owner can impact a play here. So this is just going to be a continued push for Guma and Delight. Paze eats another Mantra Q. That is a really, really big amount of damage he's taken here. This is very risky to stay against this cannon wave, but luckily for them, Kanavi is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and this is what this lane is supposed to do, right? If you are a T1 fan and you're watching, you're like, oh no, it's a disaster. Well, it's kind of what's going to happen. That's what it said on the tin as we came out of Champion Select, and we'll see whether they can utilize these solo lanes in order to get some advantages. This should be a good one for Doran on the top side of the map. I know he's had some ups and downs, but navigating a Renekton into Ambessa matchup is something I am still confident he will be able to do relatively well, as the Ruthless Predator comes out towards that top side as I'm saying it. There is going to be a Kanavi up there just finishing his full clear.
What skin is Faker using? What the hell is that?
To meet on that first scuttle on the top side. Delight moving on over, but Carrier hot on his heels. It's Faker, not a whole lot of mana here as they do converge, but that is going to be Delight now in a lot of trouble. He might actually have to flash to get himself out of this. Decides that Man Protect is going to be enough, and Kanavi going to get punched here by Owner a few times. Did manage to get that knock up, but just both junglers trading blows will back away.
Kanavi had cooldown.
Mobile Legends guy, by the time like Brody touch you 2 times, you don't die, bro. Bro, I say Mobile Legends is so annoying, eh? Once Brody or let's say Mia touches you like 4 times, you don't die. Like there's no hope, bro.
A huge amount of value.
Even early game, yeah, you are going, bro.
Enemy support is
like right now, I'm seeing like 50 touches
and they are still standing. Reset. Wow. Back to the mid lane here for Zeka. Teleporting in. The game is dead even, with the exception of that small lead in the bottom lane, which is expected. If you don't earn a lead like this, you probably shouldn't be playing the Caitlyn Karma, right?
Yeah.
And it is Guma, of course, one of the most iconic Caitlyn players, if not the most, of all time. So, you know, everything is going exactly as planned. It's really the mid-game where this game is going to open up. No one's made any major mistakes just yet.
And this is the really dangerous time, right? You can have a look at the backs. There's a pickaxe in Gumayusi's back pocket. His Paze actually going to get a nice proc on that W as he does dash on forward. But yeah, pickaxe versus Tia is not exactly a great battle stats situation for the Ezreal. So FaZe going to have to make sure that he takes these smart trades in order to get some advantages, because otherwise Guma will just win out in a straight up DPS war.
I don't think I've seen any
just fighting it out here in this mid lane. Nothing really to report as we can see.
Owner has a very slight camp tempo advantage. Like he's getting his very slightly faster. He's actually on the bottom side of the map right now as a result of that. This is a very scary moment.
Yeah, Curry making his way over. Owner is going to join him. Great Net going to connect onto FaZe as the flash over the Vault Breaker is going to keep HLE's bottom lane safe. That being said, now Kamiushi not with that flash. Very important. Faker now in a fair bit of trouble as well, as Kanavi just leapfrogs the miasma and looks to see whether he can get on top of Faker here. Not investing his flash either, knowing that Faker can flash away.
What?
But now
He chased him!
Q secures first blood, and that's Kanavi getting off to the perfect start for HLE.
I wonder if there should have been more communication about the fact that Kanavi was not contesting there in the bottom side. Faker too far up, and with Jarvan having such a long engage range on top of that flash to follow, Faker was going to have a hard time getting out no matter what. Didn't have level 6 for any sort of outplay there. And unfortunately for T1, first blood will go to Hanwha as a result. Great flash away from Guma as well. If he gets caught there and he dies as well, it's a 1-for-1, right? And that ends up being a cross map, but instead it's an escape plus a win for Kanavi.
Yeah, and this Jarvan well and truly accelerated.
We
set up the
let me
series
check.
saying that it's going to be largely
That was
about
Faker. I was not really
done.
guy. I Faker that was
Already
not
takes the dragon
Bro,
down.
Faker was
takes
first
the
blood
goat
guy.
down,
Faker was
and
first blood.
is able to go back now and see what he can put together.
Let
Still
me
things
check
quite even
schedule.
as
I want to
far
see
as
when,
Camp's taking a concern, and Owner is going to try and
Now,
push
shade
that
you might
even
be,
further
bro.
into
I
his
should watch
advantage,
no, this one.
as those Krugs seem to
Let me
have
check
his
the
name on it.
schedule again. Where is it? Oh, yeah.
A lot of indexing here to the top side of the map by T1, faster than Zeka can rotate.
Free Fire is ending this week.
They need to make this happen fast because Zeka is coming
starting
up.
next
You're
week.
going to see that dive here onto Zeus.
That's the only thing we'll have next
ready.
week.
It's going to be okay. There is the public execution. The flash out of the way as Faker is not going to find
So
a
after
patch by
EFC
Abe.
next week,
That
my
is a lot of
next
healing onto
stream
Zeus
is
here.
going to be
Faker's taking up the
MSC,
turret,
which
and
is the one
Zeka
against
takes him
Dale.
down. Overstayed his welcome greeting for the kill.
So
And that is
guys,
2-0 here for HLE.
Zeus just played it so well. Ults
So
instantly
I
to
have,
get the unstoppable, is able to flash away,
I
and
have the ball,
Bessa
just
has
watch
all of
my
that
team.
healing to come through as
Four,
well,
that's
and
one.
they just
Oh,
don't have
Warzone!
the damage. Doran
Warzone
flashes
is big
away.
four.
Faker commits
For
heavily,
week
thinking
7, I
he's
have
not going to get
nothing.
out.
Okay, I'm
He
doing
dies, they get
Counter-Strike. Yes,
nothing.
CS:GO.
It's
Yeah,
2 kills here for Hollow Life
CS:GO,
Esports, not to mention an
That's
incredibly
one game I
heavy
really
commitment
love.
from
I actually
T1.
watch.
Doran's flash now on cooldown. They really
PUBG
get
went well week
nothing
6.
out of this play.
Yeah, HLE in a pretty phenomenal position now. 1.3 thousand in the lead. 1 minute until these grubs are going to spawn. And T1 starting to feel like they need to make something happen in their direction. We'll see what kind of plays they're going to have for us. They are no strangers to being a little bit behind in these games. We have seen it all EWC. Long we saw it in
is the
MSI,
literal
and
best
so
player
is
in the
case.
world.
Just
like
the
imagine
way of the circus,
Messi
ladies and
is
gentlemen,
the
they
one
like to
scoring
keep
two
you on your toes.
home goals.
But
Like
this is the
and
MSI
I just called
champs.
Messi the best player in the
This
world,
is the
unfortunately.
first place team in
The fact is, I'm a Ronaldo fan,
and a
yeah,
team
but
that's
like,
been able to take
let's
down
not let
T1
us
in the
also,
past. It was
Messi
a
is
3-1
just
last
that
time they
guy.
met.
Like, forget the whole
at
Argentina
the road
corruption,
to
yeah.
MSI.
Without corruption,
And
Messi is
HLE are not a team to
like,
give
the
very
guy
much
can
for.
carry his team.
Certainly not.
The guy
T1
plays
have
football
a
so
lot
well.
of scaling in this
If you
draft,
watch this
and
World Cup,
the
yeah, even
spikes
though
for Faker and
yeah,
FaZe will
and
come
everything,
much
but like,
later on
Messi
in
has
this
been
game,
so
so
pivotal to their
stabilization is
success.
now the name
He's
of
like,
the game.
he's so
Mentioned
involved,
earlier
he's
that
always
the big
involved.
fights are going to
Whereas
happen
you watch
around
Portugal, I
those
love
mid-game
Ronaldo, I'm
breaks
his biggest
and the
fan.
Herald
But
right now.
Ronaldo
Grubs
has
are
just
spawning,
not
as you
been
guys can see the
involved
bottom right
in
of your
their
screen.
games. I wouldn't lie to
But
myself.
T1 need to be
Ronaldo has
careful
not been-
now
he's been
about
absent
fighting
of
and
the
contesting
game.
these early
Like,
objectives since they're already
and
so
I
far
won't really blame him
behind,
for
because
the
that could
because
just
his
end the
team
game. If they
are
lose
not
another big
playing-
fight,
they're not back
HLE would
like,
just be too big to
the way
fail. So they're
at the
gonna
start
come up here
plays in
and contest
Messi,
this
yeah,
blue.
everybody in the
As
park
the
goes
knockoff,
Messi.
that's Cataclysm.
Like, everybody
Able to get
looks
out
for
of there
Messi.
with
But
an
for
immediate
Ronaldo,
breaker.
nobody
That means
passes
Kanavi's
the
ultimate
ball.
doesn't do a whole
Nobody
lot.
gets by him,
Second now
yeah.
just playing
Sad.
some defense as you've got
So
FaZe moving
in
on up.
other words,
towards
Messi
the
is
top
a
side.
goat.
Good defense though
Unfortunately,
played
man.
by T1.
But not
Keep
because he won the
everyone
World Cup.
safe.
He's a good because he
Just
has
gotta
more
let it
skill.
go.
And he has
Gotta
like
back
he
out
has a
there.
better team that loves
You
him,
lose
that's it.
too many members If Ronaldo had his teams that in this game, we're already on such a teetering knife's edge to be able to stabilize here. We know they can do it. But any more heavy losses is going to be possible for anybody as FaZe heading up here to try to poke away. They want to be able to get one of these grubs.
The only reason I'm never going to get tattoo in my life. So
right now,
I won't get to get
that.
The only reason I can't do
there's the flash in. Cease and desist comes down. That's so much damage. They blow up Kobayashi in a heartbeat. And
Let's go, guys.
The Crocodile is going to dive forward.
We got 2 kills.
Pitzias teleports in to just vacate the area. That's going to be all the grubs, and T1 answer back.
I mean, it doesn't get more laser focused and coordinated than that.
I
was starting to shake my head thinking, I don't know about this contest T1. They're better set up. They have everybody there. But watch this angle. Boom, flash ult onto Guma. Pays is already channeling the true shot. That follows up. Doran is a raid boss even this early in the game. He picks up the shutdown here onto the Jarvan. And then they have Faker following up for the TP, can head straight back to mid lane. That was a clean contest. It is really just a snap engage there from Owner, taking out his former teammate Guma.
Yeah, Guishi now back out onto the map. The carrier is chasing him down. Delight will be able to move up here to make it a 2v2. But the flash in, he manages to get the Cosmic Blast.
Damn, get the kill. They did not get that kill. Not lie, bro. They did not get that lie. Bro, if it's Mobile Legends, I swear you're dead. There's no way you can get that.
And Pays with a really, really nice follow-up there, but unfortunately misses
if that was Mobile Legends, well, like, you don't die. Like, there's no hope. There's no escaping him, bro.
To escape, but he's going to have to back. So this lane no longer fully in Guma's control. He has a slight gold lead still, but is not going to feel comfortable with what just went down there. Won't be able to further anything for a while. And just like that, T1 snapped back into this early game.
Yeah, it's a much better position that they find themselves in. And you were talking about it. I think that T1 will find a lot of power when 2 items come in for both this Casio and the Ezreal. And that is looking like it's going to be a lot more of a comfortable ride that they'll be able to pick up for themselves. Ace in the hole comes on through as Pays going to trade that with his barrier. And Kanavi is going to be blast going in his way in.
Woo! Nah, he's cool. Yeah, bad timing. Why would you dive into that place? Yeah, he's dead. I know he's dead. He's dead. Yeah, see what arrived. Ow! He's still there. He's shot that. 4-2, 4 back-to-back kills. Let's go. T1 back.
It's probably the worst news that HLE could have got.
And the T1 fans are loving it. And this unfortunately harkens back as Guma's also in trouble here.
Oh dear, they're going for the 2v1 dive. His carrier just magically journeys his way out. Guma is going to survive just a little bit. Doran, oh dear, he wants a piece of this pie.
5-2, bro.
Everyone wants a piece of Guma's right now.
Let's
this
go,
T1
guys.
squad. And he just gets taken out a second time. As this, unfortunately, for Hanwha Esports kind of harkens back to earlier in the year, some haphazard decision-making from Kanavi alone. Going over
somebody passed the ball to
Faker. The buy is here, and Owner's just like, what? All right, I'll take the freebie, commits the ultimate here, and even though the Karma is nearby, the shield is just a feeble attempt. Like you said, this flash here with no information on where Pays is, just gives the kill exactly where they don't want it. He picks up a double, and they're able to do it with Doran's help, finish off Guma as well. T1 in a commanding gold lead.
Yeah, Pays looking absolutely fantastic for T1 off the back of that play. The only thing that HLE still have going for them is the fact that Zeka has close to an 800 gold lead in the mid lane. That is balanced out very, very nicely.
Of course, two of those accounts Jay, good presence out there. Two of those accounts
jumping out of the bush.
Gotta be careful with crocodiles. Well, you know, they are very dangerous over short distances.
Yes,
I know
quickly.
you guys are.
And yeah, Guma, that's his third of the game, his deaths. Stacking up here, and he was in the lead, and now he's 1.1k behind, as we will have hopefully a brief pause here in the action.
Yeah, if it's HLE wondering where they're in carry,
someone, you know,
help them.
Something like 4
in the death game.
Be a good brother guy. Like, why you like
mid-team fight or anything like that? We'll get this one sorted out as quickly as we possibly can.
It's small one to you know.
If we manage to find it as well.
I'm
not quite sure entirely who did pause it. Having a look here. I think it was on the
What's the difference in Mobile Legends and League of Legends? There's a lot of differences. The game is similar.
I don't know whether
you have your mage, your jungler, your marksman, your room, your whatever, and then you have like 3 lanes, and then you have the base destroy. They have the same objectives, the same game strategies, but they have different heroes. So the heroes have different heroes.
I think for so many people who
it's literally the same thing, honestly. I would like to myself. Just that they have different names, different heroes, and all that. But originally, they are based on the same exact concept.
check this out. It might be somebody who's
it's like Call of Duty Mobile and like okay.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, so
just wants to
there's literally no
remind
difference.
everybody that
I can't even compare
Maybe we
on
can
them
get
and
like someone
Black
with
Ops
a camera
7
to try and find a TSM
League of Legends because Black Ops 7 has a 4-man mode for MP, right? While Codem has 5. But for these two games, they both have the same thing.
That's not quite TSM, but I'm sure he could grab his marker out and just write TSM
different heroes
there.
out, so
That'd be easy. We
Jerry
need to
said,
yell a
"No,
little
best
bit
way
louder
to
as
give
well
you."
because
God,
they're
Jerry,
here
send me
to
phone
listen
Jerry.
to the English
Bloody
broadcast, and it's
Jerry
French
Jerry
in
by
your ear
Cafe
right now,
Woman, which
so
he
just make sure
which
that
they
we up
hear.
the volume so they can have the
Bloody
full
liar.
double language experience, which is obviously not
Bloody liar,
going to
yeah.
break your brain trying to comprehend two languages. at
You're
the
the
same
worst, bro.
So just to recap where we are, if you're tuning in late, because I'm sure a lot of people
as soon as this game
are
ends,
coming
like
in here,
not this
pouring in
map,
here
like
for
the
this
entire
T1
game for
HLE
T1, I'm
bridge
gonna go get
match.
food.
Guma
That's
just
what's
died a
important
third
today.
time to Doran. The
Technical pause,
Caitlin's
what's
not
he
off
after,
the
bro?
ground. The Ezreal
They want-
of Hayes
they want
is
check
massively
Faker next
accelerated.
to-
Sure, Faker has that deficit you just pointed out briefly.
I'm so
moments
sorry,
ago.
Faker. I love you, but
Good
like
to go
nah.
here in this game.
They won't go check. They won't check Faker network because there's no way.
I believed
Faker
it. I
was the
thought
first
like
2 deaths,
3-2-1, and I
and he's
thought
playing
that
like
maybe we were
this.
in.
I realized that I can turn around and I can see the plate like a screen,
think-
and I can see that it
nah,
is
bro,
still
nah, this
just
is
a
just-
little
this is just,
paused, which is great. We
Looks
did
like
just
a
came and
Kanavi issue.
delivered an extra water, and I'm surrounded by
Yo,
hydration
Sumi, sorry about
already,
that,
but
Dr.
staying
Man.
hydrated,
Yeah.
very,
Jared, I
very
bet said
important.
to be like
So thank you very much for
4
that
M,
one.
right?
We
4
did.
M dollars.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Woodid is a hero.
Thank you, we did.
Sumi's adapter goes for today.
This comp for T1
Why?
scales so
Because
well.
he
We're
was
rushing
watching.
towards that
He
2
was,
item
he
for
was,
Hayes
he was watching
and
porn. Yeah,
Honorable
that's
Life
what happened.
are in pretty
That's
dire
what
straits,
happened.
and
Like,
on top of it all, it seems to be some sort of issue here with Kanavi, just based on the fact that we have Maddox on standby there with one of our referees. So
In the meantime,
I am
we're still
hoping to get this resolved very soon.
Yeah.
I low-key can't wait for weekend. I don't know why. I just like weekend too much.
Not a lot of information being given over to
Bro,
us. We don't want to
7.5
speculate
waiting.
too
1,000
much.
$1,000, bro.
But it's starting to look like, you know,
It's not dollars, bro.
is
Just put
getting
the price in
ready
the
to get
bag,
back
bro.
into the game. I'm feeling
Throw
like,
the
vibes
adapter,
are
bro.
starting to
Throw
get
everything.
back
Throw the
towards
laptop
Summer's
too, bro.
Rift. And in fact,
If not $7,500,
I just
just
got the
throw
confirmation
everything.
as well. We are going back into the game.
Give up.
let's get in there.
Just give up,
already.
bro.
Can see Hayes
Just, bro.
scanning around
From
the
the
screen.
blow of my heart here. Just give
Doran,
up, give up.
yeah,
Bro.
he's
There's
the
no
one
need,
down
bro.
here on this bottom side
There's
of the
no
map.
need to keep pushing,
He's
bro.
respawning and making his way out. And HLE, now they have to try and desperately stabilize.
Nah,
Before,
bro.
it was T1 making their way back into the game. Now, it's T1 with
6-2.
full control of the game.
Yeah, getting that
Guy from
win
0
on
to
the
the 6
gloves
is actually
was
hard.
a
And
start.
Faker has
Putting
nothing.
the second
He's
kill
not been involved
on
in any
Kanavi
kills.
there, then getting Guma
He's not even involved in
second
that.
time
0-2-0
afterwards,
as
and then
well.
getting Guma a third time. Yeah, and I mean, the dominoes
Faker
are
on
well and truly
0-2-0
falling
is actually
over
that
here
really
for
wow.
HLE at this point in
That
time.
is-
They have a strong
that
mid-game
is
comp,
surprising, I won't
but the
lie.
Caitlyn is not a part of that, and she is now, she was one of the leaders earlier
Jared
from the laning
posted
phase, but now
anything
1,000 gold
bro.
in the hole here for
Jerry just
Ishi.
Jerry just tapping
Yeah, it
anything.
is
She's
looking
like tapping
really
to
worried.
post.
Zaya's going to move down towards his bottom side to catch this wave. The Doran is
I need to add more stickers on like this.
3-0-0
I'll go
Renekton.
like this for more
And
stickers.
maybe even more. Cease and desist comes down.
Yeah, Trey diving in. 4v1. He's dead. He's dead. Yeah,
Execution
he's
is
dead.
not going to save Zayas this time.
Faker
It's
was
only
there.
the grabs the
Faker wasn't
kill.
even there. Faker
But
wasn't
man,
even there.
I mean, HLE are just reeling.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing here. He's just going to flag and drag his way out, but Doran is going to take that first turret down and move T1 to a 3,000 gold lead.
Now, this is a massive advantage.
Guy
right
from
now.
0 to
Navi's not
7
gonna
too,
get
man. They are
his comp
touching.
either smoked
HLE right now,
by
they are
owner,
touching them.
and the angle on that ultimate from Carrier to make sure he doesn't hit the Ambessa, but is able to just
Nobody
graze
else
the
has
edge
died
of
on
that
their
turret
team
to
except for
disable
Faker,
it.
bro.
It's just the kind of thing you expect from Carrier.
Guy, I feel so bad for Faker right now. Imagine your team is doing so well, but you have not gotten a single kill or a single assist either. You literally all at 0-2-0.
Without being discovered.
Now he's going to finally get one assist,
button.
guys. He did get.
Finds
What
the
did Faker
chamber
do for this
the
map,
third
bro?
time in this game.
This game just feels like
Why is Faker not doing? What is happening to Faker?
T1 squad edition is okay. Carrier
Maybe in a little bit
He's
of
got
trouble.
literally
Doesn't
zero
manage to flash away
involvement.
from the 90
How?
caliber net, but there is the flash
You
forward
can't
from
make this shit
Delight.
up, man.
Hayes
How?
keeps his Bard alive, and T1 not going to be falling down in that
You
scrap.
can't make this shit up.
Had that net connected, headshot would have followed to take him out for certain. So a good flash there, but now he is flashless. As FaZe is walking a tightrope here, very low on health and mana.
Bit of extra damage here towards this turret. Forward from Guma.
Yeah, he's gonna die. Bro, why would you make that kind of push? That was good. That was freaking good.
That was such a risky play, and it does.
Zumi said after this game they'll drop him. Guys, Zumi, Faker is like Ronaldo, bro. You can't bench him. As far as he wants to play,
opposites in this game as he pulls up to a 1500
Faker is like
gold.
Ronaldo. You just can't bench him. Even if you play bad, you just can't bench him.
And
this is just a bad day for him. He still has the best record in of all time. Faker has the best record in all time. Like there's nobody close to him. So like, it's not possible.
Yeah, that was an odd situation, and I've been that
tilted before. Contract,
we all make those decisions sometimes. It's Kanavi going to try and get out of the enemy jungle, but I don't know whether Owner is going to let him. Cease and assist is there. He follows the Jarvan over the flash forward. The two-man Shockwave is just doing nothing. But Kanavi, he flashes. The follow is going to be there. And now Owner is going to chase Zeka out of this top lane. The dissonance is helping, but the Vault Breaker is going to slow him up, and I think the Orianna will be safe for the moment. But T1, man, they only know one direction, and it's forward this game.
This Kuma's hiding, tucking tail, and running between turrets.
That's pops out of the bushes yet again.
Faker has a kill. Faker finally gets a kill. Let's go.
Out of the orange, there's no hunt.
Faker finally gets a kill.
It is just done. That's 16 minutes here, nearly 17. I think this game is completely done. Atlas T1
so
taking this mid turret. It was an early pick
kills,
on the Kuma that made us feel like the game could be competitive, but everything that followed after that has just been T1 hiding on bush, popping out of bush, and now FaZe taking over. He's fully stacked his tier. He's going to have his Murmur completed very soon.
007 means you're actually contributing to the
and they're going to look for this dragon now as well. Will be their second of the game. It's an infernal.
The middle one is dead. That's what like.
He's going to teach Guma how to do it, and that is how. Have way more money, and then just hit him a couple of times. Delight is going to try and slow up this Ezreal as Carrier takes a magical journey over. There's the miasma down, and Kanavi, I mean, he might make it towards this inner turret, but it ain't helping, ladies and gentlemen. HLE are just falling apart here in this game.
There's hardly a good choice to make for them now as they've stacked their soul laners topside here to try to get a bounty turret and try to maybe kill Doran as Zeus is waiting alongside. Doran goes forward. Here's the angle.
Yep, there's the shockwave connecting on to this Renekton. Delight is going to show up to try and figure something out as well, but I have a feeling that Doran is going to be all right. No slow to come in, and he just gets himself out of there. Now FaZe and Carrier are turning up, and HLE, I mean, they're trying to deal with this turret. The Tempered Fate goes down, though, and the Ambassador's in a lot of trouble.
Jesus Christ, they died!
Finishes off the Orianna, and Zeus, he wants something back, but he doesn't even find the public execution. It is just privately an absolute domination here from T1 as Delight is going to run away.
FaZe is so early on in his career. He has so many kills to his name so quickly. He's moving up the leaderboard.
Well.
I know.
See whether he can find another one in this game.
He's just insane.
A whole bunch of knockups come on through. The cease and assist from Owner is FaZe absolutely godlike. Umiyushi going to get another dose, and Kanavi, the next one to probably fall, takes the magical journey over. Arcane shift back. He is just styling on him.
Don't let FaZe get a 2-item spike before 18 minutes, or you're going to see.
And mind you, Faker has only been involved in one kill.
Also, in that top side turret secure, Carrier was like a millisecond away from tempered the turret, denying them even getting that bounty, which is all they got.
Faker has only been involved in one kill.
This game is off the rails.
Come on, Faker. Come on, we need you.
Man. Just
Zeka's ult just dodged.
Yeah, to get out of the way of a shockwave. I mean, HLE, they are incredibly far behind, right? So there's not a whole lot they can do here, but the way that T1 just took hold of this game was absolutely ridiculous. Dodges the flag and drag with the magical journey and then just comes back and kills him. It's beautiful out of FaZe.
This is just the kind of game that is a showcasing of what T1 are capable of when they get even a slight lead, what they can turn that into.
That is so cool.
And speaking of TSM.
What's the cast out, man?
I'm going to pop over and say hi to Double Legend. Doran,
Cast looks so young.
Just going to move away. I think you'll allow Kanavi to have a Gromp this time.
That's why I
Kanavi's going to see whether he can take down the Crocodile yet again.
I'll be Abuja.
He does
I'm
press
going
that
to
pesky
make my hair very
yet again. And that might be enough to get himself out of the way. Flag and Drag does come on for attempt, but Fate buys a bit of space.
They're getting barren while the Crocodile is just fleeing. He gets away, they get nothing. And T1 get the purple worm at 20 minutes. A classic for T1. They're so far ahead they could do no wrong, they can do whatever they want.
He's coming on over here looking to see whether he can take down this inner turret. I have a feeling he will be able to. Zeus nowhere near strong enough to contend with this Ezreal sitting on 3 items. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk about the 2-item spike. At about the time you're supposed to hit it, he picks up 3. Like this guy is just so incredibly strong. 904 on the Ezreal. And T1 now with this Baron, they haven't gone for a reset just yet outside of Faker. Does come back with 2 items himself. But now, I mean, the pressure is just so ludicrous out of T1 here. They are looking to put HLE out of their misery here in game number 1.
They have such great siege with this insanely fed Ezreal. Shojin's done on 3 here, 21 minutes, 3rd item. He shoots lightning with his Q, and they just cannot step up.
Zeus is like, man, that's my thing. Come on. Must be the case. All right. HLE desperate to try and find any sort of comeback here in this game, but at 21.5 minutes, a 9.6 thousand gold lead. Surmountability is at an all-time low. It's at a premium.
Yeah,
it's not exactly the easiest.
The only thing that can be surmounted this game is Faker's gold deficit. He's got 3 in the hole.
Yeah,
the only thing they can get that they don't have on your scoreboard right now is Rod of Ages is going to complete. Zeka's only a few seconds behind him in that regard, but that was the one lead Hanwha had, the one piece, the one advantage, and it just doesn't matter. 9-0 and 4 on this Ezreal. FaZe does not get the assists, he gets the kills.
And Kanavi doesn't get the Wolves, I don't think, as we're going to have a look at this one from FaZe's perspective. Kanavi just extremely dead. They're going to bide their time waiting to see what Guma's going to do, and he's just going to walk a little bit southward and die. Now another one as FaZe is just going to rain these Mystic shots down. True Shot Barrage flies over. Zeka dies as an afterthought here to a very angry Crocodile, as T1 will just walk in through the front door and obliterate the base of HLE. What a statement here in game number 1 in our first game of the knockout stage. T1 do not want to be going home today, and HLE, if the MSI champs want to stay at EWC, they're going to have to do damn better than that.
They certainly will, as T1, this arguably their most decisive game of the tournament here against HLE. And FaZe just took his lead and
guys, see the Aura family, they just get on combo stage, guy. Like they're like, yeah, fuck this man.
And they make the push to end. Massive lead on the Ezreal. They go for 4,000 there, and the end. He's just so good at this pick in particular, any pick that's high skill ceiling. But I think the ceiling was pretty low in this one with the lead he had, but he just doesn't miss.
Yeah. And Gumayushi unfortunately netting the wrong direction, but that doesn't really matter at that stage. They were just kind of counting their money on their way to the bank to make a deposit. I think the bank was around where the Nexus was.
Monolith Esports had the change jar.
Yeah, they did. And unfortunately, they dropped it on the pavement on their way, and it just didn't quite work out. That was, I mean, I'm still kind of reeling from that turnaround, because at the beginning, it looked like what we had all kind of assumed would happen, right? Based on what we saw over MSI.
Our family, guy. They just got up like Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, this is
we are the
happen
Peaky
much more differently than what you thought. Yeah, FaZe did over double what Gumayushi was able to. And I mean, it's understandable.
I love Faker,
he did
bad. He did terrible, man.
Ooh, bit of a rough one, but I think Hanwha Esports can bounce
back.
Faker
played like prime Jerry, got him, bro. It's sad.
You are just not going to come back.
Yeah, what incredible performances out of T1 players. And now it is time to throw it over to the desk to break down that ridiculous game.
So yeah, Jared,
thank you very much, Atlas and Wolf. That was the perfect analogy for exactly what happened. It was ridiculous in terms of expectation. You take a look at that white part of the gold difference there, and you're thinking it's the beginning of a specific story that we have seen a lot in 2026. And then T1 flip it on its head. It's crazy.
What did I just say the pre-show? I think I said HLE is going to win everything, right?
But what? T1 Magic once again hits the ground and it's again. They're having such an incredible performance here.
I mean, you can never count T1 out, especially at internationals. But this was not what we expected whatsoever. I mean, Hayes on the Astral this game. He just couldn't miss the cues. He played so insanely well. But I also feel like Gumayusi, this is not the Gumayusi we're familiar with.
So we were talking about the bot lane matchup mainly because I think this draft was all about winning the lane or not of the bot lane, because I think HLE had such a great advantage of the bot lane with the Caitlyn Karma, because you have to play into Azure Bard, which is kind of easy lane for them, but the issue is that the risk is too high. But we thought they could handle it, but eventually it was not.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at this Caitlyn Karma to dominate the early laning phase, get a lead for themselves, and then they can be the ones snowballing the game, moving around the map. The opposite happened. It was Owner and Keria that took over the map completely, even farming Gumayusi pretty much. Just whenever they saw him, it was a free kill for T1, and it really defies all expectations that we expected. And I think a ton of props has to go towards Owner this game. Like how well he was pulling the trigger, he was so aggressive on this buy, always going in, always finding his mark, and just really gapping Kanavi in this one.
Yeah, and again, this was with the Bard, Keria's Bard on the opposite side. It wasn't going early, so you're thinking, okay, Gumayusi will be able to get out of the lane, no problem here. And instead, just was punished at every misstep. In this one, too, a Dorn at half health, Guma thinking he's safe, and Dorn getting the kill on his former teammate.
Yeah, the pretty sure we were kind of worried about Dorn because he was the one underperforming from the roster, but I think he had such a great draft into this one because he had Renekton and Jambessa, and out of this, the laning phase, he could have the window to punish the Caitlyn on the bot lane as well. So I think it was just a really great game overall.
Yeah, I think T1 got everything they wanted in draft.
Yes.
Easy lane for Dorn, carry on Bard. I don't think you don't give carry a Bard, especially in a matchup like this where you're up against the Caitlyn, you're up against the Orianna. It's so easy to find good Bard ults and so easy to set up a team for success.
I mean, you were a former AD carry, so you definitely know how hard what the matchup was for the AD carry, right? I think this Azure game performance was not that we expected because it's, again, really hard lane into Caitlyn Karma, but Hayes somehow managed to win this lane and have a phenomenal performance.
Let's take a look at one of the coolest parts here of EWZ. The POV cams in the middle of the fights, and you're getting to see one of the best to do it. Hayes on the Ezreal, playing on the edge and punishing. You can see the question mark thing afterwards. What is this guy doing?
I mean, FaZe just knows his limit so incredibly well, and he's playing so damn aggressive, punishing Gumayusi at every step. And I just feel like you could see that Gumayusi, the pressure really got him after the early game. He was missing some of the traps. He was trying to go for the 1v1 even when he actually lost it. And I think game number 2, Guma needs to step up, or this is a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing that we've seen from Guma before. We've seen it from Faker as well. He keeps pushing to shoot the shots. Like, all right, one of these is going to land. I'm going to get going. I'm going to be able to outplay this deficit. And then on the flip side of that, sometimes it ends up becoming an 0-3, all of a sudden 0-4 before he gets his first kill. The last one I really wanted to shout out was Doran. He's under so much pressure. He's been called out so many times, been as well, and then has himself a fantastic game against one of his arch nemesis. They will be forever linked in Zeus. A great storyline here. Now it's time to hear what you all think. With the opportunity to play with the pick'ems, head on over to the EWC website and make your picks now. Currently, the vote stands at 62% for Hanwha Life Esports, 38% for T1, but I feel like that number might be moving. You can also make the votes on all the other quarterfinals happening right now. We're going to have a short break. When we come back after this piece of content, more T1 and Hanwha Life Esports.
Break. How many maps is it, bro? I think it's like the best thing.
what I mean? You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Bro, exactly, Jared. Even CDR has fantasy now. I think they've had theirs.
Over the Canadian City Grid right now with our lovely glitter, and Free Fire is heating up. What's going on over here, by the way?
Okay, so this is what we've got cooking right now. It is survival stage for the teams today, which means we've got 12 teams
I don't know how that's possible, but like every game has fantasy.
These are going to be crushed today after 10 matches. So it's a really big
Colleague
deal.
was yesterday. I thought it was like don't
day.
So
Game
that's
number
crazy.
one,
Everybody has
the important teams we're looking at in the CC realm of things.
We're finally
Falcons got
I like
third
it.
place with
Esports
21 eliminations. Vitality got 9th with 13.
This is 1
which are like,
PM.
okay, pretty good start, right? Then Vitality wins
God, there's so
game
much
2
code.
with 21 elims and just got second place in game 3. So putting Team Vitality at the very top of our leaderboard right now with Falcons about 3rd place. So that's important because we saw this exact same rivalry last year in Free Fire. Vitality did outplace Falcons, even though Falcons have won in 2024. So we just see a lot of back and forth with these two CC teams, and Falcons need points on the leaderboard right now for CC.
Do you think it's likely for Falcons to be making it out of today?
If we get the performance that we saw in game number 1 out of them, absolutely, they're more than capable of doing it, and everybody was assuming they would heading into this event. But Vitality just looked so good.
It looks like Vitality turned up the heat over on this stage, but that's it from us
for now.
We're going to be checking in with you whenever we have
is
an
like the
update.
finest host that I've met on Esports, I think. I might be lying, but I think it's Glitter. The Chinese casters too, maybe. Like, when it comes to hosting, it's definitely Glitter. Nobody else. Fly Saudi out to the world.
Riyadh 2025. They
That's
lifted
a
it.
big whip. Yeah, what the hell is Black X? What is even that?
Then they got quiet. The world is talking. They are not. 7 worlds.
Say no one beats Beef Mommy.
0
You just
finals.
talking here.
Same ending.
What do you mean, Beef? I love Beef Mommy, yeah, but like she's not even close
and over.
to Glitter guy. Like in any way, bro. Is he face? Is he body? Is he bro? Put the fries in the back, Jerry. Just a lie.
The memes came. The threads came.
You should say
the
don't
tweets
go
came.
to Beef Mommy guy because
The
they
Reddit threads
are
stacked.
glazing out, bro. Nah, bro. There's no way, bro. Zumi has been using that Divion with Beef Mommy. Nah. Jerry, can you see this guy? I don't die.
게임의 흐름에 답답하며 조금 더 초조해져서 무리하게 되는 경향이 있는 것 같아요.
They've heard every version. The world has changed its
I
narrative.
said rock hard,
They have
bro.
not.
Getting into that backline, understands the knock up onto Rula, but he takes down Kyle. Now second to come in as Tarzan's on top of him. Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work.
Bro is who admitting it on stream. You say yes, he has been in shit to Beef Mommy. Nah. Jesus, bro. Nah. Bro, even the CIA could not get me to say that, bro. Nah. Not even the CIA could tell me, could guess with the guy. No way, bro. No way. There's no way, bro.
사람들의 입을 막을 수는 없어도
Bro, not even
실력으로
the CIA,
화제를
bro.
바꾸면 된다.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Not after every casting, nah, Zumi, bro, Zumi, don't do now. Zumi, we get the point. Zumi, we get the point. You don't do. You don't like. There's nobody forcing you to expunge this information. Like nobody's forcing you guys. We get the point. It's okay, bro. Why are you adding extra points? Like nobody's asking.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 2026, where the MSI champs just went down one game
Let me check the website.
against
I think it's best on Face. Let me check the website, yeah?
who honestly were not performing quite as well as HLE. coming up to this moment, but
certainly not.
We also have a special guest, Wolf.
That's right.
I would love to welcome Tyler One here to join us for the draft to let us know how he feels about T1's chances to just knock this out 2-0.
Guys, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, yeah, best of three, guys. Best of three.
It's confirmed. I do know that they left Bard open for a Curio, which I think is completely grieving and disrespect, but I'm a pure T1 fan here. I'm going to be biased as heck.
I think
biased as heck. That's what we're into, and I appreciate the honesty.
I think any T1 knower, whether you're the biggest T1 anti-fan of the whole world or the biggest Hanwha fan, knows you probably shouldn't make that choice.
Nope. Nor should you give Doran a free matchup on the top side of the map. There were a lot of things that didn't necessarily go right for Hanwha Life Esports. However, the very beginning of the game, they did start to get into their groove, right? And then T1 just said, no, we'll just flash onto Guma, kill him 5 times, and win the game.
Yeah, and I know that Faker might have looked a bit rough early game. He's had a couple early game deaths on pretty much anything he picks. He's getting camped, bro. He's getting camped every game. It's a Faker factor. It's a Faker factor.
Faker taunt, that's what we like to call it. Everyone's always after him.
I don't know whether it's going to be as easy this time around. I expect we might get some mages and things like that coming on forward. As a little bit of a delay getting into Champion Select here, you can see our refs having a chat with Faker at the moment.
They're updating the stats on the website live.
Is set up as comfortably and cleanly as possible. Looks like
the
Carrier having a bit of a chance easier here as well, making sure that they have the game plan down. Speaking of the game plan, that's why we brought T1 in order to talk about T1, because he knows about T1. What is the plan
just for the website?
T1?
Just for this league on T1.
I'm going to be honest here. Okay, Mage's bot lane.
I'm really glad you've really been very honest.
I love being honest here. I'm just going to keep it a buck. Okay, Pays gapped him on 80 carry against 80 carry.
He did.
Now we got to ego check. Does Guma say he's better than on 80 carry and lock in a mage now? There's no shot, right?
Well, this is the scary thing to consider. They banned Ziggs in game 1. That's Guma's best mage, right? I think they're going to ban it again in game 2. I want to know your opinion about just mage bottom lane in general.
Interesting you ask me. So I actually play mage's bot lane, but I play battle mage's bot lane. There's
what's a battle mage?
Brand is a battle mage. Ban is he's like fighting with you, interacting.
Lighting you on fire.
Oh, true, yes, but these things like Syndra, Seraphine, Xerath bot lane, they're not interacting with you. They're just AFK farming and like abusing mage bot lane. I also play Karthus, that's a battle mage.
Wait, so I know what you mean. You play the honest mage's bottom lane. Yeah. There really is a thing here.
You're doing persistent damage.
They're battle mages that are
and you give them an opportunity to fight back.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Skill.
I like that a lot.
Now, I do see a lot of Ziggs and Syndra and Anivia. Anivia, I think, is completely broken all throughout the game. These are like those tanks that let the supports roam. You said Camille, banned that first game. Absolutely. I think Pantheon's extremely strong right now. Just Leona is open.
Yep. There's a lot of options here, and we do also have like Delight loves to
35
play those engaged supports. I think he's really fit
we have Jesus
into his wheelhouse as
There's
well.
a coach streamer that has more viewers.
But I think Leona is a big one. I think we're going to see one of our supports play that champ in this particular game, and I think that one of the teams is going to need to
all of them have 4K,
answers.
5K, 10K.
The
main this has just
12K. I think we didn't hit on that much because Pace took over the game
so
incredibly heavily there. Is Doran had a pretty good performance on the Renekton. He's had a pretty rough tournament. He was able to get that fucking TP to catch Guma. I think the third time they got Guma, but he had a large impact on the Grubs fight as well. He had a really good Renekton game. Obviously, the laning phase wasn't that relevant in that first game, but I'm curious to see how he's going to bounce back as well for the rest of this playoffs.
No, exactly right. And what's your opinion on Doran?
Okay, he's like a, people think as like a hit or miss, right? It's all in or nothing. I think he kind of showed it last week. He's either do one thing really well or the other thing really bad, but I think he's good, bro. I think he's good.
Yeah, I think he's fine. I think he does.
He's good, bro. He's good.
He soaks the aggro. He soaks the aggro for T1. I think that that's very, very important. You know, if things are going wrong, Doran's like, you know what?
Imagine having more viewers here.
And he's been doing it his whole career, and then has these moments where he goes absolutely ballistic. I remember a time when Doran was back on Gen G, and he deserved an MVP in a final.
Don't get me started on this one, Atlas.
And
now they're on the same team.
Selfless. He even gave his MVP over to Pace.
Weak side warrior.
I can't see my name on the course.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible, but now it is time. It is time to get into the draft. And I've been recently kind of likening draft to chess a lot, and I know that Tyler's pretty good at chess as well.
What do you say, chess?
Yeah, because draft is all about having the answers, putting the pieces in place and being able to then have them defended and protected in the right way. So you know, it's a somewhat chessy type vibe.
The one thing I feel like I'm sure we're going to see is that we're going to see another Ziggs ban.
That thing is happening again.
Everything else is pretty open-ended here.
Why does that thing happen? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to the.
That's what I'm worried about. Are you a fan?
I did not like Faker Syndra.
I don't like Syndra in general, so I'm with you, sort of.
I think Syndra's really good. No. I think Syndra's really good bot lane. I don't think her Q. I think her Q is undodgeable.
Well, it worked the last time. It decides when he wants to work.
I think she's really strong, actually, but I think she's
good. She decides when he feels like working, which is just.
We'll see whether it actually gets a look in here. As that Ziggs you were talking about, Wolf, going to be taken away. The Vayne going to be removed as well. And the Nocturne.
Possibly another Gnar ban, since they banned the Vayne just like we saw it last game. There it is.
All right. Seeing the future here, Wolf. Nicely done.
This is going to be all bot.
Let's just do YT1 today. Tomorrow, the next one, I'll try and like fix Twitch.
That's what this game is going to be about. I think FaZe versus Guma.
Dude,
so far, it's been about FaZe versus Guma.
We don't understand ego. Like, emotions play a part in this always. People don't think players read comments or read that. They absolutely do. FaZe just dropped a crazy however many kills he did. Guma was trying to kill him in a tower, failing. It matters, bro. It matters.
He question mark pinged him.
He did.
He did?
He question mark pinged him when he defended the dive, yeah.
And like that was before Guma had even died to the turret. He question mark pinged him. Oh, it was brutal.
Rise ban is pretty interesting.
With the Cassiopeia already taken away, I think it does make a little bit of sense to try and avoid that Rise first pick. One more ban.
I think it's pretty underrated, the Rise mid right now, just because of the global rotational power, especially with Taliyah still open, still being played in the bottom lane, especially by teams like E plus Gia.
All right,
Camille.
Oh, there it is. Now
okay, what's the first pick? What are we picking, T1?
I'm gonna secure Major. Let's see. Major jungle.
You're worried about a Syndra pick, aren't you? You're worried about a first pick Syndra.
I don't want T1 to pick Syndra at all.
Oh dear. I feel like as soon as, like, it feels like you're willing it into existence. Instead, it is going to be the Jace. Taking that away from Zeus is another big thing. Doran has had ups and downs on this champion, but Kanavi going to answer with the Lee Sin. And I feel like we're coming out of the gates swinging here for both of these drafts already if this is going to be the lock.
Pretty aggressive picks right here.
Kanavi Lee Sin, surprised to see her this early in the draft. I think that's one you could definitely hold a little bit longer. It also might mess up the bottom lane that Hanalife was looking for if they want to get a counter pick for Zeus here in this first phase. As there's the Lee Sin. So gonna commit to that. There's a fearless draft, of course, so
YouTube.
We'll deny owner from being able to play it if we have that potential game 3.
How are you guys doing? Welcome to the stream.
Now, will it just be picking something into the
Twitch. It was a black screen,
kind of
so I'm going to change them.
See what Zeus is going to be playing.
Before tomorrow's stream, I'll just like
yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. That has been banned away from Zeus a couple of times so far in this EWC
I didn't even
as well.
check it.
Oh dear!
There's
that Syndra.
That's on me.
And a sigh of relief from Tyler sitting next to us.
I'm not going to lie, though. Like, it's Zeka or Guma, and that doesn't fill me with confidence on either front.
That's what I'm leaning towards Zeka playing the Syndra here, which I think is fine.
Blind pick as well.
They'll flex. It's a flex.
Oh man. Okay. Poppy into Lee Sin. That doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun for Kanavi here, as Owner has been a phenomenal Poppy player. Keria has also been very good at this pick, though. Not to mention Doran's actually got a few games under his belt as well, so very flexible, likely going into the jungle.
Come on.
What are you looking for
Come on, big pace. Come on. I think.
Pick the brand. Let's go.
Okay, I'm not telling them to do that.
And this Poppy's still a flex, so it might actually go for another solo pick, so it's easier to pick up the draft. Oh, it's just another flex.
Wait a second, this could just be the bottom lane, or this could be the T1 players picking for themselves.
What do we do, guys? Are we allowed to rank here or not?
Yeah, please,
guys,
go.
You would see this in solo queue as well. How would you ever draft accordingly? If I'm playing top lane, if I'm playing jungle, they can literally triple flex all this stuff, by the way.
Yep. What are you supposed to do?
Not to mention you're playing now Lee Sin into Taliyah and Poppy.
And I know in pro play, you know where they're going. I'm just ranting.
We don't. We don't. How do you know?
Not right now, but after they lock in.
Oh, yeah. After they lock in,
Swing coming in. That's also, by the way. That's a battle mage, though. That's what you're looking for.
He is a battle mage. He's a battle mage. Fair.
That's some honesty that's going to be picked up here. Do you know what? I don't think Gumayushi's going to be playing the Swain. That's I'm going to go out on a limb on that one. I don't know whether it's going to be Zekro or Zeus. Zeus has played it so far already at MSI, and he's undefeated on that champion over the last few weeks. His Swain looked absolutely ridiculous. Is the Silas going to be taken away here? And I actually think, you know, Demon Flare is pretty powerful for the Silas to pick up away from the Swain. I like that ban.
Yeah, it does feel like they think this Talia is likely going to the bottom lane.
Varus, okay. So they don't think the Syndra is going to the bottom lane. That's what I'm getting.
It could be Varus top, though, if they're banning it for.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Oh, man, everything goes everywhere, doesn't it?
So what's your take on Talia Pantheon? Do you think that's relevant? Do you think that could be a bottom lane?
So that used to be an old boosting strategy back in the day. That actually was really messed up. They used to duo Q, do that all the stuff. They used to abuse bot lane.
Funny thing is, when I checked the Twitch site, they say they accept it. For some reason, it's not working.
Sky, Sundered.
Sundered Sky, yeah.
Completely
that guy.
Broken for all these champs, but yeah.
Wow.
All right.
One more ban.
Lucian ban's interesting, keeping it very flexible in terms of what they think T1 could be doing. That's why, as you mentioned, Tyler, this is such a difficult draft to ban for as Hanwha Life. Nautilus gone.
I feel like the biggest flex for T1 is if they just pick their own champions the whole way down, scaring everyone that everything could
Oh,
be
they kind of have, actually.
Yeah, they have. They actually have. And it could all just be swapped at the last minute, or they could just be like, well, obviously, like, I picked it. It's mine.
Bro, this timer gives me anxiety. Can you just go to 0 already?
Wait, these guys don't, Jared, also don't forget, these guys have their own champions.
All right, Gumiushi, what are we picking here? Will it be counterpick for Delight? No. So they are holding on to the flex for as long as another flex.
I want to see
more flex.
I want to see.
But Jerry, TikTok actually accepts the encoder. TikTok actually accepts this encoder. It's just
what if he just goes for like a Lulu lane? Like,
TikTok actually accepts the encoder. It's just Twitch, man.
Oh, pays a
I think TikTok is fine. TikTok and YG are fine. It's only Twitch. Twitch is the only one that has the issue with encoders.
I'm not even.
Oh man,
I'm not afraid. Like, you have Talia Pantheon and the double global with that too. Take the power and the synergy in the bottom lane and move it around the map.
Okay, so it is going to be the Talia bottom lane, and the Akali picked up here for Faker. Are they going to do it?
I think it's good. I think it's right.
Also, by the way, if Pantheon is locked, it still could be jungle.
True. Oh no! And do you know what? Pace has actually been playing a lot of Jace in the bottom lane as well.
Guys, can we just go through that? Guys,
wait a minute.
These guys, they have to wait to the literal 0 seconds before they make their pick. You don't have to do that. You can literally pick it as soon as you can decide as soon as the timer starts. What are we doing?
He does play a lot of top Akali. You are right. Okay, all right, HLE, show us where your stuff's going.
Counterpick. Jared, the funny thing is, the funny thing about this right now is, I'm using the
and all of the other things that they want to have represented
it's
right
supposed
now.
to be working. I'm not even using Unveng.
It's going to be Gumiushi's Jin.
I'm not even using. Oh wait.
So Swain top, Syndra.
Yeah, I'm using.
Okay,
so
this draft kind of, I kind of like it here for Life Esports. You know, you have a large frontline to set up the Jin. It's very difficult to access the Jin, even though T1 do have that Akali pick.
I'm using
It's going to be really tough to actually
It's
kill
meant to work.
Gumiushi if the setup is good here for Hanwha Life. And your take, Tyler, who won this draft?
Man, this is a disaster. What is going on? I mean, I'm trying to lock in and focus, like do some analysis here. I'm like, who is going where? I can't even prep my thoughts. I'm going to say, okay, HLE looks a bit beefy, a little beef ball, and they have mixed damage. I don't think it's so easy for T1 to play this game. I'm a T1 fan, so I think they're going to do it anyway.
All right, I like that take. I think there's not a lot of consistent damage here on T1's side. I'm a little worried about this draft for them. They have a lot of burst power. They have good setup. But, for example, the Swain gets rolling in a team fight with Shen also to empower him and back him up. It can be very, very difficult for T1, I think, if they're not ahead.
Yeah, and it's 3.5 melee.
Well,
it's going to be rough.
It certainly will, but thank you so much, Tyler, for taking us through this draft.
It was a pleasure.
We'll have a chat to you backstage about what actually happens in the game and congratulate you on how incredibly correct you were with all of your takes.
Thank you, guys.
Sure, after this. It was an absolute pleasure. Everyone, a round of applause at home if you're sitting in your room for Tyler 1. And now it is time to get on to the Rift for game number 2. HLE, seeing whether they can bring us to a series. I mean,
that was fun. I mean, that was really
cool.
I mean, it's not every day you get to sit down with someone like Tyler 1 and do a draft of an elimination game. Right now, T1
Those cards here are handed over to them at the gate, by the way, so they can write whatever they want to write.
I love that also, like, Tyler comes on and complains about the one thing that is exemplified in this exact draft, which is where the heck is anything
Jerry,
going?
I don't
Like,
see
both
business
of these
idea, bro.
drafts were
I
just
don't
flexing
see
all over
business
the
idea,
place.
bro.
Maybe they got word
Yep,
that
active.
they needed to do
For this
that
year's
before
jam,
talent. That would
I'm
have
going
been
to sign those
absolutely
cards.
lovely.
One
But
is
here we are,
1 kill,
onto the
bro.
rip for game number
Right
2.
where they want to write.
Harmon
Yep,
Life
I don't
Esports
see
taking
idea,
on
bro.
T1
Kai,
and
make money,
LCK
chat. Make
versus
money, guys.
LCK.
Yeah, I'm going to text
match
someone now
here
soon.
to see who
Let me
can
text you
stay
once I'm
alive at
done.
EWC and whose key is going to be crushed alongside their hopes at the tournament. Carrier on the Poppy support in this particular game. We really didn't go into it too much as the Xin Zhao was locked in last. That does mean that the Poppy will not be in the jungle this time, and instead it will be the Xin Zhao versus Lee Sin battle in the jungle there.
Yep. I like this matchup for the Akali as long as you do not get too incredibly bullied in the lane. This is unfortunate for Faker. He's probably going to end up eating some damage here on his way back to the lane. Leave the Q there and the Airy damage, but the whole name of the game for Zeka is in these early levels to try to get some chip damage in before Faker can actually start to fight back. But the Akali is so difficult for the Syndra to deal with because she's so mobile and her Shroud makes it difficult to scatter.
Yeah. I mean, once Faker hits level 6, that's when Zeka is in danger of being all-in. But at this stage, can you dodge the balls that are just appearing underneath you over and over again? That is going to be the question. He has looked so good on this Swain. It really does feel like HLE, if they lose a game, they're like, all right, okay, Zeus, what do you got for us? Is it Swain or is it Mondo? Which one is just going to be immune to losing so that we're going to guarantee staying alive in this tournament?
That is a pretty interesting way to look at it, but I think kind of accurate. The Swain in this game is interesting because obviously he's so durable. It's very difficult for the Jace to find kill pressure, and the Swain is got decent sustain, and if it never moves, you know, you actually start really getting a lot of control, as we just saw there. So I'm excited to see if Zeus can continue to pull this off. The T1 composition is not easy to pilot because it doesn't have a direct theme. Zeka's really put the
how many people work on event you want to do 1-5, bro?
Yeah, this is what the Syndra is supposed to absolutely bully at this stage of the game. A little bit more of a different vibe to what we've been seeing for a lot of the Syndra picks so far this tournament. Is Lauren taking so much down to
200 is okay, bro.
Top side. But this is more about being like, I can stay alive and take some of this farm and then be better later on. And we're seeing exactly why the Syndra has been banned picked so often, and that is because that is so hard to do when you are just eating Q after Q here in this lane.
See, Faker's trying to use his back flips to dodge some of these combos from Zeka, and also then apply that to the CS, but finds himself down a wave over the Syndra, which is expected. He's been so great on Akali this year, by the way. I think it's one of his best picks, kind of sleeper, that people haven't necessarily realized. He doesn't play it that often, but when he does, he pops off. Everyone remembers that 2023 Worlds as he's going in here.
Yeah, looking for an angle, but Kanavi's going to make his way over the Q, going to get flashed. Faker, gets flashed off by Kanavi! First blood goes
Faker died again?
And HLE once
Why is Faker on his first blood there? What's happening
We'll
to
see
Faker?
whether they can keep it up as this game goes.
Faker a little greedy there, was just not aware of where Kanavi was. Going to try to make something happen here with Carrier, though.
Actually flashing forward, the heroic charge, wanting to find a Lee Sin, and he'll get there. Owner is able to return the favor pretty immediately as Faker turns back up.
Had they lived a little bit longer, the kill might have gone over to Faker, which could have been even worse. So just straight up getting the return kill with the Poppy. And as Lee said, you often feel like you can kind of be wherever you want. So we'll go back to this play here initially. Faker gets chunked down, but goes back in. And that's the problem because Kanavi's here, gets the flash on the Sonic Wave, but there's just too much damage there. Kanavi flashes, hits him with the E. But then Kanavi's playing around with Owner here, thinking, okay, I'm very mobile on this Lee Sin. Even if somebody comes over, if Faker teleports here, I'm Lee Sin. But Carrier says no, because he's Poppy, shoves him into the wall.
Yeah, and the scatter missed from Zeka there as well. Like, if he had that for the Poppy turning up, then it could have been a very different story, but not going to have that available and didn't even have that information there, I guess, as Carrier does come out of the fog of war, really ruin their day. So nicely done from T1 to answer back.
They always, but the thing I can't understand here, they always mark Faker. They have to, like, make sure he's on the farm. That's
not having the greatest of times, but he's
Faker farms than everybody else. Guy, you are fucked.
He certainly is.
So, like, the most important thing is take Faker out. Kill him as many times as
gone back yet, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. He's still sitting on the Doran's ring. And Doran, I mean, he provided it with his ring and is now going to have to go back again, perhaps.
It starts to feel like Zayas took it from him at this point.
Yeah, I think it might have not. It wasn't a purchase. Let's just say that.
Yeah, might have found it in the treasure chest after a defeat. As Owner is going to come up here and punish. There is an ult here for Zayas, but that's not necessarily going to be enough to save you. He might have to flash early, see if Owner can get the jump on him. Owner is flashless, so Zayas might just have enough distance here.
Yeah, Zayas going to be able to flash out. The shot blast to take him down. And even if the never move hits, it's still going to be good news here as Owner, man, he is having an absolute day out here today. And I think a lot of people have been quite critical on how Owner has been playing over the last few series. This is vintage Owner, man. This is what we wanted to see from him once again over the last couple of weeks, because we know that he's got it in him.
Yeah, it is very fun watching Owner as well set Doran up for success. You know, Doran is the one who's been targeted. We talked about it in game one. A lot of people have been saying, you know, we saw the desk as well discuss this, that maybe he's played through topside and Owner's there against this counterpick Swain. Speaking of him being there, he's here in the mid lane.
Yeah, another heroic charge going to pull Zeka back. He's going to have to flash to get out of the way of the Poppy Zinzao.
Oh, Wind becomes lightning, gets him as well. So he's not only now flashless, but at half health as Faker shows back up to the lane at full with level 6. This is such an uncomfortable position for Zeka, even though he's ahead in this lane.
Yeah, Kanavi is at least able to grab his big Raptor, but it feels like Owner can kind of go anywhere he wants here in this game. Despite the fact that Kanavi is kept up in camps, still a 200 gold advantage here for Owner. And look at close to that for Doran as well, off the back of that gank towards the top side.
The wave not in a great spot. Zeka has to back. Curry is lurking to try to punish him immediately. He's still there on the Poppy. And let's see if he can actually get anything done there in the mid lane as Kanavi goes top side here for the overload. Curry looks like he's going to leave as the wave does eventually.
This map looks like very similar.
Yeah, there is no stand united here for Delight. So Gumayushi is just extraordinarily far up. There's a whole lot of places to go. Carrier does have the flash available. There is the flash out from Gumayushi as the rocks go down. The heroic charge pushes him back. There is the steadfast presence to help out here, but Gumayushi just stands and delivers. And just not quite enough damage here as the curtains have now been called. Pays takes the first one, second one going to miss. There is the third, and the fourth will be blocked. And T1 looking a little worse for wear, but looks like Guma is kind of all right here in this bottom lane.
Yeah, very, very strong flash from Guma there. You can see the moment where he was calculating all the possibilities, all the different angles Keria could take. And we do have Delight here for the defense, so Faker needs to be careful. TP, though, from Keria on Unsealed.
Oh, Faker's doing the
so it's just going to be a 2v2 here as Keria is... It's such a great early game on this Poppy, despite not being able to get that kill on Guma. Now the Jhin is flashless, so no flash on the Swain, no flash on the Syndra, no flash on Jhin means this early game for T1 has been incredibly successful, and a follow-up in any of these lanes with these missing flashes could be massive.
Yeah, it's about what happens next that's the most important part. As Keria takes half of his health bar in damage from Zeka here, just trying to convince them to leave this area as Delight getting himself out of there. Good taunt onto Owner. But this is T1 just demanding respect, right? Moving into the enemy jungle and taking anything that they want with this early game power that they do have. The Shen moves over here, but you can see Kanavi, he is out already. Moving towards his top side, seeing whether he can at least return the favor, maybe with a steal away of a blue buff of his own. The problem is, T1 is ready to defend.
This is kind of a greatest hits of the ones who didn't go to Honor Life Esports for T1, by the way. Owner on Zin, Faker on Akali, Keria on Poppy.
Share the link or like to push
and it's such a strong draft for them. They obviously have a massive amount of mastery of it, and they're just showcasing their ability to take over games early. Now, it's a lead for HLE, but T1 have a lot of control in it. Like you said, there's a lot of things that could happen very soon with the amount of pressure they have right now that will change that gold read rapidly as Doran's going to go in here.
Actually to the skies, onto the Swain. Never move is going to miss. Keria has a pretty good setup with the Vision of Empire. Man, says that was very, very clever. Spots him out, understands where this Poppy's going to be, and then just zaps down these minions. The Swain in an alright spot, even if he is 400 gold behind. Great seismic shove there from Pays as he finds Gumayushi walking up the lane.
Is this footballer, who was it? I think it was Pedri.
Between these two AD carries has evolved into something that's not quite 1v1 between AD carries. It's more like a mid laner and an AD carry.
Zeka still gone unpunished as speaking of punishing.
Oh, there's the taunt. No steadfast presence to come down as Kanavi. Let's see whether he can actually lock this Q onto Carrier. Was looking for a bit of an angle, but there's the boot back. The kick to make sure that Doran is the target. He is showing up a little bit late though, and now Delight is in a lot of trouble. He flashes, he picks up the taunt, and Doran is going to be taken out. Delight now in the alcove, but Owner is going to show up, and Pace is just dead. That teleport was not what he wanted, and the demonic ascension here for the Swain is working out. Owner goes in, gets the execution. Faker seeing whether he can do the same thing. It's the perfect version as he takes out Kanavi. But Zeus, he'll have the help of this Syndra to see whether he can lock down Faker, and I have a feeling he will be able to do so. The never misses though, and Faker just walks it off.
As you guys can see in the bottom right, gold on these plates, two going down.
Now you see why Faker might
be a huge wave there that Paze is trying to surf towards. Looks like he's not going to use his Weaver's Wall to get back to the lane. He'll get there just in time to catch this next wave. That was a great play there from Faker coming in on the follow-up with Owner to actually salvage this, because initially it looked pretty disastrous. As Carrier comes over here, this is where the play starts off. They hide on the brush, but for the trap here, as Doran goes too far forward and can't help out. And Paze is like, I can't Weaver's Wall that far, as he wants to come salvage his play as Owner's coming up, and they think, okay, we'll over-index and we'll win the numbers game.
Okay, this is
actually this engagement.
I don't tell you, guy. What?
Can
they just put the replay without the map?
He's going to be able to use it towards Delight here. The third volley not doing too much as he finds the big rock
this game is actually
make me sound a little silly.
It can still be anybody in this game, and there's a very high chance that
he's actually layering that damage very, very well.
I don't want that to happen.
The audience comes down, Deadly Flourish misses onto Carrier.
Please, T1, can we fucking end the game?
Around this dragon. Will be the first of the game, actually. Quite a late one here at 11.5 minutes as the Q is going to connect onto Owner. Kanavi doing a fair bit of work as Sundered Skies are completed by both of these junglers. And another Q going to come on down. Tempest not going to quite find the mark or anything like that just yet, but HLE, I think, have bought themselves some space to get into this river.
No Weaver's Wall for Paze, so he's not going to be able to do any zoning here in this fight, with the exception, of course, of his Unraveled Earth. I suppose you could slightly zone with that, but no obvious play here for T1 to actually start this dragon up. May look for a contest, but it will be late here as Faker does not have access to the pit. Zeka, who has a massive lead and a first item spike here, is just denying the Akali entry, and I think T1 are likely going to have to give this up. Best case scenario, maybe look for a steal. Faker is completely on vision as well.
They're going to get spotted out, because now the teleport is going to bring Zeus in. There's the taunt connecting, and the curtains are being called from safety for Gumiushi as well. There is the Crescent Guard. That's going to keep Owner alive for a little bit longer, but they're trading blows back and forth. Faker looking a little bit low, a little bit worse for wear. He's going to be able to shut down Delight those. He picks up the double, but then the fourth bullet from Gumiushi is going to silence him. And Zeus just seemingly ignored throughout all of these fights, just stands to pick up this dragon and lock it up for HLE.
Now, I think one of the big wins, really the only true win for T1 in this fight, as HLE do smash it. They had so much setup, and Guma is massive now, is that Faker got a lot of money, despite him dying there at the end. You can see in this commitment from T1, this double knockaback from Paze, Faker's like, I can actually skirt around this fight. They're so low, I'm going to go in. And there's a lot of money picked up here. Ends up getting the shutdown onto his opposition there on the Syndra. And so Faker, with this double, ends up in a really good spot. He's the only real winner here for T1, but otherwise, going in was incredibly risky for T1. They are punished. The dragon still goes over, and Guma is huge. See if Faker can utilize the gold. That's the real question.
Oh, and also, let's see whether this trap is going to be sprung by Carrier and Doran towards his top side. Zeus is going to walk towards this brush and does not get the information. Ooh, very, very sneaky. Now Delight possibly in trouble. He's able to taunt his way out of there.
Paze is up there too.
Okay. Paze in position. Zeus, Demonic Ascension not available just yet, and Flash now not available as well. Seismic Shove does go wide. He gets the full information as to who is here and will be able to back away using that. The Rylai's is completed here as well for the Swain. Very, very frustrating with the build that he has currently. Is now moving towards Guma. The Flash going to get him out of the way. Becomes Lightning. As the Weaver's Wall did bring Paze on over. I think the Flash was a good idea. Let's see whether Faker can keep himself alive here as well. Cannon to get himself out of the way.
What can he do? What can he do?
Dodge this. says Zeka, and they will be able to take down the Akali. A lot of money now over to Kanavi there.
It's a massive, massive play here. And the defense of that top side cost T1 so much. They lost a huge wave that went to Owner in the mid lane, and then he wasn't there to defend bottom side. Now they're going for part 2.
Yeah.
Nice!
The problem was that the ulti there came back up, but it was not enough to keep this Swain alive. And now Zeka teleporting in is somewhat dangerous. Deadly Flourish is going to go wide, but the curtains now coming on out. They can just leave, and Gumayusi doesn't find any value out of that ultimate.
Very close call there for T1, but they will evacuate. And that's a big strike back, taking Zeus out in this case. Now Flashless on the Swain. Light is not ready to leave just yet.
Well, this double back is going to get stopped here by Carrier. At least one of them does go home. Zeka able to get back and spend some money. He has extended to almost a 40 CS lead on this Syndra. Blackfire Torch now done as Kanavi wrapping around. Steadfast Presence doing exactly what it's here for, to deny Kanavi a way in. And now Doran is flanking his way over. The Q going to connect as the flash away from Carrier gets him out. As Delight is just dead. There is the boot back onto Kanavi. Gumayusi is the next one in trouble, and Kanavi's going to try to keep him alive. Decides instead that he's just going to have to get out of there. Doran gets on in, presses W, takes him down, and now Pays is going to find all of these angles for the rest of HLE. Zeka will stay alive, but the rest of his teammates not so lucky.
T1 are just so persistent in this top lane, and Delight was delaying his back, and they continued to frustrate him. And then, this is first turret, by the way, on top of it, so this gold lead here for T1 balloons up to 1,000. And then Doran says, we've got that control ward, I've got TP, let's try to make a play here because Delight's so low. He bursts him down, and then without the support, it just all falls apart like a house of cards. As Gumayusi doesn't have his ult either, has no mobility, just cannot do anything, and Kanavi is not able to peel for him, as now you do see Delight once again, the target.
Yep, Shadow Dash not going to be used there because the rocks go down, the Steadfast Presence was threatened. I mean, this Lee Sin and the Shen have such a difficult time, as the Herald is going to be able to take down this outer turret in the mid lane. Probably going to get another charge here. We'll see whether anyone is going to drive Shelly towards something else. But HLE will deny it for now. Own it down to 50%. HLE still with some fight in them, but T1 finding so many great angles. Now another curtain call does come in. Seismic shove to try and remove Zeus from the equation in this mid lane. And Kanavi going to be able to kick Owner away, but he keeps himself alive. Doran, not so much, as the shutdown goes to his opposite number, as Zeus is going to be able to close that massive gold gap just a little, and they'll take a turret.
This is a really big win here for HLE. Faker is going to be able to get some side lane gold here throughout this moment, as he is down here by himself alone with this turret. But that was a very, very close call. The Herald goes through, and T1 stay around a little long here, trying to set up for a second charge. The scatter comes through onto Owner. He doesn't crescent guard here critically, as he wants to be able to defend the turret because he's looking steps into the future. And then this ultimate here from Guma misses the second time. Kanavi's like, all right, we're going in on this. Crescent guard comes through, but Kanavi is the one who hits him, so he can actually apply that damage. And then unfortunately for Doran, he's the one who's the casualty. They get the turret in exchange. So a turret for a turret here, and like you said, they cut the gold lead for T1 in half.
Zeus going to move on over. Vision of Empire is not going to be able to steal away a blue buff. And the Cloud Drake looking to be taken here. So far this series, we have only had Earth, Wind, and Fire Dragons. Last time it was in order. This time we've got the Mountain and the Cloud. Will it be? It is another one. It's another Infernal Soul. It's only Earth, Wind, and Fire here.
Yeah, it's a bit early for September, but...
No, we are going to groove tonight, Wolf. Absolutely. And Doran going to be able to take down this this outer turret as well.
Let's see what HLE can get done. They're pushing up super far forward in the mid lane.
Kanavi, that's their base, buddy.
That's a Talia also.
Yeah.
They are trying to get this inner, and they have a big wave here, but I think this is going to be the end of the pressure. Zeka says otherwise. Carrier, look for the punish.
Yes, going to be able to get that heroic charge back. Zeka just a little too
far. Look at Team Fight Live. Bro, look at that. What the hell is that Team Fight Live stuff? Jesus, that is so good.
Here from Delight. As they
that
look to get on
so
top of Pace, they get rid of him. The flashes get them out of there. As the keep
League of Legends production has gone in different direction. What the hell is this? Is so good.
Delight going to taxi over.
What do you mean they have a Team Fight Live participation count?
They still want to force this red buff. Still a risky call. Very healthy.
Yeah, these health bars are actually looking a little better here for T1, as it is going to be that red buff secure over to T1 as well. Zeus now moves in, gives them that man advantage, as Faker able to backflip his way over this wall. And that control ward will be taken down, teetering on a knife's edge, I feel like, in that last fight.
I mean, HLE wanted so badly to push that inner and apply the pressure where they had control in the jungle. And if a few things go a little bit more wrong in this fight here, Zeka gets completely punished, by the way, by Keria over the wall here. And this is another shutdown onto the Syndra.
Oh, it was a three-man never move. What the heck?
The taunt from Delight on follow-up. If they don't get that combo, they get completely routed. The game might actually end right there. So heroics from both the top laner and support as we have yet another pause.
All right, pause does come in.
Pause,
I assume someone was like, how did that never move hit all three people? That's ridiculous. But instead, it is actually looking like it's on the Hanwha Life Esports side. We'll make sure that we get that one all sorted out and back into this game. But man, this one's intense, Wolf. You were talking yesterday saying, like, I'm glad that we finally got a close game. I believe that was the last one that we cast yesterday. First one, that wasn't close. This one absolutely is, though, neck and neck between these two squads.
Got to be thinking, too, for Hanwha Life Esports, I mean, they fought their way back into that fight with the Never Move and the taunt there from Delight, but had that not gone well, it's so scary. And moments before that, T1 were just getting everything. They had the successful topside play, they got that catch on Delight, they got the turret, right? They had the charge, got the mid turret. And it was like, wow, if you blinked, you might have missed it. You know, if you were like, oh, I'm going to go get a drink out of the fridge, you come back and you're like, I thought we were winning. But they are able to get back the gold lead.
I love that sign saying the quote from Gumayushi, you can't let Keria have Bard, and then he just let Keria have Bard. Well, we did learn from that one, did HLE, and have not let Keria have Bard anymore. Because if you do let him have it once, then he definitely can't have it again.
Yeah.
So I guess there is that.
And you get to keep your bans.
Yeah.
So there's what?
I guess.
There is CDM and Gavin.
So hopefully we'll have this resolved for you guys.
Oh yeah, this card, CDM do it.
Very tense game. Very, very close. Hanwha swing back in that last fight thanks to Zeus' heroics there, but it is still on a nice and Faker's getting more and more gold on this Akali. His performance obviously was pretty rough in lane, tough matchup, but outside of lane, his team has set him up. He's had pretty good, few skirmishes. We won't talk about the teleport too much, but from his perspective at that time, it looked like they were going to close it out, but Delight made the play, and then they were outnumbered. So, yeah, he looked silly in hindsight, but at that moment, I think it was a pretty decent call to make.
No, I would agree. Actually, I think that based on the end of that play, now we've got a very close game on our hands. I think beforehand, I mean, when Doran had like a 2.5k gold advantage, I didn't know whether the Swain would ever get to that critical mass that you kind of need to be at in order to take over this game. Obviously, Keria will always be pivotal and be able to just knock the Swain away, which is exceptionally important. But now it does feel like Zeus might be able to hit that point, might make sure that Keria does have to do that, and I think we are getting back towards this game pretty shortly.
Small update, the issue which you guys might have been able to ascertain is that it's a Kanavi hardware issue on his mouse. So with this peripheral swap coming through, they will do the required tests to make sure it's functioning properly before we do go into the game again. So hardware issues are always the easiest generally to solve, especially when it's a peripheral that has a backup, because that's what you do.
Yeah, you just plug a new one in, and that is going to work. All of the players also always bring a spare, basically everything, and have that one backstage. So that one is going to be plugged back in, and let's see whether these claps are actually going to be finished up by the game being there. Because otherwise, this crowd's going to have to hold on to this until we resume. Oh, they didn't. They decided they didn't want to do that. Okay, never mind. Not sure what the French commentators were talking about.
I mean, when you do that, I don't know exactly what that type of clap thing is called, but...
The slow clap thing?
But when you get to the end, you go faster and faster and faster. There is like a limit to how fast you can clap. You can't go like supersonic speed. It starts to make a buzzing sound in here.
Yeah. The ETA, by the way, guys, is a couple of minutes to get back into this game, and maybe we should actually let everyone know, as they're all the way back in the bleachers as well. I mean, there are so many to witness this this LCK battle to see who's going to stay alive here at EWC.
This is the game of the tournament thus far.
So far, I mean, the beauty of it is that we have like a lurking, like T1 versus Gen G perhaps, HLE versus Gen G perhaps, as we get further into the tournament. BLG versus anyone on the LCK also sounds incredibly hype.
Already had it once.
Yeah. And in a best-of series, taking on the team that was up until very recently on a golden road. That one now not looming over their heads. They now have been unshackled from that golden road, which has plagued a lot of teams throughout the years. JDG notably, Gen G notably.
Looks like this mouse issue is still ongoing. We've had some classic mouse issues over the years in esports, and one of the main reasons why most tournaments require you to have a backup peripheral of your exact mouse or keyboard, whatever the case may be, your mouse bungee snaps, is because there were a few left-handed mouse players in the past who were unable to get backup peripherals because, you know, quite rare. It's also the case in the past of people who have super old, rare mice that are difficult to find.
Oh, I imagine it was even worse in the StarCraft days, right? When you need to find that specific mouse that everyone uses.
Or the specific keyboard. I need my QSEN.
And you then need to make sure that you know the guy that has hoarded all of the mice of that specific model. And he owns all of them and is now like, has a monopoly and like, he's like sitting in like a chair at the back.
Thing.
And
I'm pretty sure Naniwa,
I don't remember his name.
Naniwa, I'm pretty sure, had like all of the specific type of left-handed mice that existed in the world. You know, there's other games where this has been an issue, like Smash Brothers, where it's like there's only a limited number of GameCube controllers until they got re-released later.
Yeah. Magic the Gathering has LS, who owns all of the
he
Black
has all
Lotuses,
of the cards,
you know, and the rest of them probably. At this point, moving now into Riftbound as well, where he probably also owns all of those cards as well. I mean, I thought that I got like a special promo card.
How do you know,
I'm pretty sure I'm going to check my luggage, and it's just not going to be there.
It's them, guys. Different handwriting now.
Made the move in order to take it. But we are very, very close to getting back onto the Rift here. Kanavi has his new mouse.
The card might have
ready
like
to go, and here we are. Wolf, where am I?
Actually,
20 minutes in.
20 minutes on the clock. We should be near the Baron because that is just spawned. But instead, T1 just going to be pushing out this
like
bottom wave.
It was after a reset when this pause happened.
That is the goal. I should bring that down.
Skirmish, so
and then, I think we should actually do that.
Out of the pause into a bit of a setup where just farming.
Yeah, true. I think what we should do for Africa is instead of having people join themselves, let's print it like go ECL, do this one,
and if you look at the goal, it's 100 approximately for T1 in the lead. 2-kill advantage, and it's such a close game.
Well, I just remembered. I remember my favorite pause. It was the Umpty pause.
It's so full cloud feed draw.
It's my favorite.
They're all artists.
He just made a little bit of a whoopsie.
He's
They're all good artists.
Owner actually understands like
why did he get knocked up? Well, Umpty, that's because your 3-talent strike wasn't at the 3rd talent of the strike. No, just yet. Oh, there were actually, now they're all flooding in.
Maybe sure.
We're not getting into this.
You don't need to get into it. Maybe you can get into it in the Reddit thread or something like that.
No forbidden item discussion.
Yeah, the static shoot 2 coming to my head.
But for what I'll do, I'll
most
just
of them. There are actually a couple.
That's
all right. HLE now looking to defend. We're still in pause mode. We need to get back into
We gotta go again. It'll take one team fight, I think, to get Alice out of it. But Faker here is just going to get pushed away. And you do have, right now, a group around the Baron here, but there's actually a ward in the pit. T1 are getting all the vision around the pit itself, but not actually able to find that ward within it.
Like 500 cards,
a sweeper.
A lot of them will be like PDX
and it does.
Nigerian
so who has the scaling advantage?
Well, that's the question that I was going to start leaning into as, you know, we get 25 minutes later, but we can talk about it now. It's tough to describe, really. I lean towards the side of HLE because they have a Jhin that's online here. They have a lot of setup for this Swain that actually becomes so difficult to kill for T1's comp. And if T1 don't hit combos, they just don't have consistent damage output. I think it gets harder and harder for T1 to kill Zeus as this game goes on. He's 1,000 gold behind right now.
Why am I really going
later game,
I think Duan for your
parts trying to burst him down are going to be so difficult. He's got plated steel caps, he's got Rylai's, and he's just going to continue to burn everybody. That's consistent damage in itself. There's so much pick potential here for HLE, not to mention Never Move, which can set up taunts. So I like the late game for HLE.
I do too. I actually think that this is going to be something that T1 do need to navigate. In saying that, there is also the carrier X factor, right? And Poppy always adds just an element of weird to later on in the game.
They're not scaling damage, but scaling. I knocked 2 people away, now it's a 5v3.
Yeah, now those 3 are dead, and we will probably kill the other ones when they come back. So it's one of those things where, like, I think Lee Sin can also kind of warp a game in that way, where if you do get that one kick, you can really start a snowball in that direction as well. So we just have to see who can clutch it out as we get further on into this one. But the Leandri's being completed for the Swain is a huge power spike here for HLE. And the Drake has now spawned into the third of the game, and the second for any team that picks it up. Started already here by T1 as HLE move towards the river. Zeus. Vampire does come down. There is that Weaver's Wall you were talking about, the demonic ascension. Oh, they just evacuate the Swain. And Kanavi not going to be stealing this one away. The teleport is so aggressive though from Faker. Scatter the Weak does come on down, and Faker still looking for more of an angle. The Unleashed Power is not going to quite kill him, and HLE will just be ushered away from the river.
That was a brilliant setup from T1. They had the flank there for Pays to deny the follow-up there for HLE, and then the TP deep from Faker seemed risky initially, but allowed the poke to come through Doran. Doran does not know where the enemies are.
Yeah, the enemy's not actually able to hit him with the Scatter the Weak there. Zeka has to flash to get out of the way of the seismic shove. T1 actually able to back up their top laner quite nicely as Doran is able to flash his way out of there into this Baron pit. Kanavi with the drive-by gets the smite on the Raptors.
Kanavi did use his flash in exchange, but I think a very, very positive trade for HLE given how mobile Lee Sin is, whereas Jace, the exact opposite, now flashless.
I would normally say that, but when there's the rocks, when there's a steadfast presence,
that's fair.
I do feel like dashing is not exactly all that valuable here.
That's fair
for HLE. Still, I mean, the flash from Jace being down is a huge deal.
Do see the group up here again to deny Baron vision. I think the turn for T1 is insane, as we saw just there on the Dragon. Sure, it's not a turn to kill that we saw there, but a turn with you can't get near me and I'm knocking your players away. That is so difficult to deal with for HLE if T1 have the setup, if they're the ones with Cryo. A term that we don't necessarily use as much as we used to, but being first on objective, having that control, turning becomes so much easier.
And I tell you what, I have been pretty impressed by Zeka on this Syndra so far. Has been landing a decent amount of these Qs. The pressure on his control mages has certainly gone up in recent days. I was a little bit worried just because it is Zeka, right? Managing to find Carrier here as well. He's not going to quite find him, but the Baron is getting pretty upset. Carrier's just going to have to go lick his wounds somewhere else. But it is refreshing to see Zeka continue to expand that champion pool over and over again.
He just looks really good on this pick right now.
Ooh, okay. T1 actually going to try and force this one. Pace gets right into the back line. Not sure about that one, but they just eviscerate Kanavi. And immediately the Swain is out of there. We mentioned it before. He is going to be able to come back in. But can they actually do enough? That is going to be the question. As Zeus is just so difficult to kill. Oda gets into the back line, though, and takes out Delight. And they're just distracting this Swain over and over again. Doran picks off the carries one by one. And yeah, Zeus now completely alone. He'll be taken out, and it's just surgical here by T1 in the team.
And that'll be Baron, and I think surgical is the exact right word for this. We talked about how difficult it is to kill Swain in the late game. We're not quite late game yet, but you saw how difficult it was to kill him even there with everyone dead. But if you kill every single other member of HLE, and the Swain is the last man standing and won't be standing for very long. Very low health bars here for T1. We do have some contesting members coming over, but I think they have the damage. It's going to be close. Kanavi's heading over. T1 not going to bail out.
Oh, he's
so close.
He at least got the ward in, but T1 are going to be able to finish off the Baron. And HLE with not enough members to actually get enough done here. So Kanavi back out onto the map. The Baron is now gone.
I mean, when you look at how this is set up here, gets the kill on the Lee Sin. They get the knockback. Jin goes down, right? Get the follow-up here from Faker.
Well, League of Legends is a Chinese game because it's showing like Chinese writing here,
biding his time. And the Swain's doing his job, but he's just going to ignore it. He's going to find the juicy targets here in the back, avoids the Scatter of the Weak. And then Syndra here kind of lurking around. He's like, got you too!
Oh, man, the follow-up from Doran over and over again as well. Every time, Owner marks a target, and Doran says, all right, I'll kill him. And you can see, I mean, Tom and Easy were still a little bit stressed. We're going to have a look at this fight as well. The fling back onto Zayas. He is going to get taken out. There's a lot of damage done, though, as Doran was traded as well. Scatterloop avoided by Pays. Gumayusi is there with a fair bit of damage, has a full health bar as well. HLE still needing to be respected as T1. I mean, that was the best case scenario in the last fight. They'll have to do that again if they do want to make sure that they win. But now here with the Baron.
You know, this draft just, and how this game is quickly shifted to a 5,000 gold here for T1 just kind of harkens back to what Tyler once said in the draft, you know? It's going to be hard, but they'll get it done. They are getting it done right now. Delight, I don't know if you want to stay here. He's going to bait Faker a little bit.
Yeah, Deadly Flourish does come down. Gumayusi going to get dashed on by Faker.
It's such a difficult draft to pilot, but they've just done it now. 3 major fights in a row. Just impressive feats, ignoring the Swain, and 1,000 gold still Gumas, right? He's had that basically all game. Watch this here. It's a big group up from T1. The knockup, Zayas is burst down. They have so much damage because they got so much gold from that last fight. Not to mention the Baron buff on top of everything else. They will get this Infernal Soul Point. 3 dragons to 1 here.
Oh,
5 minutes time. HLE are going to have to hope that scaling is going to come in big. But they do not have any map control to fight for that prio I was talking about.
And Gumayusi might have a lead. Pays is still absolutely gigantic in this game.
He's got a Magi Soul Stealer.
Exactly. 10 stacks. Probably has, you know, as far as equivalence stats are concerned, pretty good in comparison to Gumayusi right now with those 10 stacks that he has put together on the Forbidden Book. I mean, also with the Oblivion Orb, this Swain going to be less dangerous.
Yeah, that's a really big buy. I'm glad you pointed that out because that really impacts things, especially when the shove comes through for Pays and he's the one setting it up and applying that immediately in these team fights. And I'll say the thing that we say often, Guma's ahead, but he's Jhin, and that means he needs setup. That means he needs control. That means he needs a front line. And that gold isn't necessarily otherwise going to be utilized here as Doran is going to run away. A little bit of vision here in this Triburst, but otherwise somewhat dark on the map. Does not want to push his luck too far. So it looks like we have an update here on the other series.
Yeah, so Gen G able to win their series. The previous winners still alive here at EWC for 2026. But see who is going to be joining them from Korea, whether it is going to be T1 or HLE. Is T1 right now in a great position, but there's the kickback from Kanavi. Perfect execution does come on out, and Kanavi straight back in there, gets the shutdown on to the Akali, and Delight comes on over to try and make this one more difficult as well. Owner is going to be able to take down Kanavi, though Delight not going to be able to fight him. Gumayusi comes on over. The Deadly Flourish is good, but Owner is better, managing to take down the Shen. Curtains now getting cold. Pays so much damage, but he dances out of the way. Owner gets on in there, and there's the shutdown for Gumayusi. Vision of Empire comes in. Pays. The Deadly Flourish does not get the stun, but he is still limping away.
Doran's
in the meantime, yeah, Doran is just going to be taking down the enemy base. But HLE going to do their very best to just ignore that.
The reason why this is so important, even though it's a massive win fight-wise here for HLE, especially considering how far behind they are in gold, is it now means the push will be on the top lane, the opposite side of the map to where that Infernal Soul for T1 will be spawning. So it's a great map movement. Let's see if he gets punished here, however.
Yeah, Gumayusi's moving up. Doran just clearing out the Krugs. He is the Krug Lord after all.
He gets away with it because he is.
Absolutely.
This game is
a special place.
This game is still so playable for HLE, as we saw in that last scrap. They can index into finding one target. Someone who's overextended can really be so difficult for T1 if they get separated instead of being a fist into 5 fingers.
Okay, I'm live on TikTok,
that's exactly what happened in the last fight. But one of those, perhaps the index was pushing into that inhibitor. So now, again, HLE gonna have to fight for prio and also manage that wave. So teleport cooldown's really important. Zeka right now is the one who holds it. He might be the one who's relegated to go up there and defend the push.
Yep, and a minute and a half on that dragon that you were talking about, the all-important Infernal Soul for T1. 36 seconds on the Baron as well. As Owner picks up that Sundered Sky. Had grabbed that one a little bit earlier on, though, but now has 4 items, ladies and gentlemen. More Malmonius, the Black Cleaver, and the GA.
3K up. He's never afraid to go in.
And I mean,
he's the main character of this game.
Yeah, tell me the last time Owner looked this dominant, man. Like, I feel like this was like definitely a vintage performance from Owner, who's just come alive in this series specifically.
This has been one of his picks that we associate with him more recently, and he is just once again popping off on it. Now, Zeka is in position to defend that wave, does have TP as we're looking for the angle here into the backline.
He gets on in there, the Crescent Guard just to split up the fight. There's the demonic ascension. Out goes the Swain. He's going to try and get back here, though, and it wasn't the full commit here for T1. Weaver's Wall as Pays is going to try and find an angle. They do push the Shen away, but HLE playing this one defensively for now. We move over towards Faker, who looks for the angle. 5-point strike and a connect onto the Shen. Ninja versus Ninja, but no one is going to draw blood this time.
30 seconds until the Dragon spawns. T1 aren't able to get the picks they wanted, so there's still some fight here for HLE. They can respawn and set up for this Dragon. The top side push out was enough to buy them a little bit of space there. T1 did not have this Dragon for free. Pays going to back and TP back in here as well. See what he can pick up actually in his inventory right now.
Keeper's Verdict going to be the biggest cooldown to keep your eye on around this Dragon, but HLE, I guess maybe they're going to give up the soul and actually just look for a Baron instead, as Carrier has to flash, get out of the way of that deadly flourish. HLE are able to kind of grab you from very far away.
T1 need to stall because right now Owner is on that Dragon. Well, he was. He's actually backed away. They're going to rush over and look for a direct contest. This could be the end of the game if HLE get routed.
So, Jared, on TikTok, they actually show you the... On TikTok, they show you the caster's cam.
Faker there as the kickback onto Owner comes in. There's a nice stun off to the other side, but Doran just
TikTok, they show you the caster's cam.
On top of Gumiushi, he gets the barrier. He gets himself out. The game is verdict once again as the deadly flourish comes down. And all of the GAs are being destroyed. Zeus not so demonic this time as Pays is able to put him down. And T1, they may have not been able to do it at the road to MSI, but it is not that anymore. This is EWC and they want to stay alive at the tournament. They'll take out the MSI champs as they move into the base.
Pushing forward now. The wave was cleared in the top side, but another one is coming. The mid lane push is coming. Guma with a feeble attempt here to slow the onslaught of his former team, but HLE are going to go down, and it looks like they're going to go down here and now. Zeka with a heroic attempt as well.
Yeah, Pays taking a fair bit of damage here. Gumiushi just gets piled in on. There is Delight falling down, and Zeka, the last man standing, tries to get the scatter the wind.
Yeah, two up at the same time. My PC is fine.
Weaknesses here on
CPU OBS were like... It's at 6%, 6.6. Oh,
on to the semi-final.
My PC, PC was brand dying. I think that this did it to OBS one up and he learned. No, I'm sure
Esports,
three different apps. Two different apps on TikTok and OBS, and there's literally zero lag.
Both games just
literally
would
zero
not be shut down. Pays plays 80 carry, but he plays mage in game 2. Pulls out the Talia.
I mean, I'm not complaining.
Classic copy, and the flex picks here came in bigger for T1. In this pivotal series, one of the toughest for them to win on their road to lifting a second Esports World Cup title.
And there is still Genji there waiting, but man, it really did feel like Humble Life Esports were going to be the biggest test. I thought that the draw was so rough for T1, but if they wanted to be the winners, they're going to have to get through the best no matter what. And if you do it already in the quarters, then it's going to make it so much easier as you move further on. But man, I haven't seen T1 this locked in for what feels like months. This was unbelievable.
We're not at that. You can only put this when it's bad. You can only put like caster's camp.
There wasn't a lot of playing to be done. In game 2, they played really well. It was a really competitive game, tough draft. I would argue much harder to play for T1, and they were able to do it. And it's crazy because all of the doubt, all of the fears T1 fans have had this year feel like they just washed away in this series.
Unbelievable stuff, but now it is time to throw it over to the interview. Take it away, Ian.
Paris, make some noise. Fête du Breathe for your EWC semi-finalists.
What about like this type of second? Yes, this is possible. This is very possible. This is very good.
And now we translate to Maddox. Many said that HLE coming into this were the favourites and that they would send you home out of the tournament. You send them out. What would you say to the doubters?
일단 도란 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 정말 많은 분들이 사실 하나생명의 승리를 예측을 했습니다. T1이 여기서 떨어질 거라고 예측을 했는데 그런 의심의 눈초리를 가지고 바라봤던 분들에게 이렇게 T1이 승리했던 모습을 보여주었으니까 한마디 해주시죠.
네, 일단 하나생명의 기세가 너무 좋아서 저희도 준비를 되게 열심히 했는데 또 준비한 대로 잘 나와가지고 뿌듯하고 이렇게 멀리서 와주신 팬분들이나 또 현지 팬분들에게 감사의 말씀드립니다.
Yeah, we were a little worried because HLE was on their best form. So yeah, I mean, we did our best and we showed our full potential in this game. So I'm really grateful for it. And thank you for all people here watching and cheering for us.
They can continue to cheer for you because you go into the semi-finals. Now you joined this T1 roster after they won EWC in 2024. This time you could have an opportunity at the trophy. What does that mean to you?
사실 T1이 2024년도에 이번 EWC 와서 한번 우승을 했었고 그 이후에 이제 도란 선수가 합류하게 되셨는데 만약에 이번 연도에 EWC 우승을 하시게 된다면 선수 본인께는 어떤 의미가 있으실지 궁금합니다.
일단 또 선수로서 이렇게 좋은 대회에 참가하게 된 게 너무 좋은 일인 것 같아서 이런 좋은 기회 꼭 끝까지 잘 잡고 싶습니다.
Yeah, it's always a really grateful opportunity to play in this big stage. So that being said, I really want to lift the trophy.
Now you're a very humble and kind man, but will you get any joy out of crushing HLE's key here in Paris?
이제 또 대망의 키 부수는 이 의식이 남았는데 하나생명의 키를 지금 부술 일만 남아 있습니다. 기분이 좀 어떠신가요?
네, 승부의 세계는 냉정하니까요. 부숴야죠.
I mean, you know how it is in the competition. It is always cold, so yeah, we'll crush it.
I mean, this is pretty cold what we're about to do. We talk about keys getting crushed at EWC. They don't get much bigger than this. Doran, we're going to leave you in the hands of our key master here as you have the honors of crushing this key. Paris, are we ready? From lifting the MSI trophy just days ago to witnessing their EWC key crushed in Paris. HLE's pursuit of back-to-back international trophies is over. T1 march on into the semi-finals. Now I touched on it with Doran. He wants to get his hands on the trophy. He's another step closer to it. We're going to have a quick look at it and stand here in front of your fans. Quick message for your fans here in Paris.
마지막으로 파리에 이렇게 많이 모여주신 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
감사합니다. 메르시.
Paris, one more time for Doran and our EWC semi-finalist, T1!
As it is T1 winning the Battle of the Brothers over Hanwha Life Esports. They will move on here at the Esports World Cup in a 2-0 fashion to the semifinals.
What a game, what a series. I mean, once again, I predicted HLE to win, but it happened in the opposite way. T1 with the phenomenal performance right now. Once again, with Doran and Honor being amazing again as well. Like, this is not the one that we expected here.
Yeah, T1 stepped up massively today. I feel like all the members were just on consistently, especially Doran on the Jace. He was finding those shock blasts everywhere.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It just feels like Doran has been this lightning rod of opinions, and in this biggest moment, amongst all of the Parisian crowd, he and the rest of T1 step up and take their bow as victors, and we'll march on as we take a look at the gold graph. It's nice, but we've got a special guest here on our analyst desk. Joining us fresh off the victory, it's Paze from T1. Paze 선수, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
어떻게 지내세요?
경기 준비하면서 잘 지내고 있습니다.
Yeah, I've been preparing matches, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's been very, very busy here for T1.
So I wanted to ask you, Pace, in game 1, you guys played Ezreal Bard into Caitlyn Karma, and me and Wadid think it's very hard matchup. What made you guys comfortable to play it?
사실 첫 번째 경기 때 이즈리얼 바드를 케이틀린 카르마 상대로 픽을 하셨잖아요. 이제 잭스펙트라랑 저는 이거 좀 많이 힘들 것 같은데 이런 생각을 했었거든요. 좀 본인은 어떤 마음가짐으로 이즈리얼을 픽하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 그렇게 힘든 구도라고 생각을 안 하고 있었어가지고 그냥 게임 이기는데 이지카르마가 더 편하다 생각해서 그냥 편한 마음가짐으로 했던 것 같아요.
So I personally think that this matchup is not that hard. So I felt like it was just a comfortable pick for me to pick Ezreal there.
What a chat. Absolutely. You get to play in front of this Parisian crowd, very, very close on up. How's it been in front of these fans specifically in France?
이제 어떻게 보면 팬분들의 이런 응원과 열성이 어느 때보다 정말 뜨거운 이 현지 프랑스 파리인데요. 좀 어떻게 느껴지시나요?
제가 원래 평소에 더운 걸 안 좋아하는데 근데 이게 팬분들의 열기라고 생각하니까 더워도 그냥 기분 좋게 게임할 수 있는 것 같아요.
I mean, personally, I don't really like the heat, but I think in a different way, this heat is from the fans. It's the fans' passion. So when I think that way, I really like it.
So I want to ask you, Pace, I'm also ADC player, and I really don't like mages bot, but you had really good games on Talia, on Cassio. So I want to ask, do you like the mage bot meta?
이제 저도 어떻게 보면 원딜 유저로서 이 메타에 대해서 그렇게 달갑진 않아요. 좀 메타가 좀 힘든데 이제 페이지 선수 같은 경우에는 탈리아도 그렇고 카시오페아도 그렇고 너무 다 잘 다루시는데 개인적으로 이 메타 마음에 드시나요?
일단 픽 툴이 넓어진 거 있어서 저는 되게 저랑 잘 맞는 메타를 생각하고 또 인게임 안에서도 뭔가 원딜이 전보다 할 게 더 많아 활동 반경이 더 넓어진 느낌이라 네. 되게 마음에 드는 것 같아요.
I think it kind of expands my champion pool, so I can pick whatever I want. And also, there's so many things that I can do on the Rift right now as an AD carry compared to before. So I really like it.
Wadid, do you have a question? I know you've been caught translating, but do you have a question here for Pace?
I mean, I'm gonna ask about like how he feels about like France in general, because I'm pretty sure he's been around the world, but like this is here, like especially EWC in France, right? So 이제 페이지 선수 같은 경우에는 당연히 정말 많은 나라를 왔다 갔다 하시면서 많은 경험들이 있으실 텐데 프랑스 좀 어떻게 생각하세요? 이제 좀 한 며칠 스테이한 지 좀 되셨잖아요.
제가 프랑스에 지금 세 번째로 왔는데 세 번째인데 방문이
네.
올 때마다 되게 만족하고 있는 것 같아요.
어떤 부분이 가장 만족스러웠어요?
일단 음식도 입에 다 되게 잘 맞고 또 그냥 거리들이 너무 이뻐서 제 스타일인 것 같아요.
So actually it's my third time being in Paris, but I really like the food and the structure they have, the buildings and the streets are so beautiful, so I really like it.
Can I ask him, what's your favorite food?
가장 마음에
In
들었던
France.
음식은 뭐였어요? 프랑스에서?
그냥 양식이 제가 평소에 양식을 좋아해가지고 그냥 일단 스테이크나 뭐 피자 같은 게 제일 맛있게 먹었던 것 같아요.
I like Western food in general, but especially pizza and
그 스테이크.
Steak and pizza. Yes.
Steak and pizza, so good here in France. Now, obviously, we're at the Esports World Cup. We have some of the best teams in the world, and we're now in the final top 8, top 6, with Gen G winning over JDG. Is there a team that you wanted to meet and already did, or a team that you want to play against later?
EWC에는 정말 강한 팀들이 즐비하고 있는데요. 이제 젠지가 JDG를 이제 옆 스테이지에서 이겼고 한데. 페이지 선수는 개인적으로 좀 만나고 싶은 팀이 있다면 궁금합니다.
일단 강한 팀들이 많아서
네.
딱히 한 팀을 고르기는 힘들 것 같고 그래도 안 만나본 팀을 한번 만나보고 싶어요. 네.
So I can't really pick up a specific team that I really want to play against, but I want to play against someone that we didn't play against it. So I think it kind of refreshing. You know?
We'll see what the draw does later on. And finally, this is to all of your fans. Do you have any message for your fans?
마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 해주신다면.
내일 바로 4강을 치르게 되는데 내일 경기도 이겨서 꼭 결승에서 만나뵐 수 있도록 네, 오늘
잘 준비해서 내일 경기 이겨보도록 하겠습니다. So we're gonna play semifinals tomorrow right away. So we're gonna be prepared, and I will see you guys at the finals.
All right, I love the confidence. Pei is one of the most successful AD carries in the world. Victorious again today. 축하합니다. 감사합니다, Pei 선수.
감사합니다.
All right, we're going to take a short piece of content when we come back. It is our second quarterfinals. Who will be joining? Let's find out after this.
이거 진진. 아 이거 진진. 바로 가자 바로 가자. 나투 이거 좀만 봐줘 빼는 거. 나 뿌리 하나 빼. 이거 스냅 온다 이거. 빼면서 보자 빼면서. 빼세. 나왜 괜찮아 왜 괜찮아. 빼. 못 빼거든 와줄래? 쌤 봐줘. 연계. 나는 살짝 걸어. 잡아 야 좋아. 봐줘. 뺄 사람 빼봐 일단. 나 잡아 빼봐. 나 3타야. 나 먼저 할게 3타야. 노플이긴 노플. 나 투스마대 바로 가자. 아 천천히 해봐. 나 미드 타고 갈게. 얘네 풀 못했지? 방금 진 썼고 원래도 풀.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
K-Corp have been a revelation of the LEC in 2026. Relentless, ascending, and yet still second best. Twice they've ended splits as runner-ups to G2 Esports, and the EWC qualifier looked set for the same script when G2 swept them 3-0. But K-Corp clawed back through that lower bracket, took down movie star Koi in the Second Chance series, and booked their flight to Paris. Now, the French side plays on home soil, not just in Europe, but in Paris, with their own fans packing the arena.
Overall, we're just focusing on practicing and making sure that we can be as strong as possible, I guess, for the tournament.
Home turf has boosted rosters to upset before. Can K-Corp do it again?
Jenny, what are you doing here?
Yo, I'm with my people, man. What are you doing here?
I must be lost.
Now we can tell. This is EU. This is EU. And they went back home.
These are KC fans, I can tell.
Oh, yeah. Who are we? Wow, look.
Casey, man. Casey.
Right, dude. You're in Paris, man. You might as well join in. Right?
Maybe. Let's see it first.
Yeah,
all right, let's show them what we got. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, no more from me.
Come on, man.
We book Esports World Cup.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup playoffs. We are in the quarterfinals, and it is the only non-Eastern team left. The West's final hope rests on the home team, Carmine Corp. But in their way are last year's EWC finalists. It's AGAL, going to be a fantastic matchup. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Degon here alongside Jack and Aux to set you up for our second semifinals on the stream A. But over on the B stream, we already had one of those matches, and it was Gen G and JDG. And surprisingly, look at the kills. Look at the gold, still in the side of Gen G, and a huge team fight goes the way of Gen G.
This one was crazy, and honestly a heartbreaker for JDG, who had such a solid lead throughout this game, but Gen G just notorious for being able to claw it back in the later stages, showing a lot of resilience here. So yeah, a bit unfortunate there for JDG.
And it's the last European representative with KC now going up against AGAL. I'm pretty worried, especially because due to the fact that AGAL took down G2. They took down DK, who took down G2. So it does feel like this is a very uphill battle for KC here.
Well, let's see who will be joining Gen G and T1 later on. We know a person who has hopes, dreams to join them. It is owner of KC, co-streaming live here from Paris. Kameto joins us on the broadcast. Welcome, Kameto. You asked for BLG yesterday. Hin said you get a different LPL squad in AGAL.
Yeah. We got AGAL. Thank you guys for welcoming me. Yeah, we didn't get BLG. We might face them in the final. No, I'm joking. First, we have to beat AL, and they're very, very strong. So I'm a bit stressed right now.
Yeah, how do you feel your chances are, Kameto? I mean, this is the team that took down G2. I don't know how you view G2 at this tournament. I feel like maybe they were playing a bit weaker than we're used to. At least that's what I'm coping with, you know?
Yeah.
But you guys have been playing much better. What do you think?
I mean, G2 changed their coach, so they might be a little weaker in this tournament, and they might come back stronger in the summer. But for us, I know that the players have the hands to do it. They have the brain to do it. They just lost confidence after MSI, and this is the right time to gain it back.
So being in front of the French crowd, the blue wall, how much of a difference do you feel like that makes for the team, for the players?
I mean, I talked to them yesterday and the day before, and it really pumped them a lot, because when it was in Korea, we had fans, but not as much as here. Like when you look, the stadium is full, they're cheering for them, they're sending them love, taking pictures with them, and they know that they don't just play for themselves, they play for that fan base also.
I love the Parisian crowd to let everyone know how they feel. Kameto, what's the score going to be, a 2-0 or a 2-1?
I will always say to OKC.
There you go. Kameto, best of luck today. Enjoy that coach stream. Hopefully the nerves settle down after a KC win.
Thank you so much.
There it is, Kameto, everyone. A fantastic presence here at the Esports World Cup, and the greatest representative of esports that France has here as we take a look at the child of France, the son of France. It is Caliste, who has been a revelation here throughout his debut a couple years ago to today.
Yeah, I think if KC are to take it today, I'm really looking at this bot lane as the focal point for them to focus. He had a really good game against Gen G, had that solo kill you saw there, and then a really great Kai'Sa performance up against Sentinels. I think his spacing is world class. I love watching his team fighting. He's a player a little bit similar to Jackie Love. He can go a little bit too deep, but when he's on, when he's playing well, he's playing so damn fantastic.
Yeah, I'm a big Jackie Love fan, and I love that sort of killer instinct he has, that Caliste has as well. He sees the windows, the opportunities, because you can play AD carry very successfully by just playing safe, sitting back, doing the damage. That is not how he operates. He sees windows to win the game, and he takes them. And yeah, sometimes that'll backfire, but in moments like previously in this tournament, like yesterday, he was taking over.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just him who's willing to take those chances to win the games. Also, it is Yike who's standing by right now with Jenny. Take it away.
Thanks, Degon. I'm standing by with Yike ahead of your matchup against AGAL. First things first, you guys had a phenomenal game yesterday against Sentinels, and that makes you the last hope of the West, at the very least, the last hope of EMEA. Does that put any additional pressure on you guys?
I mean, there's a bit more pressure, right? Being the last European and like Western team, but overall, I think the team is feeling very confident. I'm feeling very confident, so I don't really think about it. I just focus on the next match, right?
The next match is going to be on the main stage as well. And yesterday we already saw, even if it was the B stream, there were so many fans present. This is Paris, this is the home of KC. Do you think the crowd is going to shake your opponent in any extent?
I think so. Like, I remember both times we played in the big crowds, or like the first time we played in the big crowd, it was like very crazy. They were so loud, and it's just so hard to play in front of the big crowd. So I just want to play it more and more, and I hope we can win so we can keep playing there.
I hope so too, honestly, like no bias here, but either way, I want to continue also talking about the fact that we're seeing a couple of changes in the meta, especially when it comes to that bot lane on the AD carry, and how are you, as the jungler role, fitting around that to make sure that you are continuously setting up your bot lane successfully?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot about jungle right now because bot lane is going to be more mages, so they're kind of independent more, and that means I have to play with booster together, like jungle support, and I think that's what we have to work on the most, which I think it's been going better and better. In MSI, it was like probably the hardest, and I mean, it showed like with how it went, but I think in EWC it's gone better, and I feel like we improved so much with that.
Yeah, we've seen the improvement, especially yesterday, so thank you so much for your time ahead of your matchup. That's it from us over here. Back to you, Digon.
Thank you very much, Ginny, and I think Yike hit something right on the head that AGL has in spades. It's that jungle support synergy with Tarzan and Kyle, who had some insane plays earlier against G2.
I mean, Tarzan put on such a masterclass last year across multiple internationals, across his entire career, let's be honest. But yesterday was just on an absolute tear on this Jarvan, just time and time again. He was just getting on top of key targets, even playing into picks like an Ezreal, like an Ari, who aren't great options to go for on a Jarvan. It felt like he was just sticking to them like glue and constantly being this threat, moving forward and dictating the pace of his team.
And Tarzan is the engine of this AGL squad. And my worry is that there's a very few junglers in the world that has been able to completely neutralize Skumon. And when we saw Skumon face Yike in the LEC, it was so favored towards Skumon. But Tarzan was one of those players that completely neutralized Skumon yesterday. So that's the biggest worry that I have going into this matchup.
That's right. It is kind of wondering if that same result will happen here, if Yike can step up to the task. And now we ask you all at home to participate as well. Head on over to the EWC website and make your pick'ems now for this match and the other match that is happening, our other quarterfinals matchup, as it is AGAL with 86%.
What?
86. I feel like all the people, all 14% that voted for KC are here in the stands. Jack, I don't know how that bodes well for you, but we are about to find out as we are just moments away from the blue wall welcoming AGL and KC to the quarterfinal stage.
Comment ça va tout le monde? I can sense some excitement in the STC arena for a certain team to step onto the stage. Now we've already witnessed a piece of history. The MSI champions HLE's Key crushed. They are no longer in the tournament. T1 waiting in the semi-finals for an opponent. Who will it be?
What a question, Ian. I am biased here, but we don't care. I am with KC fans, and they're ready for it. Les gars, on le sait, on est en quart de finale, c'est déjà un espoir de dingue. Personne ne s'attendait à ce qu'on soit là. Est-ce qu'on en a quelque chose à faire? Des prédictions ici? We don't care about predictions, of course. Et je vais te demander, qui est-ce qui va carry aujourd'hui du côté de la Carmine?
Caliste!
Caliste about to carry the BO. We're gonna see, les gars, est-ce que vous êtes prêts? Les Ultra Carmine, on va faire entrer les joueurs. What's the color? What's the color? I said, what's the color? Let's go! Carmine! Espoirs de l'Ouest, the last team standing for the West. Can they make the impossible? Can they defeat the LPL? We're gonna see that right now.
And their opponents, AGAL! You can boo all you want. Last year, they arrived at the Esports World Cup for the very first time and came within a single game of the trophy. They left as runners-up. Now they're back, this time in Paris, with a hostile crowd, and they want to shut every single one of them up. Carmine Corp have the full force of Paris behind them. Across the stage, AGAL will look to silence this crowd and impose their game from the very first minute.
Does KC have what it takes to beat the odds? Mesdames et messieurs,
faites du bruit!
It's a friendly boo, but it's one to warn off anyone's legend as they enter the stage. They don't get much crowd support, but will they even need it? Their run here, swift trouble, as facing up against KC, who had to get their way out of the dregs versus Team Secret and Sentinels, was a long one for them.
Absolutely. Happy to be joining you here. I feel like KC were sort of lucky here with the draw as well. I feel like they got an opponent that hasn't necessarily shown as much strength as they showed last year at internationals.
Yeah.
So this is looking very, very winnable, and they are the last hope for EMEA.
And it is a best of 3. 5 off the table. Does it make it better or worse? A lot of fans might say that makes it better for, these teams that don't have as extensive pools. AGAL is a team I fear for champion pools with players like Tarzan, Kael, with all these niche pocket picks. They can go any direction, and the longer the series goes on, the more fear I have as an EU fan for KC.
Absolutely, and I felt like they said it very well on the desk as well, that we're looking at consistently KL and Tarzan making plays all together. However, the one thing that worries me on the other side for AGAL is that Hope hasn't really shown many mages down that bot lane. If you look at his entirety of the year, it has been him primarily sticking to traditional AD carries. Now, we have seen that teams can still play traditional AD carries and make up for it. I feel like AL have been playing their team fights really, really well in the last 2 games that we saw. However, KC have a lot more reps in this tournament.
But you know what I'm laughing about now in hindsight is that we look at Hope's champion pool, but I look at Kalist and I'm like, yeah, he can play mages, but not really that well. I haven't enjoyed his Ziggs this tournament. I haven't enjoyed, I think we got a Syndra down there as well. People can correct me if I'm wrong. I have not enjoyed Kalist on these majors. So likewise, we might get in a traditional AD carry versus AD carry matchup down there with a flex that comes through from our supports. Remembering that Camille has been priority picker banned so far as well. We even had a bit of Poppy that Carrier has made look absolutely broken as of the Humble Life series.
I feel like when we go back to the more traditional AD carries, we see a lot of Ezreal, we saw some Kai'Sa, and there was a lot of back and forth. So we might be into a very, very explosive best of 3.
Oh, yeah.
We do have more traditional AD carries, the Lucians, the Ezreals we mentioned. The 2v2 really does count, and KL and Hope have really showed that they want to take their chance.
And historically as well, Hope and Kalista both loved the Ezreal. Ziggs has taken off the board. There goes that Poppy as a reflex from the last series, I'm sure, but also the tournament. Nocturne going to go through as well. Reminder, Jhin has also been great with a lot of these Syndra comps and Jace comps. And speaking of, Jace is still available, while AL do not, or rather AGAL, do not want to give over that Ezreal to KC as a first pick.
About the entire series versus Team Secret as well for KC. Kalista has shown what caliber of an AD carry he can be on that particular pick.
Jace
and now, is it Cassiopeia? Is it the Jarvan? Is it the Syndra? It is going to be the Jarvan locked in for Flandre right here, which means that the Cassiopeia I'm expecting to go over to KC.
Jarvan, most big jungler of the tournament as well. I'd be surprised if that's an Akali. As you said, Syndra is available. Side note, Varus as well as an option that can also fit into the poke comps. I'll just leave that there because for now, KC thinking about what their 1-2 is going to be.
I feel like Camille is also pretty early in the rotation for game 1. So it might just be a Cassiopeia into Camille sort of situation right here for KC. Just to take it away from the double wall that the Jarvan creates with it.
Kana Jace.
Kana is going to choose for most likely himself. We have seen the very rare occasion where Jace might just end up in the jungle at this point, but it's a very, very rare occasion as well. Again, I am expecting to honestly see the Cassiopeia right here. However, Yehu played a really sick Akali, so they might even be looking for that counter pick.
It's always there as an option as well. Anivia for setup might also be there. They were flexing around the Rumble before, obviously thinking that maybe Flandre builds a hot pot for himself. It's going to be Victor early. This is blind, no support, no AD carry. Interesting from KC that they set up a blind mid.
This is making me a little bit worried from KC because a lot of the times in the LEC they locked in their tops of the map super early and got countered on every single one of them. I feel like Shanks and Flandre have shown the caliber of players they are in their traditional lanes on the 1v1. Flandre with so many weird picks in his back as well. Could definitely pull out something like a Yorick to go up against Kana's Jace here. But again, Jace could be a wild flex into Yike's jungle as well, so we'll see that Varus getting locked in, another flex.
I truly wonder though if this Victor on the side of KC was a preparation for the potential Cassiopeia that has been left open. You know, trying to get some lane priority here for Yehu against Shanks. And Shanks loves Cassiopeia, well maybe. But the setup so far, Jarvan and Varus, is it going to be that Camille we talked about? Are they going to play for lane dominance, or is it going to be the matching of mid here so that Shanks doesn't lose those options that we enlisted before?
Knowing Flandre right here, this could very well be a Varus top lane going up against the Jace. I feel like it's a pretty fine lane.
Or he's Shen again for like the third time this tournament.
I mean, AG is just triple flexing right here. Sorry, double flexing.
Yeah,
Is gonna come
the classic in the meta, isn't it?
But it could be KL on the Shen, or it could be Flandre, and then traditionally it could be Hope onto the Varus or Flandre. So KC are going to have to make a really big call right here. Traditionally, you do not want to pick Camille down that bot lane when Shen is on the other side. A lot of people have been saying, not necessarily a counter, but it can flex around the map really easily and follow up that Camille. It is going to be the Nafiri for Yike.
Yeah, so who's going to follow that up? Because so far we've got a bit of poke, we've got a safety net built by the solo laners, and now dive built from Yike. He needs follow through. Side note, Flandre's only played Shen this tournament, so if that's not a Flandre Shen, I would laugh. We're going to get more of the answers now, of course, as well as we do find out in these next 10 seconds where KC are going with bans. No bottom lane picked up for them, but there's no support on the side of AGAL either.
I feel like KC right here have built a lot of range with the Victor and the Jace. They just need somebody to engage this fight, or disengage rather, what AJL will be throwing their way. And with the Poppy being one of the many disruptors permanently banned almost in this tournament, they're going to need to find other ways, whether it's something like a Brom that can go down bot lane. They have played a lot of Seraphine lanes as well, but I would like either some hard engage so they can have the ease to start fights themselves in their own terms, or something that is like super disengaging down that bot lane that can actually dissuade AJL from getting too deep into the back lane.
Poppy would have been really nice as well. But for now, Camille's going to be taken out, so that's one thing that can help with that dive. Bard taken away by KC themselves. Busio, this split, his Bard hasn't been super exceptional, but it is still a comfort and a favorite for him. Regardless, though, doesn't want to give it to Kyle with that Varus, which is very well put here. So again, what is the final option going to be? Camille's already taken away. Another engage piece. Maybe it's going to be the Nautilus ban here, Trouble. Just something that could follow with the Neferi.
Nautilus, Rel, I wouldn't be surprised maybe to see even
Leona
Seraphine,
range.
even though I do not want to see as Seraphine down bot lane for Kalist and Bustio. I mean, I don't know, maybe something like if they want to play super aggressive, they can lock in their support here, or their AD carry. Something like Lucian could potentially work. He's very slippery to get away from the Jarvan as well. And then you counter pick, you try to create a lane like a Nautilus or a Rel.
Yep.
They're going to pick the support instead.
So there's part of the engage that was kind of needed for KC's comp. But I do worry about the 2v2. How is it going to shape up? There's been a lot of roaming at this tournament, at an MSI. It's been all about those level 2s, those level 3s, getting impact in mid. We were talking about that set lane as well a little bit before. The Cassiopeia has been left up and available. The Victor was picked optionally into what was going to most likely be the Cassiopeia. Now it's confirmed. And is it going to be worth the Yehu as Shanks gets, let's say, comfort, or one of his best?
That's pretty much going to give us the answer of where Shen and Varus are still going. We don't know if we're looking for an AD carry or if we're looking for a support right here, since the Varus and Shen can flex on both of these positions. So this last pick right here from AJL,
I think it's going to be a Shen top. It's going to be a Shen top. I mean, Shen versus the Jace feels nice. Flandre comfort. Flandre on a pick that can actually hold down the fort. And I think the Nautilus here, nice little takeaway with the Varus. What have KC got for Kalist in this game? I don't know if it's a Kai'Sa game here. Trouble, what do you think?
Playing Kai'Sa into Cassiopeia, Shen would be so difficult. You're a very short range AD carry. Having to make your way through so much CC would be a little bit scary, but the... Oh my god, I thought the Syndra got locked in there for a second.
It might be.
Thinking about it, it would work in terms of competition as it has get actually locked in right here.
It could also be the Victor bot. We've seen it from T1. Victor bot could have been the long run flex that we've seen this whole time. Let's just see where they swap, because the Syndra versus Cass, nice matchup. Victor in the bottom lane versus Varus. I mean, look, to me, in this mage meta, it doesn't always feel that great, no matter what lane you're going into here, into that Varus.
I don't know, man. I'm worried a little bit for KC right here. Yes, they have a lot of damage on the top side of the map, but they're also very vulnerable, all very squishy once that range gets broken into by AJL, who have multiple tools to do that. The Nautilus, the Java, and the Shen dive in the backline. It might be super disruptive. KC are going to have to play those teamfights really well. They're going to have to be at objectives always first.
How important is their lane going to be as well? That's going to be the biggest question here. Yeah, who gets the Syndra? That's the final pick, and it does go into the mid lane, into the Cassio. More important for the matchup. I think bot is just going to be surviving and scaling for that Victor. See how Kalist can go. We were critical on his mages, as so far in this tournament, they've not been the best. But he's had a higher sample size. Kalist has had to play his way out of the dirt, where AL coming through a clean run. They haven't even played a best of 3 here at EWC 2026.
It's very funny. We said maybe Kalist and Hope, they go more traditional AD carry, 2v2 heavy, brawl down bot lane. What I want to see a little bit is Yehu versus Shanks, because we saw Yehu versus Canyon on the opposite matchup. It was Yehu on the Cassiopeia into Chovi's Syndra, and he played that early game super well, landed so many Qs, forced his TP early. It was a great laning phase from Yehu. Let's see now, when the coin flips, and he is now on Syndra versus Cassiopeia into Shanks, how this mid lane is going to go.
It's only game 1. We're rolling in front of a French crowd. It's funny, I was counting the numbers, I was looking at the crowd. It looks almost as packed as T1 Humble Life, but it is still packing up, as you said. But the bleachers are extending. The KC fans are huddling up. It is completely one-sided here in Paris, as you'd expect. The last hope of the West, the last hope of EU. G2 couldn't even get their way through to the quarterfinals. And now it's up to one team. Buso gives us a smile, and KC look to be in a delightful mood, which is always good to see when you are the underdogs running into one of the best China has to offer.
Absolutely. You're the last hope, as you mentioned, so you've got to be in a good mood to beat the LPL. Has been a thorn on our backs for quite a while in terms of international events. However, right here, I feel like KC are very happy to have the extra reps, having to play that extra best of 3 versus Team Secret. Team Secret pushed them to their limit. And that could also work in terms of problem solving. When you are pushed to the limit in the tournament, you actually want to problem solve really quickly. So KC have obviously, hopefully solved a lot of those issues that forced them to have to problem solve in the first place. And right here, I'm actually super excited to see Kalist on that Syndra, the redemption arc on the mages, as you mentioned as well, into one of the most aggressive bot lanes that we have in the entire tournament.
Oh yeah. Looking forward to it when we do get in now. Shanks is moving his mouse like crazy, and no one else is.
Can I just say something?
I'm worried we're not getting in. Yes.
I found Shanks playing basketball at the arcade section.
Really?
I asked him to 1v1. He did.
He did?
He destroyed me.
Honorable. Is he good at basketball, is he?
Oh, yes. He scored 67 points. I scored 13.
13. Where were you aiming?
You one shot! Dude, okay.
There's 60 seconds on that machine. Where were you aiming?
So maybe he wasn't good. I was trying.
Right, I'll 1v1 Shanks. I got 84 on that machine.
Wait, you beat him?
I cleaned it, yeah. And Dagon did it after and got like 90-something, so...
We should have put you there. Maybe you could have, like, destroyed his ego.
No, bro, that's unfair. He's going to go into this game and feel sad because I destroyed him with basketball. But nevertheless, he's on a high here as KC surround their arena with their delight. But how long will it last? And can they get it across the line? T1 awaits in the semifinals. But GAL are heavy favorites here. Anyone's legend. Missed MSI. I was saying it only the other day. It was because of WE's miracle run that they went to the lower bracket. Then BLG took them out cleanly. They have a tendency to go over-aggressive. But against KC, will that matter? Good little Dark and Dagger to start off from Yike, as he is on the Neferi. and Casey want to get the ball rolling real fast in this game.
The one thing that's really going to go well for KC right here is that they do have champions that can actually force a push. Now, Fairy wants to be free to farm. This is the whole point. Want to get to the first item super quickly, get the Voltaic Cycle Sword in there, and start playing super aggressive into the Javan. On the other side, we have seen Tarzan do some crazy stuff on the Javan. We've seen the level 2 gank, into a level 3 gank, into a level 4 gank.
Yeah.
And let's see if he's actually going to have that early game impact, because he is the moving gear for AJL every single time. And hopefully, if he can get to the top lane and get that early flash off of the Jace, Flander will have a great laning phase.
Tarzan, someone who is one of the most flexible junglers in the LPL of all time. He can really be a dog to his laners, but he can also be that carry jungler himself. Sounds very basic, but when you know LPL junglers, it makes a lot of sense. Crushdown comes through from Busio. KL's completely fine here. Kalista steps out of the way, and behind the minion wave, the power of this Victor is he doesn't have to step into Nautilus range consistently.
Shanks down mid lane, has landed a few Qs, and rough. Here comes the back. Now, we also saw that happen into Owner. You back, you grab the extra long sword, and now you're ready to fight. You have the extra item in your inventory, you've got the extra pot in your inventory as well. I feel like Tarzan is looking to actually potentially play 1v1 or 2v2 versus Yike for those Scuttle Crabs.
If Yike gets involved, that bottom side Scuttle might just be the go-to as both junglers are pathing the same way. Yahoo, you can see in the middle of your screen, dodge a lot of those noxious blasts. Shanks looking for it yet again here. Enough mana in the pool to get a trade. Finds Yahoo. A couple of those early ones landed, and that's why there is a pot difference in the mid lane. Shanks actually up 1, but the mana difference is in Yahoo's favor until, of course, he either misses the scat of the week or launches one out to get that final pot from Shanks.
Super fast clear out here from Nafiri. Yeah, he's gonna finish that jungle really quickly, of course. Tarzan is 1 back up with a longsword in his inventory. However, they are both landed on the both side of the map, and Tarzan is slightly stronger in terms of Roy, deep power. Hope is gonna push out that last minion, and both AJL and KC are looking at that first Scuttle Crab down bot lane.
HB advantage for Kalist. Hope is on the wrong side as well, not there yet. We look towards mid because Tarzan's going there. Scuttle given over. I think Hope's HP bar was a deterrent that KC knew they had the upper hand.
So Shanks tried to push that mid lane a little bit more aggressively, had lost a couple of points from his HP bar, plus his mana, and they did not want to take the 50-50. I still think AJL could have fought this right there. They did have Cassiopeia who could move into the river. Yehu was 0 mana. He could never be of any impact in that river. They decided to go a little bit more slow and steady, which is very uncharacteristic for Tarzan on Javan, in particular with the extra power in the inventory. As I feel like that bot lane has been going at it back and forth this entire time.
That's like what you do with engaged supports. Oh, that dredge line close. You can see Kyle is shifting angles through this brush, trying to find Kalist, but Busio being the best friend, really hovering around in front of his AD carry as Tarzan looks top.
He's trying to shadow right here for Kana, knowing that Nafiri is clearing towards the top side of the map. Could potentially pull a big wave into potentially a dive on Shen, which is never easy. However, Nafiri has W, and when timed correctly, it can work into Shen. This is not going to be the case. Tarzan starts the clear again, going to back now.
Kind of gets away, pushed in here as well. Slow pushing.
Ouch.
Would have been a bad spot if it wasn't pushed in before Tarzan made a move. Next wave going to be hard chopped as well. Flandre will TP back in. And as Kana does that, he will have probably the advantage being able to walk to lane once it's there. No, he's going to go for plating instead. Fair enough.
And very uncharacteristic AJL early game right here.
Wait.
They are showing KC so much respect due to KC having so much pressure down bot lane and top lane. They know they do not have their lanes to move really quickly. Plus, they don't have to do anything for the time being if you're an AJL, because Flandre doesn't have level 6. You definitely want to get your Shen online to try and make plays cross-map, whilst you know Jace is going to be pushing that top lane.
It's the advantage, isn't it? It's that global opportunity that Flandre now has as Trouble just pulled out, 6 acquired. TP was burned by Kana in the end with the Serrated Dirk, and he just picked up a cull as well. And I guess it was that going for that plate. TP had to be used, of course, so both top laners now without the summoner. But again, that advantage with the Shen ulti is worth noting as Dragon might be the next port of call. Yike is looking towards his bottom side. That's the third Scuttle spawn. It is going to be in front of the Drake. For now, Kalist's small health bar disadvantage as he's just trying to get the wave shoved in so that Yike can maybe do something about contesting.
You can see Yike is wrapping around behind the Dragon, trying to contest right here. They're both gonna pop.
Pickaxe versus
Back and forth. Tunneler.
Build up into, yep. Tunneler exactly. Flounder in a bit of trouble. Shadow Dash is out of there. Kana, this is his Jace. Again, his second most played in history. 69 games now picked up. Just under his Nah by a game. This is a comfort pick for him, and a lot of teams in the LEC will not give Kana Jace for this reason.
They're playing for the dive. Look at Yike diving behind that wall. They will be spotted right here.
Oh, but the health bar is great.
But if Yike actually times the W correctly, this can actually work. Flounder is running.
Dodges Shadow Dash, Dark and Dagger #1. He's going to run under the turret, and that's a danger point here for KC. They're not going to complete the dive, instead pressure off and back off. As Yehu tries to zone off Shanks, we come back towards mid. Tarzan has an ult advantage. Yike also knows that he's up here, as I believe a bit of information was gathered on the travel up.
That's a bit unfortunate right here from Yike. He wants to be ahead in terms of CS and farm. However, right here, not only...
Oh, level 6, chance of corruption, Hope. Perfect timing, Kale gets the hook in. Busio is going to shove his way out of there, but Hope gets level 6 on the minion, and the R button is pressed.
Really nice aggression from the bot lane for AJL. They're going to shove the wave. They're going to back first as well. And then Tarzan is going to be heading towards that bot side of the map anyway, because this is where his jungle is spawning next. So that is his natural pathing anyway. Now Yike has fallen behind with that attempt for a gank towards the top side of the map. Wasted quite a bit of that time. Tarzan also heading towards the top side. Can I slow push in that wave? He's going to choose to crash it right now. Tarzan will get spotted. Might play a little bit of disruption onto that Jace, but he's just going to clear that one out and back off inside his jump.
Kana also backs off with his timing as well after the wave gets shoved in and neutralized, or at least pretends to. He's going to receive. Busio on the way up, spotted on a ward by AGL on the river. Grubs up in 30 seconds. Topside, a bit of a priority here is Scout of the Week not going to connect, and Busio is just going to travel maybe back towards that bottom side where KC have more control.
They're both heading towards that mid lane. I feel like because that mid lane wave was not pushed, it's a little bit scary now to walk inside their jungle into Fog of War. Saying this, the second they spot Yehu walking back, this is where KL feels a little bit more confident to walk up, clean down that vision, and Yike knows that I feel like both side of the map is off limits for KC currently. They've got it all locked down. However, AJL know this as well, so they're going to contest over the top side of the map.
Bit of extra items on point here for Tarzan. Pickaxe and longsword for Yike versus the tunnel and longsword and crystal plus the moat.
Just forcing them off.
And he's going to force them off. That's KL looking for an angle as well. Lucio going to have to face check. Shanks with the Petrifying Gaze waiting, trying to lure them in. That's one scuttle picked up. Yike now trying to trim off the hedges off this left side. You can see Kana has prior. Is it going to matter? The Shen ulti going to be used. It's not. Dredgeline into a dog. The flash over the wall to get Yike, and the Shadow Dash captures him. First blood with the dunk of the Cataclysm.
AJL were playing with their food, I feel like, right there. They were trying to toy with Yike, walking up close to try and potentially look for those void grabs, but they were better. Kalist now.
Hail of Arrows getting the stack up of Blight. Hope just use the chance. Corruption going to flash forward anyway, looking for the piercing arrow after the Blight is applied once again. Kalist in trouble, trying to use this choke to his Fog of War. No, Kalist is going to flash on out. He survives for now. Hope will not be able to get the chase. The Q's on cooldown. Kalist will survive.
It's always at 9 minutes, man. 80 carries get bored. There is no action, and now they're both going to show up at Dragon with no flashes. But let's look at the fight that happened at the Void Grabs. Yike walks up, tries to challenge the 50-50 on the smite on the Void Grab, but stays around because he knows that his top laner is first in the river. What he didn't account for is that it doesn't matter because Shen can just ult and make the play.
Call the pack was nice for the initial engage, but then Shen rocks up, and there's nothing that Yike can do against Flandre, who opens with a kill. Minimize that gold cap that Kana was really finding himself a bit of a lead with. And AL are going to be first on the ball. Gold lead is still in KC's favor, and for what it's worth, it does feel like that is because of how Kalist has been farming, how Kana's been holding that lead. But Dragon's still on the menu, and AGL keep doing it. Feel pretty confident here to contest around as Yike is going to be first to start it off.
Yeah, AGL had to grab some waves. Kalist was pushing down bot lane, and Yehu, before he headed for that river, had crushed his wave in mid lane as well. So AGL are going to have to forfeit that one over to KC. So real nice handshake right there. One void grab is enough. Lost Yak in the process, but got the dragon later on. So the first handshake happens right here with the void grabs and the dragon going each way.
So I guess I should correct myself. I mean, Yehu with this Syndra, it's kind of the power of it, the pressure through the lane and the quick wave clear has been leading to some success. The ability to move first, KC on the board. And it is a big objective. Cloud's coming up next. It does feel like as well, the game's going to stagnate for a little bit longer too, just until we get those first items. And I mean, we have a Jace, we have a Varus in the game, you know, Shen as well. Voltaic Cycle Sword just picked up by Yike. I mean, those first items are important because, yeah, there's a lot of champions here that, you know, are practicing with lethality, as Serpent's Fang picked up firstly by Kana as well.
Well, there are a bunch of shields. Cassio will get her own one later on. Nautilus, Jarvan, Shen have it inherited in their kit. So really nice first pickup right here from Kana. Has accumulated a 300 gold lead on his own, about 30 CS up, or ish, 30 CS up onto the Shen, which is a very normal CS difference to have when you are playing this matchup right here. However, Flounder will pick up his first item as well. It is going to be the Titanic Hydra, and Tarzan will claim yet another crab on the top side river.
Yes, he will. Going down from KC, maybe to try and find a pick out. Everyone posturing. Flandre's open in the bottom lane as Kana uses time to reset. Looking at them aggressive. Dreadfun's coming in because they know there's a Shen ulti back up and available. Yike gets low. Rooted is Busio as well. He takes a Noxious Blast, and there we go. Stand United. Busio's about to get Shadow Dash, and Flandre's about to get another kill. AGL playing around that ulti timing so damn well.
Yeah, and that was worst case scenario for KC, for Flander to get the kill, because Kana has been doing so well building up the HP difference, but now Kalist stuck underneath the tower. No TP to get out. Oh, sorry, no flash, no TP.
Flash, Shadow Dash sticking around is ruthless from Kalist, but not a smart move. He dodges away from the ulti. He's somehow alive. He's ticking down. He will live as AGAL botched the dive.
Holmes thought he had it with the last auto attack, but the tower was too ramped up for AGAL to keep tanking. Kalist gets out.
Somehow, some way. Top turret's still going to be under threat, but at least Kalist can reset and walk back to receive the majority of the wave, so that is a sigh of relief for the European fans as Flandre made that taunt flash stick.
Ooh, we're getting the Kalist POV right here. All right, gets flash taunted right there from Flandre, or taunt flashed rather. Dodges the initial Q from Hope, and that's how he stays alive.
Lucky man.
Or mega skill.
I mean, he did click left and right a couple of times.
That's right.
That's not wrong. That's not wrong. But Flandre almost with a third, or at least sending a 3 over to AGAL. We've got Herald in a minute 45. That's the next look up. Second Dragon as well of the game, which KC were able to find the first. And we already talked about first items on the board. It feels like everyone's caught up. Yehu and Kalist are now there as well.
The one who's not there, though, is Shanks, and that Rod of Ages is getting delayed just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Which is a bit problematic for AGL. They definitely want to have that Rod of Ages on Cassiopeia starting to stack already. I'm assuming that Shanks will make a trip to the shopkeeper eventually to get it before those two neutral objectives spawn, because it is going to be of pivotal importance right there. However, a bunch of first item spikes have come through in general, as you mentioned. I feel like KC are looking and feeling very confident having them in their pockets already.
But you know what I've loved so far about this game? For HAL, they are tempering their aggression until Flandre has his ulti up again. It's not this over-aggression, they're kind of seeding vision in the river. But as soon as Flandre gets his ult up again in about 30 seconds, let's see how it changes. And especially with that timing coming around Herald, Flandre safe to play without TP on the bottom lane. Granted, HAL don't overstep.
There's Gag and Kana towards the bottom of the map, trying to take the Scala Crab, establish some vision down there with 1 minute on the clock. And I will agree with you, I feel like AGL have been using that Flandre ult really well timed. They're using it in between the timer of any objective and on the timer of the objectives to take control. Now, seeing as Flandre is taking towards the bottom of the map, however, he is going to be around the play in general. No flash, though, for that taunt flash to come through.
So won't be able to make the same plays. It's 5 seconds on that ulti. Let's see. Reset timer comes through from KL first. You were mentioning Shanks' item choice, or rather his lack of building that first item. We can't see it right now, but he still hasn't backed to get himself that Rod of Ages. Overloading Flandre, always an option for the Shen. Good damage here from Kana as Yike is spotted on the ward. Tarzan's hovering, and now it will be about the Dragon, so Flandre won't have to think about the ulti while he receives the wave.
Shanks is still not backed, doesn't have an item. which needs time to stack.
Drag, there's a Shen ulti going to go from a small trip to right in front of his face. Kana's going to flash away as Tarzan's Cataclysm is now down. Flash from Buzio, dodged away by Tarzan. They find Flandre though, almost dead, not quite. He stands his ground, he makes it a 1-for-1, but now Kalista's in melee range. Will it matter? Hope steps up right in the middle of a Chaos Storm. Buzio gets a great stun, and Kalista survives. Buzio with some great mechanics on the rail, going to chase on up as Hope runs for his life, but this rail has movement speed in the kit, an array of death. Kalist sends to Hope.
Kalist goes huge in this team fight. He's super tanky, and the initial engage from AGAL does not go as planned. A 4 versus 4 win for KC. They take that bot lane tower, a bunch of platings from the mid as well. Kalist is rich.
And that looked like a horrible fight for KC, especially when Flandre survived for so damn long after being the one getting engaged on. We'll get a replay in a short hot sec, but as you said, 4v4 trouble, there were no mid laners to speak of.
They get the flash off of the Nafiri first, and then the flash of the J, so the initial engage completely fumbles from AL. Once they engage, they cannot re-engage. They've already used their cooldowns. So Kalist sees that opening, walks up, puts down his ult, and then just bunch up underneath it.
Everything used. Kalist surprised me with the melee range, but it looks good. Kameto popping off. Over on the, well, not the French, but the French coast stream. He's loving it right now, and Kalist with 1.5k gold lead, loving it too. 2 items, Protobel picked up, and Kana already with the lead, now finding even more success as he holds the gold value too. AGL going to start off this Herald, but KC with the item advantage want to fight.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Shanks has his Road of Ages finally, as KL gets interrupted right there from Kalist.
No Shen-ult.
I am not very sure what is happening right there. Shanks gets his Road of Ages complete at 17 minutes in.
Took a while for him to pick it up. Flandre without an ulti though. AGL don't feel confident fighting. Herald's going to be given up even on full vision. Hex Flash used. Casey probably going to take this and take the long way out as anyone's legend finding the inside track on mid, and Flandre is alone on this turret, but there are no TPs from KC. So Kana's going to have to take the long way down, or at least give up a lot of plating here on this turret.
The good thing here is that KC know exactly the whereabouts of all AGAL players. They've got wards on the top side of Tarzan's jungle, so they did notice both Cassiopeia and Javon walking up in there. So they are free to walk into Fog of War, and Kana can take the shortest route towards the bottom of the map to try and catch as many minions as possible. So a really, really nice pickup from KC right here. The Rift Trail can be used to open up that mid lane tower. Opening up that mid lane tower with things like the Rel that can flank around those walls could be huge for a pickup.
That Herald mid is a very feasible target right now. Top as well. A long lane here for Kana as he pushes up. Tarzan is on the bottom side of the map. There's not vision that extends into the deepest parts of that jungle from KC. But Yike hovering around his bot side. Just quick note, also picked up the Serpent's Fang. So trouble, as you said before, all the shields. A lot of value being added here by the lethality users of KC.
Importantly, Dusk and Dawn completed as well for Flandre on that Shen. He has been the recipient of all the kills for AJL. Not sure this is the best outcome possible. However, we've seen him completely pop off on Shen. If he gets like a really good tone now with Flash available, it could be game changer for AGAL. However, as we expected, KC using that referral the OG way to try and open up mid.
But Tarzan hovering over the side, Kael as well with the Hex Flash. Herald's going to go down, Yike presses the W now, waiting for the flag and drag. Dreadblank gets the dog, and the Stand United was used. Thumbs up from 2 players at KC, because they know that's a big commit from anyone's legend.
Huge bait right there from Yike. Tries to take the referral, but he turned around, so it died whilst the players were hitting it. Ends up stuck in the middle of everything, and AJL see it as an opportunity to potentially strike back. Wasn't quite the case, and a very important cooldown for Flandre, which might be very close to not being up for the next round.
Let's see. I think it'll be there, but if only just. Baron's spawning now as well, for what it is worth for the fans out there, and I think KC, every time they see that Shen ulti used, there's this sigh of relief that, you know, Yahoo has been playing sides, can continue pushing. Kana can do the same. He's not matching this Shen, which for the most part he has been. But just knowing that it is strictly a 1v1 with good vision tracking is really nice here from KC. Yike clearing away some of that defensive vision from anyone's legend. As the blue buff attempted steal, he is going to resume after the patience goes down, depending on if he's scared of Kyle and Tarzan moving down. Scout of the week. Shanks may be in trouble. Boost is coming up. It is indeed, and Kalista is also walking up as well. There's going to be 3 members here, and as I said, KC, no fear. TP's going to be used. AGL getting support. Shanks just petrifying gates. Nice onto Yahoo. He drops the ground as down. Myers was big, but Kalista's in. The flash out of Shanks. Getting Shadow Dash though. The TP from Blind Ray. It makes sense. It brings in clutch plays, but Kana cutting up the retreat. Tarzan, flag and drag. Finds one. Yahoo's down. Blind Ray the next play, but he flashes away. Cataclysm down. Helps out taking Kana. And KC felt safe, but they were wrong. Teleport in. AGL looking for the chase up as they've gotten 2 victims in the sand.
They're looking for one more potential to turn it around for the Baron. Say, screw that. They're starting the Baron anyway. It's never a 50-50. Yikes in the pit. Can they keep him out, though? That's the question. KC are pulling TPs. They're trying to strike back. Tarzan falling super low in that pit, and Busio could find an angle here.
Kalista teleported in. Busio, his angle from the right side. Tarzan getting low. Flag and drag. It's a bait. He gets Shattering Strike crashed down. Tarzan's dead. Yike with a reset. Kyle's next. Shanks, the dogs unleash. How does the snake fare? Baron hurting like hell while Hope is left isolated. Kalis spacing. The ray comes out again. And Yike sees and smells the blood. It may be green, but it'll taste all the same. The dog running forward, ready to sink the fangs in once again. And Shanks up in the corner of the wall. Matter not. Scatterweek doesn't need to connect. It's KC with a bombardment of blood.
Summoner's Rift turning blue. KC turn around what looked like a great gang on the top side of the map into a very sad team fight for them, almost losing the Baron, and with numbers disadvantage, they catch AJL on the exit and take this one back. Let's watch this one more time. That's how it happens. Shanks on a super long lane with a super immobile champion, and Busio and Yehu are trying to take him down. He's pretty strong and tanky, still has the Rod of Ages, and here's where Shen comes through, the next TP comes through. That taunt was incredible. That's a Dusk and Dawn Shen. You stick onto a squishy target, you can really deal a lot of damage. Hope then comes in, Tarzan from the flank, straight into that backline. This looks like a fantastic fight for AGL, but they stick around Baron for too long. They don't have the damage to take Baron down super quickly, which means Tarzan and KL tank the majority of that and end up dying to the trio of KC that remained alive.
It's crazy. I mean, if Kalis died at that topside play, maybe that'd be a very different story for KC, but the teleport in, he returns, and the Provincial Sun at a 2.2k gold lead now with Baron buff picked up as well. Excuse me, Rabadon's death cap. Baron has not been taken. That is next on the menu, of course. Dragon, another story. KC have picked that up in the replay. So at Soul Point, now the game feels very much in their hands again as KC take over the map. Kyle going to be Shattering Strike. Tarzan looking for a flag and drag. The arrow there, the Kana poke is good. Scatter the week from Yehu from the top side of the play. Stand united to the Shen. Chains of Corruption. KC are in a choke. A dangerous play, but Kalis flashes away from the petrifying gaze. Shanks getting taken down to Yehu. Stuns up too. He'll take Shanks down with him as well. The gravity field in the way. Kalis spacing out nicely. Yes, Hope is a problem, but can he get near Kalis? Flash forward with the arrow. Kalis stands his ground though. Gravity field. Hope protobelted on. Kalis. He'll take it any day.
The prince that was promised wins another 1v1 versus Hope. On no other than a Victor, a mage that he has been criticized on when he plays them. Now 7-0-4. That's a 3-item victor. In TFT terms, we say GG. Let's watch this one more time from Kalis POV as well. He actually knows that this particular boost that he's been playing in and out of is Fog of War for AGAL. So he kept using that every time. When he has cooldowns, he walks out, he weaves in auto attacks. When he knows he's in trouble, he walks back in, as you can see. Hope on the top side of the map. He walked back into the bush to get away from Hope. Hope will flash to kill the Syndra, and this is where he knows he's got the damage to outplay. The spacing on those Varus spells was beautiful.
It's looking very winnable for game one of KC. AGAL, a lot of the fans, a lot of the analysts came in and said it's probably the best matchup for them. And they were damn right. KC on Soul Point. KC found another fight. And KC have the Baron to keep on threatening here in this game. The question is, can they get it across the line? It has been that Shen ulti to be feared, but even in that long fight, KC still found a way to come out even against AGAL.
I feel like the problem for AGL here is that they're lacking this consistent damage threat, especially since Shanks fell behind with Bounty, Rod of Ages, getting the full stack. He's the consistent damage that has to stay alive for AGL to win those fights, as Hope is playing more for lethality of Hulk powers. Shen is there to sure do damage, but primarily he is the guy who's creating space for his team. So if Shanks goes down for AGAL, KC have been winning those fights very easily.
AGL getting themselves some vision around Baron. It's the focus here after the push comes through from Yehu. That wave adding a bit more pressure. They're going to have to go deal with that, but the vision cleared out outside of that scuttle crab. Puts a little bit more emphasis on KC, needing to keep eyes around this purple worm. Blindary's ulti is up and available again, level 16 as well. So we have the full evolved form. Minute 30 till that Drake. That is soul point for KC, and it is an Ocean Soul for that Victor.
A lot of critical items have been completed here from KC. I'm looking at the Seekers, which is going to be super important for Kalist. Stay alive. Tarzan's making a play.
United, we get Victor POV. He protobelts away. Kalist in the 1v5, really, at this point, it seems. From our POV, he's got nowhere to get on out. He gets Shadow Dash, stunned up. Cassiopeia hit hard. Yeah, who finds a great stun, though. But the Chaos Storm lives on. Bucio shuffles his way into Hope, and while he might find the spawn, Hope will drop down. Left without AL, an ace, and KC are running blue side to red.
Kalist walks up for the play to do max damage output, and KC take that chance to beat LPL in that game 1 of the series.
It's 15 seconds for Tarzan, 10 for Kyle. Hope's not going to be able to add range, to add wave clear. KC is 3 with the minion wave, are running to the Nexus turret. One will drop, the next will follow suit. KC, they set underdogs, but in game 1, held the torch for Europe, raised it up high, and sink their teeth into China to take out the opener.
KC. What a monumental Victor performance from Kalist, stepping up in this last fight when he knows everyone's gunning for him. That was incredible.
And honestly, there were some moments in that made you think, but KC really reigned superior. Can they do it again? Can they get through these quarterfinals? As we look at some of the replays here, I think this might have been the last fight here, Trouble. We're watching Kalist POV.
He walks up.
This is yikes, and yeah, he does walk up, but his Chaos Storm is already down. And that takes over the Rift.
It was pretty much Tarzan locking him in. Tarzan never locked him in. Tarzan was always locked in with him.
So is Kana. We're going to throw it over to the desk to break down how that ended up being blue.
It's incredible. It's incredible. As Kameto, he knew it all along. As the crowd in Paris erupts like I have not heard yet here at the Esports World Cup. It is Karmine Corp over AGL. Only one game, but a game that many people did not believe would come.
Bro, that's EU, baby. That's EU. Kana with such a master performance up against Flounder. We've seen Flounder now 3 Shen games in a row. He's thinking to himself, I can blind pick this. Doesn't matter who I'm playing against. But Kana had him in the reins the whole game, getting CS lead, getting plates, and the rest of KC. Oh, thank you, KC. Thank you.
Kalist on the Victor, not a pick that we typically associate with him having a massive impact. This felt like a composition for KC that was harder to execute. A lot of picks, like having that Jace in the top lane. If you look in comparison, AGAL, it felt like, okay, we just group up, engage, team fight, more straightforward, and yet the execution was so good from KC when it came to those fights.
Let's take a look at one of them down on the bottom side of the map, 15 minutes in. Just, again, just so fun to watch.
And I love what you're saying, Ox, because you see how KC need to play. They need to disengage, flash away from the engage from AGAL, and then they can actually re-engage. But it's so much more difficult for KC to actually pull off this composition because they need to do it in these 2 steps. And that's why it's so impressive for me that they kept being able to find these fights. They kept flashing the pivotal skill shots. As you see Kalist there flashing Hope's Q, it just allowed KC to actually get ahead in these team fights when otherwise it feels like we've seen these Asian teams be outplaying EU any day of the week.
It felt like they were hand-checking them. And as the last Western team in the tournament saying, you know what, we'll throw it down, we'll hand-check, we're up against Tarzan, we can do that. That's crazy, and yet it worked so well.
And usually,
Okay,
I'm back. That exact hand check where AGAL were like, okay, you want to fight us, we'll come fight you. One at a time, over the wall. That led into a Baron, that led to KC coming back.
Yeah, this one actually ended up starting pretty good for AJL, where Shanks is just able to survive initially. You see Flandre come in, and then Tarzan, who joins late, gets his really high-value engage, taking out the Syndra, forcing Kalist away. And I was thinking, oh,
it's Kyle.
Have KC just thrown? Is this enough for AGL to get back in the game? They go onto the Baron, but KC do not let them take this for free.
Yeah, I was ready to be heartbroken when they survived on solo HP, but due to the fact that Flandre doesn't have the ult, doesn't have the TP, he joined so late that by that time, the carries of AGAL have all been chunked by the Masher and gotten so low that KC can just clean up, and I felt like after that fight, KC were just in control of the rest of the game, but I don't think it can be understated. You're playing Victor and you're playing the Syndra up against Jarvan. It is so difficult to play these team fights, especially when you don't have flash, because all AGL need to do is send the Jarvan in with the Shen ult, and it's so easy to clean up. But there was so much discipline, so much patience from the carries of KC that they were able to make it work.
What I loved, as someone who dabbles in wrestling, that felt like the Royal Rumble. Who's next? Who's coming in next? Here comes Flandre, gets away, but he's going to come back in.
Flandre from the top rope.
Tarzan from the top rope. It was just an awesome moment here in the arena. The fans were erupting, and then it led to the loudest cheer of that last match, the final fight, where finally the victor falls, but it's a cleanup from Yike and the rest of KC.
So this is kind of what we're talking about with the Tarzan engage potential, but Kalist, the proto belt, the rocket belt away from the Jarvan engage means Tarzan's left in no man's land, and they're able to peel here. Yes, eventually the victor dies, but at what cost?
I mean, he got the ultimate off, and you see how big it gets, yeah, when he's able to take down these members. But I think one of the things that we talked about was Proto Belt being so valuable, because when Tarzan wants to go for that engage, you Proto Belt before he gets down the ultimate, and then suddenly an engage that would have been pretty free becomes incredibly deep, takes a lot longer, and that's how KC were able to prolong these fights and actually get them in their advantage. And for me, this game gives me hope, because if you can hand check, then what can't you do? You know, if you can win with the worst draft, what can't you do? I have full hopes in KC, and I can already see the 2-0 in front of my eyes.
I counter with, despite being on a tank in a loss, Flandre has still looked fantastic as he has throughout the tournament, and I think if he's unleashed, if that can be a win condition, maybe that's an angle there for AGAL, because that Victor and the big dog, Yike, got rolling, and it felt like difficult to come back once they fell behind here, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's fearless, so Flandre's gonna have to bring out something new than the Shen, which he's kind of been relying on so far, but I think AGL are a team who are no slouches, and I think they will bounce back in game 2 and put up a fight. Question is, what will the draft be? Because I feel like that's been a heavy talking point at this tournament as well. It doesn't mean that you have to have like the optimal draft, but a draft you feel comfortable on and can execute. I think the fact that we're seeing Kalist playing these mages to such a high level, that Victor having a phenomenal performance, that gives a lot of faith, a lot of hope. But AGL, I think having the Jarvan leading the charge, having Tarzan lead the charge normally has worked so well for them, but they have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, it gives me a ton of confidence, as you say, Ox. The fact that Kalist can play the Victor, can pull out the Cassio if he wants to, or pull out whatever mage that he wants to, means that now they have so much versatility in the meta. And I think already AGL, they had an uphill battle against this crowd, being down 1-0 now, with the whole crowd cheering loudly against you. It's too difficult for them.
Kana, Yike, Yehu, Calist and Busio on the cusp of a huge victory here as we take in the sights and sounds of Paris. It is KC up 1-0 over AGAL. We'll see how this all concludes after this bit of content, but take it all in, European fans. They're showing up on an international stage, righting the wrongs from MSI, and one win away from moving on to the semifinals at EWC.
EWC, guys, the biggest stage possible.
Okay. No, it's fine. You win. Go. There's no flash. Can you end? Yes. Maybe. 30 seconds. Let's try. Are you sure? I'm best. Okay. If you guys are sure. I have TP. Yes, we can. I have TP. Nice.
I'm here at the League of Legends EWC booth where you can play League Classic exclusively. Let's see what some of these guys and gals are playing. What we got here? You're playing Rammus? You might be one of the worst Rammuses I've ever seen. But I like your effort, bro. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. Kill it. And how about you, bro? What are you playing?
Twist AP mid. Like Bevan.
Tristana AP mid?
Yeah. With DFG.
That's actually a respectful pick. Good job. Follow me.
I like this guy's energy.
Hello, good sir. I see you're about to play some League of Legends Classic. Who you planning on playing?
I'm thinking of playing Brand or something like that.
Brand, not a bad selection, bro. Good luck. And then over here, I see you're also playing League of Legends Classic.
Yes, I'm playing here with Garen.
You're gonna lock in Garen?
What?
Are you gonna play some Garen? Lock him in?
Yes, Garen.
Good luck, bro. You're probably gonna need it. You're gonna, yes. Good luck. Reminder, guys, League of Legends Classic is exclusively here at EWC. Come check it out.
I kill.
Ginny here over at the Totem area, and I'm joined with reporters from our other stages. We got Chris and Declan.
Yeah, I think
both giving us a little bit of an update because it sounds like nothing is going as expected over on either one of your stages.
Yeah, so yesterday we kind of had the quarterfinals of MWI and 2 Falcons teams dropped out. So that's a massive thing. And it's something that Team Vitality are really trying to take advantage of. They're currently playing their semi-finals at the moment, 2-1 up, facing a bit more pushback than expected for them. They were thinking they were going to be smooth sailing all the way. But in the grand final, Na'Vi are waiting, which is huge because Fatal Fury last week, Dark Angel managed to clinch those 1,000 points for Na'Vi. So it's a big 2 weeks for them, and if they can get that on the board, they're going to be flying.
Yeah, it seems like the gap between Na'Vi and Falcons is widening even further, bro. What are things like on Dota?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not going to help what's happening on Dota, to be honest with you. Falcons came through their group in first place, guaranteeing themselves those 200 points, and everyone's looking at their side of the bracket thinking, hey, they can make a run to the grand finals.
I remember you saying that.
I know, I was like, they got an easy bracket. Who'd have thought that? Either way, though, they go up against Vici Gaming, who weren't supposed to even be there, and Vici Gaming beat them 2-0. So Falcons crashing out of the tournament. I just want to bear in mind for everybody, Dota did not really have massive representation as far as what we would consider club championship contenders. So it was a massive moment for Falcons to get some free points, essentially. Okay, they make 200 points up on the competition, but they had such an opportunity to get 400, 500. It was a massive waste for Falcons when it comes down to Dota 2.
It sounds like the Paris debuff is hitting Falcons. They're not playing on home turf, and I think they're struggling a little bit with that. That's all the updates that we have for now. We'll keep you in the loop. Bye.
like actually watching a lot of wait, I'm actually live on watching. It's because my cam isn't on, guys. My cam was on, I wouldn't dare.
Well, we got an update in the history of Dota, but now we're in League of Legends, the better game. My name's Hysterics, I'm joined by Trouble. I only spit truth here, I think you know.
Nah, there's no way he just said the better game, bro. He just threw a shit at Dota, the entire fan base, bro.
Casey's game 1. And I think
he
they
just threw
outplayed
a shit at the entire
made them a bit dizzy. That Baron in the history of League of Legends wasn't in the top 20, but it's in the top 50 for sure. Top 100 at least.
And that's your truth?
That's my truth.
Did you by any chance walk into the KC crowd and you came back with
No, I walked in, I talked to Atlas.
15.
I came back, top 100 actually. It wasn't that great, but it was iconic for the tournament. I've lost my voice a little bit. I'm going to apologize everyone at home, but I will try and keep up with whatever happens in this game too as we're about to jump into pick and ban. Now, outside of my goofy antics and whatever I just said, Poppy remains to be banned. And I think we talked about this in game 1, Treble, how important it was, how good it was for Keria. It feels like a pick that is going to continue being idolized at EWC 26.
Ezreal's been left open. He doesn't get left open, thus Khaleesi hasn't actually perma-banned.
But Hope will pick it, for
it
sure.
was only Gen G that did not ban Ezreal versus Khaleesi.
Maybe
and that's because AJL got the first pick.
Yeah, Hope is an all-time favorite.
Yep.
I think of Elp in the history of LPL. I also think of Hope and what he's done on this champion. I remember things like the Camille as well.
I was meant to like do a talking video for my birthday,
and Ezreal, one of the safest
I
80
changed my mind.
I'm thinking Caitlyn lanes potentially could go into something like a Bard Ezreal.
Let's start the
We've
game
seen
yes.
a lot of recently.
Why is one of my whites so
Shinza
behind?
makes a lot of sense right here. Opens up potentially Ash Seraphine. However, with the Lee Sin, now I want to see a Caitlyn lane down ball.
I want to see something explosive. There's no pairing of the Syndra to go with this. Usually it has been kind of the likes of. Well, what are we going to get? Rumble usually partnered with Jarvan, locked in, blind from Kana. I mean, the Varus is not open, and that has been the go-to a lot of the time globally for this Rumble option. What does Flandre have? A Rise Up also could be it. That could just be going to Shanks as one of the best next mids in the line.
I'm about to say something completely crazy.
Oh, don't do it.
I think Asante is fine into Rumble, especially if you play your 1v1 really well. We've actually seen a bunch of Casantes around the world internationally taking flashes off of Rumble in the early stages. Then you build up a bunch of MR, and then you're fine in lane. And always pretty useful when it comes to team fights. And since you've got a lot of damage coming out of Ezreal and the Rise, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad choice here for AJL and provide some frontline as well.
All right, that gets locked in. We put Rumble mid, we run Renekton top. Deal. Let's see for the time being, though. Is that Ambassador going to get locked in? Leona for Kyle. Oh, what a speciality. You might be a bit bored at home, but Kyle, I think, is honestly one of the best Leonas in the world.
He played that yesterday versus DK. His Leona was instrumental for that win. And paired up with Ezreal, actually, yesterday versus DK. So they've got it pretty fresh in their memories on how to win with that. And I see a lot of movement around the map in general. Usually when you have Ezreal, you want to dump him down bot lane. He's pretty slippery, doesn't get dived pretty easily. And then you go Rise with the semi-global plus Leona that's going to be roaming a lot. I feel like AJL really want to play that map in this game number 2.
Yes, by the way, you know, with that Anivia too.
They've done it again.
Yeah.
They picked up the whole top side of the map again.
I like it though, because again, maybe Khaleesi is getting more functional on the mages. I mean, last game was a weird sample size because he found a lead early, but it does feel like, again, maybe KC are growing through this tournament as that Ambassador is taken away. They don't want to give too much safety here to Flandre. Remember, he's going to play his first new champion of the tournament here because he's been 3 games on the Shen.
Shen enthusiast.
Yeah, so now there's a new champion. Flandre actually has to pick something that's not Shen.
Ooh, you mean he's gonna first time something?
Lucian
and
top.
with very small letters underneath, only for this tournament.
All right, let's see where we go.
Caitlyn ban, I like that. I wanted to see more of a Caitlyn something lane down bot lane to go into the Ezreal, but I do like the ban right here. I'm looking at Rumble plus Lee Sin, and now I'm starting to think Jhin. lane coming through for KC. I know a lot of people do not like Jin, but I'm seeing a lot of squishiness on the side of AJL. I feel like Jin sets up really nicely for things like Rumble plus the Lee Sin to make plays, and you're always relevant in lane because your raw AD numbers in the early game out-damage the Ezreal.
I wonder why the R and the H were bolden, and then name was bolden. I was trying to spell something out, but there's nothing there. Remember his name. I would remember it if Kalist was able to get the Jin, but surely a ban from AGAL, as you're talking about. By the way, Pantheon ban, a little bit fresh here from KC. Looking for the pairing up with the specific Ryze pick, semi-global effect. Sivers gone, which also against Leona, I don't know what it's like, but whatever. Regardless, it's off the board. Pick Jin. Trouble, your thought is spot on. Surely Jin here clears.
I feel like you probably pick support here
but
for
then
Lucio.
You're right.
They slum something like a Cassante or a Sion.
We've already got Ezreal. I'm so dumb.
Yeah.
I'm so dumb. Why do you need to pick Jin here? Pick a support.
There we go. That's really nice from Lucio. He's known for his Alistar as well. He's made some insane plays. And here comes the answer that we're looking for. Wukong, been one of Tarzan's also strongest champions in the jungle, could potentially be piloting something like this. And what goes towards the top lane? Mind you, it's Flandre. It could be the Ryze going up top lane off of the hands of Shanks. But I feel like a Cassandra or a tank, the Ornn in this case, is a much better option, especially if you put Tarzan on something that also deals damage, like what he's hovering right now.
The Ornn I like in the Rumble, and the follow-up that's going to come through from Tarzan is explosive. Put some emphasis on him. We talked about him. Flexible jungler. Doesn't feel like he always has to play a dog to his lanes. He can also take the torch himself. Tarzan locks in the Kiana. All right, KC. Is it just going to be that Jin? Stock standard.
Rippert is locked in on what Kalist wants to play down that bot lane.
He's in his ear. And Kalist maybe doesn't want to hear it. Do they want dive? Oh. Really? Zeri still. It's a different direction.
Jared,
they want to shred
Jared,
through
are you on
this
the
Ornn
YouTube?
as well.
Yeah, Jared. Let me tell you
as we go to the Ultra, see how they feel about that round of draft.
Google, Gemini says like Twitch only accepts maximum 6,000.
On est là, on est avec les fans Carmine, on va faire une petite leçon de français à Ian. It's time to give Ian a little French lesson. Qu'est-ce qu'on apprend aujourd'hui? Vas-y.
Alors aujourd'hui, on va apprendre Carmine, tes supporters sont là.
Vas-y.
Ouais. Carmine, tes supporters
sont là. Exactly. French, perfect French. Okay, you ready, Ian? We're gonna go all together.
Okay.
Pull up. T'es prêt?
Yes. Carmine, tes supporters sont là.
Carmine, tes supporters sont là. Carmine, I love France.
Carmine, tes supporters sont là.
Oui.
And
I'll do the ad-libs.
we're gonna get back to the game, but right before that, I wanna ask you, qui est-ce que vous voulez qui carry la game? Qui est-ce que vous voulez voir briller à Paris?
Carlist!
This is so cool.
This
is so cool, bro.
Absolutely exquisite French.
You don't know how
I couldn't
cool
repeat
this
the
is.
line if I wanted, but
Don't
the
know how
ultras
cool
are
this
firing up.
is.
Either.
Yes,
This
it
is
was.
so cool.
I'm not sure. I'm not quite there.
Guys,
I'm still
fine,
trying to
my
learn
boy.
Mandarin to see where the AGAL Gyro section is, but it does not exist here in this
Hopefully
arena.
there's no Lila here in game 2.
Well, the LPL
KC
fans
fan.
want Lila. I think KC want a bit of Lila. I think the fans at home wouldn't mind Lila into a game 3, but EWC 26 has other plans apparently. Game 1
Oh, bad guys. So
was an
I have to
exquisite
bring the
show
quality down to
from
6,000, not
KC,
10,000 from Twitch,
and now
which is
a
weird.
different style of draft.
But
Kalist pulls out the
apparently that's
Zeri,
what Twitch accepts.
and we're going to
Can't
see
be 10,000
if he
for
can
Twitch,
get to
which
those
is
300.
fine.
We're going to see if Kalist can space out this comp, because there is a bit of explosion, long-range engage even, on the side of AGAL.
I'm actually a bit worried here for AJL and for their Lila and for their fans. They've been counterpicked mid lane, bot lane is going to be fine, I guess, but definitely not a lane you want to be into with Ezreal. And then top lane is an Ornn, who's going to be suffering in the early game.
Well, you know, against the Rumble, I respect it though. You know, early levels might not be as bad until that first item, until Leandre's. But you're right, for Flandre, I mean, it's going to be a lot about what he inputs into this game. His Searing Charge started, and Kana is kind of just spacing him with the Electra Harpoon. So Flandre is already having a rough time.
When you've you've got two junglers who want to be playmakers. I feel like priorities in lanes are so important. First Skull Crabs, who gets the first Q? Is it going to be Yike on the list, hitting the Q on the Kiana? You need priority, you need vision. And I feel like right now Tarzan is going to have to build that up for himself.
Today I'm going to play a lot of Football Legends. Just like emulate what I've seen today.
Frostbite without that Q is not as much damage as Yehu back on the Anivia. He's taking Electrocute into this lane as well. So looking for those quick trades as you would expect as for now. The wave's going to bounce back into Flandre.
Bro, they're showing all three lanes. Like, bro, Jade, Alpha, Luca. They're showing all three lanes. They're showing all three lanes at the same time. That is epic.
I'm asking silly questions to people at home.
Jared's PC finna explode, guys.
Level 3 first.
Jared does.
Emma will definitely be needed with the way this is going as overheating for now. Flandre trying to abuse that window.
KL down the bot lane, moving pretty deep. Trying to spot Yike, who is going to do Raptors into Krugs into that red buff. And will get not spotted yet, but he's on the bot side of the map, and so is Tarzan. We kind of have the same situation that we did in game number 1. Both junglers did not want to give away that bot lane Skull Crab, and it was Tarzan, who even though he had back with the excellent longsword that he has here as well, he backed off of the 1 versus 1.
5 versus 5, great Bellows breath. Doesn't get passive from Flandre, by the way, so Kana wins out on that trade. Trade really interesting. Null Magic Mantle pick up first as well. Tarzan, as you were saying last game, Trouble, it's that quick jungle back, right? You were explaining where the longsword prior comes through. Tarzan also using mid prior from Shanks. He's able to get the first scuttle of the game. And quickly behind, Yike will be able to get topside instead.
He might actually want to find Yike right here. He's just going to walk up straight in there. He knows he's stronger with the extra longsword, so he doesn't mind taking a fight with Yike if Yike has actually used his spells.
Kana, lane
supremacy. This guy looks like
again.
Bro, the heroes are so alike.
Yike, the hop over the wall. Shanks no idea. Out of mana wants to clear the wave. This is the gate coming in. Flash Frost with a Frostbite. Sonic Wave into resonating strike. Shanks has no mana to stand on. He gets the egg, but at what cost?
What a beautiful wraparound from Yike. Finishes his entire jungle, has absolutely no job. He's got 2 chances. You either try a gank or you press B, go back in base and grab your first few items. Sees Shanks on super low mana, trying to crush his way under enemy tower and takes his chance right here. Very well played. Yepu walking as well, literally point blank for that Q stun so that then the Lee Q connects.
Minion Wave helped out getting the egg, so it is at least something small here for Shanks, but it's first blood over to Yike. He was on the Neferi in game 1, and he found himself with a small lead. He's on the Lee Sin in game 2, and this time he draws blood first. So Paris very happy about that one as KC crest over about 500 gold to kick this game.
And let's see what Tarzan's going to respond with here. Has a level 5 extra pickaxe in his backpack. And obviously the next Skull Crab is going to be very crucial. Gives a level 6 Kiana. Level 6 is one of the most fun ults to keep track of, especially depending on how the rift forms as well with the next soul coming through.
Catalyst of the Aeons picked up first by Yehu. That 1100 gold already found after getting an assist and managing the minion wave. AJL looking for the deep invade here. Control ward placed down as Tarzan and Kael group up. Kalis gets chunked pretty heavy here. So Dragon might just start off the back of this as Yike is going to spot the ward, but has Krugs to clear. While Tarzan decides against the Dragon and goes towards Grom. Meanwhile, level 6 has been acquired, but Kana is ordering down. The overheat is huge. Searing Charge not going to find a knockup. Flandre not pulling out. Call the Forge God, because the God is almost down. Kana doing exceptionally well in this lane and showing me one of the best Rumble vs. Ornn performances I've seen in a while.
One of the main carries on the KC roster right here. Knows that he's in an advantageous position. Takes really lovely trades into Flandre, and Flandre has to take a backseat. I mean, he's picked Ornn to suffer in lane and hopefully get some big ults later on for AJL to set up fights for Tarzan's Kiana to press R on. So we'll see if that works for them and how far behind does he fall to the point where Rumble can take over an entire game on his own, which we've seen Kana do plenty of times in the LEC as well.
I feel like this series, Kana has just been given 2 of his most exceptional picks that domestically he's been banned against, or rather have been banned against him, like all the time. And so for AL, I don't know. We'll see if this turns out to be an egregious mistake. I feel like the Jace in game 1 definitely was. Like giving Kana Jace is a big no-no if you're a European fan. As Ultra Shock Laser is going to start the Dragon up for KL. He did not like that. A bit of range to make Dragon very, very angry, and KL takes a hefty chunk as he runs out.
And meantime, it was Yike who got the top lane Skull Grab, of course, with a really nice trade from Kana, as we mentioned. Which means that Tarzan had to go and search for the level 6 in Sachijon jungle. He's going to be still perma-clearing. I feel like the big breaking point for that early game is most likely going to be that first dragon down the both side of the map. And now with that level 6 onto Kiana, KL and Hope have been trading really nicely.
Oh no, how would you dive that? How would you? Oh, it actually worked!
A couple of mystic shots connect, but the last one is blocked by the minion wave. Busio's okay, and he'll use that triumphant roar momentarily as the minion wave is cleared.
But look at bot lane. We have Yehu just walking down that bot just in case Kiana was wrapping around, because I haven't seen Tarzan for so long. I mean, I feel like we're confused, KC's confused. They're like, where is Tarzan? One of the most aggressive junglers in the entire world, actually. His Tarzan was super active in the early game, not as active as what I expected to see.
Yeah, in League of Legends,
yes, Kiana right here,
he made like a
level
Lancelot
6,
aggressive.
has been pretty
He made like a Lancelot that's very aggressive, bro. Oh, it's you, bro.
But he'll take an uncontested dragon. That's something.
Yeah, looks like it. Shank's also moving down as well. So
I think Dragon is like their own top three, that's what I think.
He's going down, expecting that. Yike is on the top side of the map. They won't have any information on where he really is. Kaliss walking over a ward. Arcane forward from Hope. The shock down, the shock laser. But both of them do not really do much. So Kaliss out of there after burning an ult. And first dragon of the game goes to AGAL.
If they can cancel that by any chance, KL just about gets the E to connect.
If that was League Classic, that Zenith blade would go to
that
the fountain.
So cool, guy.
Not really, but you know,
thinking
that Darius, but close enough.
We have now Yike with the presence of Kiana down bot lane and the dragon going down. We'll grab the Raptors for free. And he can also start the Void grabs as well with the pressure that top lane and Kana have been providing to Yike. He has managed to accumulate almost a 10 CS lead. Grab the Void grabs, 400 gold lead as well. So for releasing that is a great start to the Kiana matchup.
Long sword is well picked up. Close to getting this first item. All grubs kind of nice. An overheated Rumble does more than you'd expect against a turret, especially with his lane pro. It means that presence on the turret plating is going to be exceptionally more dangerous the more time he's given now. In this game, first dragon was picked up before. Objective game is down for the time being. Busio's getting invaded, so AGL looking to see what pressure they can apply. And so far, it has been around trying to hover this bottom lane, leaving Flydrake on an island.
Nobody's dying. Nobody
very
wants
happy
to die.
because Hope has been able to accumulate
dying,
extra
guys.
10
Why is
CS
nobody else
over
dying?
Kaliss, who had to bail his last wave.
Yeah.
However, this is always a scary, and on 3 items is going to be absolutely scary. The only problem is that Ezreal will spike first on 2, and Flandre
overheating with the flames, but here comes Yike for a sonic wave in. Flandre might have to flash out now, and he does so. The wave is so bad. Flandre was clearing a ward. I mean, he can't do anything here, and Kana has him on the ropes.
That was a little bit of a disrespect, especially since Lee Sin's jungle spawns on the top side of the map, sitting in the tri-bush. Yes, Kiana is around, but as you can see on your minimaps right now, Tarzan was actually looking for a reset after his Krag, so Flandre ends up disrespecting the timers right there on the jungle clears, gets caught, loses his flash. Not the most expensive flash, because it's still on an Ornn. He has a bunch of defenses. However, he has been struggling on the 1v1 and cannot find an opening. Oh my god. Oh.
There's a big reason that
Wait,
in the LPL,
point and click now?
for years, we said Hope does not get Ezreal. It was just it was kind of on the same level as
Oh my god.
So,
just stop it.
Yeah. Well, Hope at 500 gold lead. Right now leading the charge here for AGAL. Yike spotted out Busio as well. He's level 6 Unbreakable Will advantage over Solar Flare, but Hope has just opened up the bottom lane with the damage on Kaliss. He had to reset. So AGAL's 80 carry. Gonna get some plating here. I think 1 will be the total take, or if not close to. Trinity Force up soon, I would say, with the way this game's going down here.
AGL are trying to overload the bot side of the map with the threat of Warzone as well. Taking a bit of vision inside the enemy territory. However, KC will bring their own numbers and eventually push them out. So all in all, that was just Hope grabbing the one tower plating that you said. I feel like KC have been fantastic at responding with numbers advantages right there. They have not given AJL even a sliver for a gank. And again, Tarzan has been so quiet together with KL this game. I feel like the most energetic 1v1 or any skirmish on the map at all from AJL has been Hope trying to land those cues onto Kalist.
Definitely has been, but now Tarzan has Profane Hydra, so the question is, can he actually put up the pace himself? Pings are going down around the top side. There's nothing here, but Yike is taking Scuttle, so...
This has been the most quiet game in the world. Like, they're so quiet. There's nothing happening. I like how they're doing this, like playing micros all the way through.
He backs off with that.
It's all about micromanagement here, because that could literally win the whole thing.
Before Flandre can pull up that Canny Crooker.
That could change the whole thing and literally win them.
Pretty much is, yeah.
What is happening here? This is not the AL from 2025. Where is it?
But I mean, the comp is not a, you know...
It's not a Lila comp yet.
I mean, no, we don't have a Shen in this game. Like, it's very
we don't have Leona Kiana. That's more than enough, Lila.
Well, it'll come soon, I'm sure.
All right, well, we have Dragon in 35 seconds, and since AGL picked up the first one, it's really hard to say really fast.
Yeah, a Gal is what I'm going to get to pretty soon.
Well, they want the second Dragon to start stacking, of course. Really, really strong with their composition, having both Rise and Ezreal super strong on those two items.
Where
so
do I
grabbing
see
the first two Dragons would buy them
Oh,
enough time for
12:35,
most
Jesus
to get
Christ.
there.
12 minutes game, we only have one kill.
And
I
as you
swear,
can
this
see,
could
KL has
never
already
happen in
set up the
Mobile
stage
Legends.
right
I
here,
don't care.
always moving a little bit further.
At 12 minutes game, we only have one kill. It doesn't happen in Mobile Legends ever.
Spotted out Tarzan.
Ever, guys, ever.
Reloads
I'm
again.
not joking.
Will he have the audacity to find a
Maybe it does, but like, it's rare. It's really rare. You know what I mean? What do you mean 12 minutes in? 13 minutes in, we only have one kill between both sides. I don't know how safe that is, but like, I just don't know how to put it.
It's going to make it harder for KC to get
There's
their
no
80
way,
carry.
man. No way.
That was also a very early Road of Ages on Yahoo. He's got already 2 stacks at 13 minutes, so that's really good for KC, and they have managed to push out AJL as Shanks back for his own Road of Ages.
Well, not bad. Kyle Zenith Blade, though, gets on top of the bird. Soul Flare as well. In a bad position is Yahoo. He gets imprisoned up with Kana coming in to save the day. Yahoo goes for the egg. Meanwhile, it's only one man ulti from Tarzan.
He died! Oh, he died!
But Kalist got home.
What did they do? Why did they do that?
Looking to chase down Kyle as the blast going taking Kana. Electro Harpoon. Shock Blazer will not go through terrain. So to fight another day is AGAL, but Hope and Yike both died.
KC caught Hope somewhere in the middle of that river. I feel like Hope walked up and then he got sandwiched by 2 KC members. So that was a very, very unfortunate fight for the 80 carry of AJL with the 24 competition as well. You definitely want Ezreal to be one of your heavy hitters. And look at this again. Hope knows that Bush is in front of him and the Kalist is behind him. He chooses that fight.
I think it's a
engages on him.
Because I don't want like a lot
comes in.
I watch it, but like I don't pay attention to like the score. I
He's
just
not
like
trying to kill over on the top of the map.
With the shot, with the ulti up, Kalist just got that kill to Drake. Close to the follow-up here, Mikhail gets out. We come back and Dragon was not taken. AGL have reset, Tarzan's back alive, and we do this dance again.
No flash on Rise or Ezreal. So these could be 2 of the targets that Yike is looking at for potential kick.
Right? It's
He's going to start the Dragon, and AJL are trying to figure out a way to get in, probably only through that mid lane. However, Yahoo on that Anivia post 6, you just burn out the wave insta.
There's no Supreme Display, there's no Call of the Forge God, there's no way they're getting anywhere near this, so AGL back off wisely, leave Dragon to KC, and will be their first of the game, while Herald seems to be the trade and starter, with now time on their side with Tarzan's ulti coming up soon.
Ezreal was used to scout as well throughout the map, but Busio is walking up. Yahoo doesn't have the egg.
Glacial Storm looking for the flash. Frost, the knock up from Busio up in the air. It's a 2-man stun. We get up. Shank's going to be trampled again. In and out. Yike bakes it in for the Herald. It has successfully been taken, but as Zenith played in, Kale's going to die to pick up the objective.
Not a good trade. Not a good. What is happening?
Woo! AGL running for their lives while KC's chase is imminent. Yahoo follows up. It's Flandre under a turret. He's trying to base as quick as possible, but there's no way he's going to escape this unless he runs.
He has Tarzan right there.
Flashes away. That's the start. The Electro Harpoon
is
the
he's going to die! Ow!
Then Flandre burns in his hell.
AGAL tunnel vision the objective and get taken down by KC. The TP from Yahoo. Busha, they're looking for Hope.
Hope uses this opportunity to try and go through mid. Glacial Storm's going to be down. Soul Flare dodged away by Yahoo. He has no egg, so he's in a bit of trouble.
KC
not being able to find leverage because of the minions. No Mystic shots connect. KL now down an ulti while KC open up first turret of the game. It is 3,500 gold lead yet again. And the blue side has some merit here for KC today.
KC are playing the map so beautifully. They know that Ornn ult is down, Kiana ult is down. Therefore, the two big threats for the CC are gone from the side of AJL. And that wall right here from Yehu, he will chef's keys to force everyone through that choke point. The Kalist put his W on. That was absolutely beautiful. KL has to sacrifice to grab the eye that they so hard fought for from AJL. However, KC, not only did they cash in on the kills, they took the first tower as well, which is usually what you want that Rift Herald for. So AJL already need to make a better play to make that sacrifice worth for that Rift Herald.
It's in sight. This is not just a dream. This is becoming reality really fast at KC. Today have just had the fights over AJL. I remind everyone when the draw came out, I think there are a lot of fans in the arena, there are a lot of analysts who were saying, well, this is EU's best chance. And they were so right. As everything's down for the time being. It's an objective game in 2.5 because Baron and Dragon spawn within each other, but it will be the third Dragon of the game. One that might just be a gold trade for a
I think this is the last game for this stream today, by the way. Then tomorrow's semi-finals, Sunday's finals. We're not going to do finals, unfortunately. We have Kai Fest on the finals. Except it doesn't clash, but I doubt that. South Africa LAN is going to be in the afternoon by 12, so it's definitely going to clash with EWC. And since I'm a Codem person, I'm going to have to watch Pasi for South Africa. We'll see what happens. I really wanted to watch the finals. I'm thinking T1 definitely go finals. Yeah, they have to win tomorrow and go to finals.
Teamfights have been so miscoordinated.
But it's also a big chance they don't, so it's very complicated.
They're going to fund bottom tower for the time being. Demolish going to be
so many good serves on that.
Andre helps Shanks takes this down. Minuwave's going to be thinned out, so it's going to have to be the next wave. But mid here for KC is going to be their inside track, and because there's so much commitment from AGL, bot, Kalist starts womping away at mid turret.
KL is looking right
here. I thought I put the chance to anyone to chat.
Oh my god. Yike still around.
I mean, this is a big trade. Plates taken off mid. And Tough is observers. We can have a quick sneak peek before anything happens towards mid. There isn't Nivea firing away turret. 2 plates were just taken alone by Yehu. The macro right now really suiting KC.
I've not seen a single Ryze ult. I've not seen a single Kiana ult. Ornn is on the side lane taking plates. AGAL are kicking with our heads, running around the map as a 4-man, but with zero threat. You can see KC are feeling super comfortable to literally just shadow them. They look at AJL moving across the map, and suddenly you see Yike and Busio constantly just escorting them, showing them that they just cannot move forward. It has been an absolute masterclass from KC when it comes to spotting AJL's aggression or even intent of and shutting it down.
They keep giving more and more gold to Kalist. BF Sword is going to turn into an IE third surely. There is an Ornn on the other side of the rift, so let's see if it's hedged for the time being. At the very least, Kalist is on the way to his third item. 1,400 gold lead over Hope, who earlier on was trying to solo kill him and doing a pretty good job in the 1v1. That's changed. 30 seconds till Drake, 30 seconds till Baron. Dragon, obviously the port of call at this stage in the game. As Tarzan trying to get deep vision for the setup in the future play that's going to be around this area.
What's really scary right here from AJL is that they definitely want the Dragon to continue the stacking from the first one they got. But Baron's coming up at 20, and KC burns through that Baron really quickly. Look at Baldy, they just walk up in that mid lane, knowing that KL is not around. He literally just walked through a ward.
I don't know what PON means on Fiber. I have no idea what it means.
And now they take first place into this river, which Yike has already been clearing by getting the Skull Crab. KC are just so confident on the map, and you have to commend them for that.
GAL, the question of priorities here through the top lane, and they're getting gold. Kale's trying to make a back play. This is going to be Herald placed right next to the turret. Blitz going to have to back off because Tarzan's in the vicinity, but Yike is following the Drake. Bot wave needs attention from KC, but the wall is better. I didn't know when they're talking about the blue wall, they meant it literally. Kalist can take the Herald out. That is a broken mechanic. Yike is baiting in Hope. And yeah, who's going to go receive that gigantic wave in the bot side that has been thinned out a little bit. Hope's going to arc-engine forward. Mr. Chop dodged away from. Yike here to defend with a safeguard. And mid-turret's still a desperate need right now for AJL to open up the map.
Yeah, they're bringing in Flandry as well. Shanks is right behind. Anyone to try and get that tower. Reminder, AJL lost 2 lives for that Rift Herald that has not opened up anything on the map for them.
Well, the Forge God, Kana goes golden, gets Yike in the backside. He gets a safeguard, or rather a Sonic Wave. Kana going to be shielded out. Shanks goes forward. Booster gets an engage, but no one else is here. Their damage is only just respawning. And Nivea's isolated. It's a 5v4, and the mid turret is going to be the 5th member in this play for KC.
AJL are so desperate to get something going on the map. KC are so slippery with their composition, and no kills are going down. Nice respect right here from Yehu, knowing that the play is already over. Everyone's dispersed from AJL.
Okay, that was a mistake.
Yep.
Yeah, he said something on the comms. It was a mistake.
Bro.
Maybe he doesn't need it. Maybe it's an emphasis. I don't need it. To be fair, though, Dragon's already down.
There's nothing.
This is like 2-0
Baron
series,
is the only risk if you get caught out. But that was obviously a
It can still be a
whoopsie.
comeback. The thing about League of Legends and like any strategy games,
KC
it's like
are
a
in a
crazy comeback.
fantastic position. 3,000 gold in the lead.
In my opinion, it's not the case
Going
this
to
time
third
around. I
item
really
for
want to see like
Kalist
the
right
game
here.
end fast.
And if they were worried about tank breakers, Kana has been doing great. Can take down the Ornn. Kalist can assist, of course, on the Zeri.
Tomorrow's
Great
gonna be only 2 games
anti-tank,
for,
80 carry.
League of Legends. It's just
And
I think they're both gonna
KC
be
is as
best of
simple
5.
as
Then
wait for
grand
now
finals, quali
for
best
that
of
next objective. AJL are getting super itchy. All of the wombo combos have not worked because they've not been pressing their buttons at the same time. They've been super desperate. And Hope, who, no pun intended, has been the only hope for AJL in this particular game, is now sitting 1.3k down.
AJL, all it takes is one. There's a 2-item Kiana. Call the Forge God, layers on. Job's not done yet. Bliss hovering around, getting the clear through mid-wave. Kana still has a sizable lead. Shanks is going to back away. Busio hovers in Fog of War, now spotted out. The light is there on Yehu as well. Red buff circles around its terrain while Tarzan is going to look to take that away. 2 minutes 30, that Dragon is really what's pacing KC right now. They're not overforcing, they're just trying to use more members to try and open up some of these sides. And then eventually look towards mid as Flandre. He's going to break the wall, but now he has no searing charge. Bellows Breath keeps him alive. Kalist gets the flash out after the shock down comes through. Kana flies in on this mecha bot. Now 5 members hover around mid with a little bit down with Kalist ulti down.
I'm actually called to...
One simple spell pulled out from Yehu, and it's
Kalist is low. He's not going to land. He gets out. Equalizer down in response as well. Sonic Wave will have no follow-up. Hope takes a mighty chunk from the second item, Zonya's Rumble. But a little bit thrown out. Getting a little bit nervous here, both teams, as they throw haymakers.
137 until Dragon is going to be sole point for KC if they manage to secure that one, and both teams are throwing out their ultimate scene. If anything sticks, maybe they can follow up on that. But primarily KC have not given Tarzan a chance to get one of his big ults right here, and I want to commend them on their macro a lot, because when when Kana was over in the top lane, you saw Busier and Yike heading topside, shadowing him. When that was over, they moved back, they transitioned over in the mid lane, they pushed that one, then Kana TP's in, they get the fight, they put down the equalizer. It has been beautiful how they're moving on the map as a team, which was something that we were really worried about seeing them at MSI, and wondering how this is going to translate into EWC. But so far, maybe again, the extra reps from the TS series have done them really well. And in 50 seconds time, third items are starting to come through. Infinity Edge for Kalist is going to...
Let's see if Hope can match. Is that Shojin going to find its mark? Yike stills back away his own camp. Tarzan in river first. It's kind of been the thing. AGL, their setup for objectives haven't been banned, but maintaining their position has been the hard part. TP going to come in. AGL going to move as 5. And Kana on this Rumble is going to walk up through his jungle to join the rest.
I think he's trying to cover the flank. Whoever walks around through Tribush, Kana will be there to stop them dead in their tracks. Usually a Kiana might want to sneak in to try and get a big ult in the backline, but AJL are sticking all as a unit as they send Shanks to deal with that wave of mid lane.
Yeah, Hope's going to get engaged on Yike, flashes over, bridge too fast, Sonic Wave, he's going to get searing charge up in the air, kicks the enemy 80 carry, but Yike went too far. Shut down from Tarzan. Shanks went for the mid wave. His position now cooked. Busio at half HP has to back away. Dragon is lost. And Yike felt it a little bit too much.
Good timing, not so great execution. The second they see Shanks trying to deal with the wave mid lane, they know they're playing 4 versus 5. Yike sees Hope overextended, but it's a very slippery Ezreal with summoners up. So Hope managed to kite him off, and AJL breathed some life into this
Might
game.
should be a little bit louder now, I
and
think.
the second dragon. Look here.
How does he
sees
sound
that
now?
Shanks shows up in the mid lane. He gets pinged, but he shows up in the mid lane, and Yikes sees target, engages on target, hits his Q. But that is really too slippery. Tarzan's ult holds the re-engage from the rest of KC to get onto Hope, so they isolate Yike and kill him off.
I want to see what was burned by anyone's legend to defend Hope. We have
There's no
all
flashes.
How does the mic sound now, guys? Does it sound
And
better?
Tarzan was the final one to burn it as well, so there is no Flash Supreme display. So is that going to be worth it in the end? Yike, of course, burning his own as well. Kana coming for a flank. Casey think now is the time. Tarzan without his ulti for 15 seconds. Sonic Wave is going to connect on top of Hope. But anyone's legend, run north. For now, KC will have mid-pro. Bolt Wave will be dealt with by minions to open up a turret and give a transition into that inner. And KC still hold control of the game. They've maintained this 3,500 lead for the last 10 minutes.
They're going to send Flandre to deal with that bot wave that's just pushed through the tower. And again, KC feeling pretty confident right here. 3 items onto Kalist. On that Zeri, they've got the hourglass very importantly onto Kana as well, that can buy a lot more time. Now the clock is ticking.
Why are you two of you confusing me, bro? Short tunnel says it's not loud. Zui says it's clear, bro.
That you already have,
guys,
and 2 ornaments have been gifted out from Flandre, 3rd one on its way,
It sounds
possibly
guys,
onto that rise. KC trying to clear around that bar, which is the only neutral objective on the map, but it's also one of the most dangerous ones when you're playing into Kiana.
Except they drag it to map 3, but this is like best of 3, first to get 2 maps.
Matching Kana right now.
And it's currently 1-0, so and KC are leading, so
there is a TP
they
advantage
win this
for
map,
those
it's
top
GG's.
laners. Kana doesn't seem to be wanting to
map
use
3.
it. It's his focus
We're
around
done for
Baron, trying to
quarterfinals.
get
We're going to
Flandre to
semi-finals
panic.
tomorrow.
Center blade from KL is spotted out because the control ward is quite a nuisance here for anyone's legend in the pit. Kalist, the damage source, walks up. He's now got a last whisper. And that LDR will be soon to be completed. He's absorbing all waves. He's constantly on this mid wave. He's 315, now 320 pretty much, at 28 minutes in the game. This has been such a series from him. Really such a start of the week at EWC.
I love what Busio was doing there. He was actually standing between Baron and the wall because KL kept throwing E's to try and engage the Baron of whoever's in the pit. But if he throws an E, on the other side he gets in the pit.
That's a great point, actually.
So that was really good
Hope.
for Busio right there.
He's getting sandwiched from 2 angles. The Akron shift now. Where can he go? Equalizes down. Hope has no flash.
He's in the back spot. That's it. That was a fast kill. Jesus Christ.
From Tarzan. He
that was
shoots,
very fast.
He whiffs, and it's a 5 versus 4 with Barrett being thrown out again.
Guys, ignore nice bots. We're not live anywhere else.
Right here,
only live on
potentially
YouTube.
turn it when AJL
Ignore nice bots here. We're only live on YouTube
they
right
have
now.
boarded the entire area behind that pit to not allow Tarzan to get in, and they do have one of the best champions to keep him out, which is this Alistar. So let's say Busio can contain Tarzan.
For the Forge God, Busio's going to try and engage. Flandre gets a 1-man knock-up. The shock is over. The Flash Frost sent in, and a glacial storm is routing anyone's legend. KC will take the Baron. They will soar with the volume of the crowd. And anyone's legend are caught in another trap. Another bolt connects, and Shanks has nowhere to go. He has to move into the eye of the storm, but Yahoo is following him up. The rest of KC are gone back, but this bird of prey is like an Articuno.
But this bird is annoying.
The flush, and Yahoo is running this mid.
Bro, that bird is annoying, guy. What the?
Yahoo feeling so confident. 2.5 items, 3rd one just completed with the Leandris. Baron up, KC, 4
bro,
items.
A 30-minute game, bro. League of Legends can take long, bro. What the
So
I think the most I've played in Mobile Legends is like 40-something minutes, yeah, for one game. But like, this is a 30-minute game and they only have 8 deaths. Damn.
Found the play.
In Mobile Legends, if we go to a 30-minute game, you're rest assured there's like 50, 40 on the board for counting the score. I don't care. There's like 90 deaths, 90 fucking deaths in 30 minutes.
LPL.
These guys only have 8 deaths. These are professional players, bro. Damn.
It's not what they were last
I've
year.
learned in the game. I would lie. I'm a learner.
Semi-finals versus T1. I cannot believe it. In some wise words in League of Legends history, I just do not believe it. KC, 5 seconds on the Dragon. This should be theirs as well to move.
I can't believe it. I just do not believe it. Oh, I love that. I'm going to write that down. I can't believe it. I just do not believe it. Yeah, that's a really good line. It might sound like not a good line, but when you hear it when I'm casting, it's going to be a very good line. I can't believe it. I just don't believe it.
Well, reading every single play AJL have tried to throw their way. This is going to be sole point for KC with Yike and Yahoo taking over that bot side river.
Oh, down to this one now. PDX once again used to grand finals 5v5.
And so far,
yeah. Wow.
I mean, KC can just be super
confident.
They've created so much distance that any member from AJL that overextends, they're instantly isolated by walls, by Nivea ult, by Alistars. It's been a great home to play into that over-aggression and wombo combo that AJL have to offer this game.
And I have good reason for that.
Baron buff now bringing in the minion wave. The wall is out. Hope is going to have to arcade shift at some point. Flash Frost there too. Equalizer on the back line while the cannon minion does all the work. KC now walk up. Another inner turret going to fall on down while Kalista didn't even join. He put the pressure on through the mid lane. KC don't overstay.
Thank you guys for watching my stream. God bless you guys. It's my birthday today, guys.
Here in the second game.
Thank you for hopping on the stream today. That means the world to me, honestly. Thank you so much.
All ornaments handed out apart from the support. And this is as juiced up as anyone can get on the side of AJL. I have a feeling that next team fight that goes KC's way, this is most likely going to be game and series for the French org here at EWC 2026. And so far it's been pretty easy. They've not even had to do much from the side of KC. They've just had to let AJL engage into them. And they've got the perfect kiting composition to deal with one by one the members that are coming in from AJL. Finish 3 items onto the Rumble now. Finish 3 items onto Anivia. They're feeling pretty damn strong.
Why does the map go
dark?
Jack
in a bit of trouble. He's got the GA soul flare. He said,
"Do you guys see that? Why does the map go dark?"
AGL finding their moment maybe. Ulti from Tarzan finally finds Smart.
Ooh, damn!
Casey went into this choker's hope. He's going to flash over Kalez. Spaces it low. Carla comes in to save the day. A 1-for-1 as AGL finally get to send it.
KC are still pretty healthy though, as AJL have to catch some HP bars over a base, so they get to at least push out that wave and get back. That was an insane flag from Kana, which forced Hope to E inside of the rest of KC. And let's watch this one more time. That's as good as it gets. Yike face checks, gets rooted by Rise, into rooted by Leona. The Noka coming through from Flandre only hits Yehu, but that's enough. Because Tarzan sees the angle for the wombo combo we've been talking about. And look at Kana. He's coming from mid lane. Hope can only E forward.
That flash from Kalista out of the Mystic shot as well, though. Builds space, Kana fixes it up, but that was so close. And the amount of times I've seen, not just European teams, but so many Western teams in this red side jungle throw an entire game away. Face checking, especially without Kana in that fight, is way too many to handle. So, game's not done, but KC have to be careful. A lot was burned there. Kalista no flash, Yak no flash, Kana no flash. But I will say, a lot was burned also. Tarzan without flash, Hope without flash. So, there's perspective here that AGL had to commit a bit to get a little bit too.
And even though Kalista has lost his own, the GA is going to make up for it for the time being until he gets peeled off. He's super rich, currently almost 5,000 gold up on that Ezreal. AJL backs against the wall. They need to find again 1-5 potentially in the jungle that the Kiana ult works wonders in. It's like KC are going to split up through mid and top. They're going to let Yehu push out that wave. They're going to join him now through the jungle, I'm assuming, as that wave crashes to try and take the last outer tower. In about 30-something seconds, the next Baron is going to spawn, and they've taken full control of the top quadrant of Tarzan's jungle. AJL need to find a way to try and get inside this river, but KC are just shutting all doors.
Celeste can step up even more so. You already mentioned the GA. I mean, those 5 items. He'll be building towards number 6, but Kalista's just unbeatable at this point. For AGL to stand a chance, they need to send it all on this Zeri. And then hope that Kana and Yehu don't control the carries themselves. Mid push here for AGL, Baron in 5. Reset here from Yehu. Looking at TP as mid turret might have to be given here. Hope wants to step on up, but still too threatened. KC going to teleport in as well, just to save it.
Got no vision behind enemy lines are here for AJL. Super scary to push up for that tower. The TP comes through and KC might push aggressively here.
Renan's doing enough damage from Khaleesi stepping up without any fear.
I don't know why they force so many fights. Just push lanes, guys. Why are we forcing the mid fight over and over again?
Pit of Raptors.
You can literally push the bottom and the top lane. Why are they forcing this mid fight?
2 levels up over Hope's Ezreal.
Why do they keep forcing the mid fight? It makes no sense. Push on the lanes.
As KL looks for an angle, Yike is heating off that position. KC right now have a soul to pinpoint in 15 seconds.
KL is actually resetting right here. I'm guessing to get some wards, yeah. He has reset his wards, got his locket, no control ward. Oh, he has 2, sorry, for the time being. They're gonna play through that ball in tower for KC that's pushing for free from the minion wave. Both Baron and Dragon up. Yike already on the Dragon, and AJL again trying to find a way into this damn river.
They need to spot out Tarzan. Great crystallize there, cut them off. Here we go. There's the Ultra Shock down, Equalizer as well. Trying to chase up while Khaleesi tries to keep that ulti active. He runs through mid, but his Lightning Crash will expire. Dragon going to be started again. AGAL are forced back and have to take the long way around the crystallize once again. Great as KL spots out, but can't launch on Kana. Flash shield of Daybreak, but he's committed deep. Kana's going to overheat. Tarzan looks for an angle. Dragon again, the big ticket. Pops the ulti. Tarzan brings it out early. Call the forward god. Going to run into the
pit. He's been back for 4 hours, 35 minutes. I didn't even know that, bro. That is
the only one to take the realm war, but Busio keeps the rest of AL busy. Shanks in the middle of the
this might be the end of the game, guys.
But this one is done. AGL didn't stand a chance the moment they stepped into party.
GG. Everybody does. Everybody does.
Screens
Everybody
great
does.
as they paint the crowd blue. The last hope for EMEA read AGAL so well this game. And the Prince that was promised with another insane performance in game 2.
And Busio just flexed on the camera.
He flexed on time. I don't think so.
Every performance was a beauty.
They're not going to come back on time. It's game over. It's game over.
They stomped them into the dirt. I thought it was
no way, GG's.
But it was actually bye-bye. Anyone's legend. As KC moved to the
yo, GG's, man. Damn. Let's go!
What a great series from KC. Not only a great performance altogether by the crew, but the way they moved around the map.
So that was a clean wipeout, and they just had to go and end the whole thing. That was a strong, man.
We need to do better. They did.
That was strong. They finally forced a good fight, and it happened. And he worked out perfectly fine.
They didn't give them a sliver of chance.
In what is the size of the crowd, that
was the last game today, but let's stick around to find out.
I think I would say
let's stick around long enough to find out.
They came out in force, but AGL did not. I think we give credit to KC for sure, but anyone's legend. That was, yeah, that was rough to watch. It didn't come together, as you said, Trouble. That comp.
Zero Lila.
Form. It was not the LPL Lila, that's for sure. But hey, KC will take it. Now they've got a date with T1. Oh, that feels right. KC versus T1 in Paris, round 2. Electric Boogaloo.
One step at a time, right? The TS series into the AGAL series. It's the warm-up that KC needed.
All right, Lou, tell us what's up. That was a beautiful 2-0.
Thank you, guys. Semi-finals for the Blue Wall here in Paris. As I'm standing by with Kana, congratulations, Kana Chikayo. Bravo pour cette victoire. Personne n'y croyait et pourtant, ils le font. Kana, my first question is going to be about, you know, that hard MSI that you had coming back. You guys were having trouble in the mid-game, even though you were having a great early game. So it seemed that today the issue was a bit fixed. So how much have you worked on this to reach that today?
일단 칸나 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 MSI 때 사실 좀 많이 아쉬웠습니다. 초반에 유리할 때도 좀 있었는데 사실 중반 게임에서 좀 많이 아쉬운 모습을 보여주셨거든요. 근데 이번에는 좀 중반 게임에서 확실히 좀 발전된 모습을 보여주셨기 때문에 그 점에서 좀 어떤 부분을 좀 고쳐 나가셨는지 궁금합니다.
I love the translation.
사실 미드 게임 같은 경우에는 이제
중간에 정글과 서폿과 그리고 라이너들이 호흡 맞추는 게 중요해서 저희도 크게 그런 부분이 부족하다는 걸 알고 있어서 그런 부분에 맹점해가지고 잘 연습해서 준비한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we definitely figured out what was the problem between the mid game. So we were trying to improve ourselves on the fight in the mid lane, especially the cohesiveness between the mid laner and the jungler and the supporter. So yeah, I think we improved a lot in there. So yeah, I think we got a great game in there.
You did improve a lot on this. Donc première question, on a vu que vous aviez un petit peu de mal en mid game au MSI, même si vous aviez des très bons early. Est-ce que vous avez travaillé là-dessus? Oui, on s'en est rendu compte. On a vu qu'il y avait des gros problèmes aussi sur notre gestion du mid, de la cohésion, de la synergie entre le jungle, le support, le mid, et je pense qu'on s'est clairement amélioré aujourd'hui, ça c'est vu. And talking about MSI, tomorrow you're gonna get maybe potential revenge and match up against T1. How much are you excited for this matchup and how much do you want to get revenge?
사실 저번 MSI 때 또 플레이인에서 아쉽게 T1에게 3대0 패배를 당하셨기 때문에 이번에 또 T1을 다시 만나시게 됐거든요. 그래서 T1을 다시 만나시게 된 소감이 좀 어떤지 궁금합니다.
사실 어제 호텔에 갈 때 이제 퇴근하고 호텔에 갈 때 이제 상혁이 형이랑 이제 올라가서 보자 이런 얘기를 농담으로 했었는데 이렇게 다시 붙을 수 있어서 너무 좋고요. 저희가 MSI에서 한 번도 못 이겨본 T1이기 때문에 항상 도전자의 마음가짐으로 잘 준비해서 내일 경기 임하겠습니다.
Yeah, last night actually we jokingly met Faker and we jokingly said that to each other that yeah, let's go meet at the semifinals. But it's really good to see him at the semifinals. And that being said, we didn't actually get a win against T1 at MSI. So yeah, this time we really want to get the revenge.
Yeah, you really want to get it, and I think the crowd also wants it. La prochaine question, c'est évidemment par rapport à T1. Il y a une opportunité de se venger potentiellement demain. Qu'est-ce qui va être différent? Et ben hier, on s'est croisé avec Faker à l'hôtel. On a un peu blagué sur le fait de se retrouver en demi-finale demain, mais c'est vrai, on va le faire. Donc évidemment, une fois que ça s'est dit, on n'a pas réussi à avoir de win contre eux, même pas une seule map sur le MSI. Donc là, on a vraiment envie que ça soit différent et on va se battre pour. And last but not least, a lot of fans have been calling KC the Kim Kana Corp. So I want to know if you feel at home in KC and why.
그리고 많은 이제 KC 팬분들이 이제 카마인 코프를 김 칸나 코프라고 부르고 있거든요. 그래서 사실 한국 팀이 아니고 타지 팀인데도 불구하고 이렇게 팬분들이 많이 사랑해 주시고 정말 정말 여기 고향처럼 이렇게 편안하게 좀 느끼시는지, 그리고 그렇다면 왜인지 좀 궁금합니다.
네, 사실 유럽에 오면서 저도 새로운 도전을 하자라는 마음으로 왔는데요. 또 좋은 성적을 또 이루다 보니까 사실 이렇게 국제전 나가고 저희가 아직 롤드컵은 못 나겠지만 모든 게 저도 KC에서 처음이고 카로인 커피도 이제 다 처음이기 때문에 더 뜻깊은 것 같고, 그로 인해서 좀 팬분들이 많은 사랑과 응원을 주시는 것 같아요. 너무 감사합니다.
Yeah, this is actually the first team outside Korea, and everything was new. So yeah, even though we never made Worlds, but every time I play here, every time the KC fans has been cheering for me. So yeah, thank you so much for it, and I feel proud for it.
Évidemment, la fameuse blague, la Kim Kana Corp. Comment est-ce que tu te sens? Est-ce que tu te sens à la maison chez Carmine? Bah, c'était ma première équipe en dehors de Corée. Tout était nouveau pour moi et on m'a accueilli à bras ouverts. Les fans me saucent à chaque fois et j'ai tellement de support. Donc merci encore à vous, évidemment. And now, Kana, it is time to get to the key crush. You're gonna get to crush the AL key. Are you ready? Let's go, Kaja.
준비되셨나요?
Let's go.
As I am proudly wearing your jersey, Kana, look. Oh. So we're gonna get to the key crush. Kana, Kim, Kana, la légende de Cassé, qui va exploser.
That's so painful. That breaks the heart even.
I'm gonna welcome you both back to the stage. As of course, you know
that is so painful when your key gets crushed.
They love you. You can see them from over there. Come here, guys. Kana, fans.
현장에 이렇게 응원해주신 팬분들 정말 많이 오셨는데 프랑스 팬분들께 한마디 해주신다면요.
이렇게 먼 길 와주셔서 너무 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶고요. 모든 팬분들 다 사랑합니다. 감사합니다. 메르시 봉줄.
Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, thank you for all the fans for coming this long way. I love you all. Thank you for coming. I'll see you in the next game.
Let's go.
Est-ce que j'ai besoin de traduire ce que Kana vient de dire? Je ne crois pas. Merci à tous pour le soutien. On va encore faire mieux. On va continuer sur la prochaine game. Mesdames et messieurs, avant de rendre l'antenne, je vous propose de chanter pour Kana. 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 Thank you so much, Kamsayo, Kana. We'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, guys, for some more League of Legends.
There are just times in your career where the unbelievable and unthinkable happen. And in my career, I can't think of another moment like this. In front of this raucous Parisian crowd, the underdog European squad came out on top against last year's finalist from the LPL. It is KC, not a 2-1, but a 2-0. As I give it over to Jack Spectra.
I'm just so proud. Honestly, I'm just so proud because all of us in EU, we were saying when KC got knocked out of MSI, this is not the KC we're used to. This isn't them. We know that they're better than this. And I'm just so proud to be able to say that we're seeing the ceiling of this team. They're so good individually. They're so good mechanically. And they outplayed every single team fight.
And it felt like the level of control they had in this series. Obviously, a 2-0 always feels dominant, but in the games, the lead just being built up again and again. And even if there was occasional missteps in fights, it just never felt like AGL had control of the game or the series. This is a huge win in front of a massive crowd who are all supporting their favorite team.
You can see the sights and sounds as they take the victor's bow. Does Karmine Corp, they book their unlikely ticket to the semifinals here at the Esports World Cup with another victory. This one, there was no doubt. There was maybe some nerves because it was taking a little while.
Look how smooth that gold graph was.
No doubt there.
Yeah, that was smooth sailing. I mean, it was slow and steady victory, and now they're moving on to face T1. I think the stadium was already pretty packed, but it is going to be absolutely insanity tomorrow.
Absolutely. I just cannot really conjure up the words to try and describe the unlikelihood of this happening. Like, I just did not think this was going to happen. After being here last week for Valorant, seeing how a home crowd wasn't able to rally around great players against the better team, this time it just felt like it started snowballing out of control. In AGAL, Flandre, who's had himself a fantastic tournament. Shanks, we've seen him play so well in the past.
Tarzan. That's the big test for me. Tarzan is such a legendary player and so many times dismantled opposing junglers, and Yike not only managed to match him, but excelled beyond that.
We'll be joined here just a second with one of the members from KC, but before we do, it's time to jump over on the B stream because not all the spots are already booked for the semifinals. Let's take a listen with Jenny.
Over at the B stream, the best of 3 is on the way. Everything is taking shape. So can you let us know a little bit what's been going on over here?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got BLG of the LPL versus G+ Kia of the LCK over here, and it is a banger. It is one game apiece right now, and both teams are showing some excellent resilience.
Do you have a favorite in terms of who has had the best performance so far?
So far, Showmaker is really showing up from G+ Kia, so really big shout out to him. But Ben, he didn't crumble under a lot of pressure in that game too. Shiwu got a great counter pick against him, and Ben just played it really well.
So I'm going to have to put you on the spot here and ask you for a prediction as to who's going to win this one.
Look, shout out to my wife. She's a big BLG fan, so I'm going BLG 2-1 to take it.
All right, well, thank you so much, Logan. I appreciate it. That's it from us over here at the B stream. We're going to keep you guys posted.
Oh, shout out to his wife, bro. His wife for me at home right now, blushing, smiling, bro. That is a good husband. That is a good man. That is a good man.
Against T1 in an upper bracket semifinals of their own. Again, the last time these teams played, or one of the times that they played, the last time Ox got to see them play, was over at a league of their own. And now joining us in a league of his own is Busio. Support for KC. What an incredible victory. How does it feel, brother?
Feels pretty good, but job's not finished. Job's not finished. Hey, I was looking for that. Thanks, I appreciate that. But yeah, you know, like, I think we just played solid today, and we weren't getting super pressured, so it honestly just felt like a normal day of League of Legends. And yeah, just all 5 of us played good, so we won.
Let's see that. I wanted to ask you a little bit about MSI, because I was really surprised by you guys. I had kind of hopes that you would be at a similar level to G2, because you showed that throughout winter and spring. What do you feel like happened there, and what's changed for you coming into EWC?
Yeah, I mean, overall, the team consensus about what happened there is we're too focused on each other and not individual responsibility in the game, about calls, about your champ, about everything. And that's kind of the big mindset shift we all did, including players, coaches, everyone. And it's really showing for us today because, you know, when somebody has a strong idea, they stand by it, they're confident with it. And that's why I think, like, the fights we're taking are more, you know, more explosive, and we're making more creative plays, and then we're also making less mistakes because everybody's just doing what they think is good.
Because you guys were kind of constantly trying to hand check the enemy, and each and every one of you felt very comfortable that you knew how individually to play it without really thinking about how is the rest of the team going to play it. So a lot of, like, I remember game 1, the 15-minute river fight where Kana flashes the engage, Yike flashes the engage, and then you re-engage afterwards. And I feel like 3 weeks ago, that would not have happened. You know, like, somebody would have messed up and it would have just gone to terrible.
Yeah, for sure.
So I wanted to ask, obviously, during your career, you've had some really close matches against legendary LCK and LPL teams. So as Gen.G in Worlds 2024, BLG and MSI 2025. How does it feel to take down this team in the knockout stages against legendary players like Tarzan, like Flandre?
Yeah, really good. I mean, as you said, I've never beaten an LPL or LCK team in a best-of series. I actually faced AL in MSI 2025. And, like, we beat them game 1, and then after we just got destroyed. Like, their level was just way too high for us. So, you know, got the revenge, and it feels wonderful.
I have a bit of a broader question that's maybe hard to answer, but okay. I feel like from MSI and EWC, these last few weeks has been the weirdest weeks of competitive ever. Like, we had G2 beating T1, but then they got 3-0 by Lion. We had Lion going 5 games up against HLE, but then they randomly just get knocked out here, right? And then HLE now losing suddenly to T1 when they looked great at MSI. What do you think is happening? Like, is it just the variance? Is it just some teams are better on the day?
And it's probably a combination, you know, like, League of Legends has a lot of luck. You know, you can do the right thing and, you know, just like the numbers.
I remember we had this discussion before.
Yeah, the numbers didn't go well for you. But also, it's probably the teams that did good at MSI are a little bit tired, and the teams that lost or did bad in MSI had all that time to, like, rethink and, like, really figure out their team issues, and now they're doing good, you know? For example, T1 beating HLE.
Yeah.
Lion did really good at MSI. They didn't do so good here, so I think it's kind of, you know, just flipped.
So for a large portion of the year so far, we've had more Enchanter supports being the meta. We then got the transition at MSI where there's more engaged supports, more moving on the map, and the bot lane mages that allow you so much freedom. How do you feel about the shift in the role for supports in pro play, and how has it benefited you as a player?
I like it a lot because I feel less responsible for the ADC, so I feel a bit more free in the game. You know, I kind of view all 3 lanes as, like, my lane, you know? Like, I can choose to be top, I can choose to lane mid here for 2 minutes straight as long as there's benefit over being bot. And, you know, if something bad happens bot, you know, it's, I feel less of it being, yeah, my problem, because I'm playing the whole map, not just bot lane, so I like it.
Obviously, you just played in front of one of the most ruckus crowds at an international event. How was it in front of the Parisian, but more specifically, KC Blue Wall fans?
Excellent as always, and I'm so happy we got to deliver them a win.
Did you feel a specific moment here where the fan chants, the fan crowd really hit you?
I was so locked in the whole time.
Attaboy.
But after I won, yeah.
He was using your energy to focus everyone. He doesn't need a specific moment. It was all throughout.
Exactly. Yep.
Can we get some predictions for T1 tomorrow?
Who did they play against?
Today they played against Hama Life. But predictions for you guys against
Oh, we
T1.
play them tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. 3-0 KC, of course.
Nice, bro. You kind of ruined it by not knowing.
I'm not a format expert. You are.
He shows up to play. He doesn't even know.
Fair enough.
It's a best of three.
We can
It's a
help.
best of three.
It's good we can help.
Oh, it's a best of three.
It's a best of three.
Casey.
There we go. That's what you just point Busio in the right direction, and he kills and sets up the kills there. Busio, it's been a fantastic journey for you this year. You also have ENC later on. What excites you about ENC?
What excites me? Just more competition. You know, it's I've never played, you know, a national tournament with a different team, so it's going to be a new experience, and I love that.
Finally close it out for the fans, brother, as you go back yet again for another matchup, another attempt here against T1 personally, and also taking in like the victory today. What do you have to say for the fans?
Yeah. Thank you guys for the support, you know. You guys make it special, and show up tomorrow because we're going to dominate.
Big Busio, everyone. Victor today against AGAL, getting his first ever best of victory against an LPL squad. Congratulations, man. So proud of you.
Thank
It's
you.
so awesome to see your growth. Risk it all and get the victory, dude. Now, that closes it all here from us. It has been a fantastic day of action, but EWC quarterfinals are not done. You can head on over to the B stream right now. D plus Kia and BLG 1-1. You want to see who finishes up and will book their ticket to the semifinals. But for now, on behalf of everyone here at EWC, thank you so much for watching, and we'll send you to the STC recap of the day.
Cheers, guys. Alright, I'm going to be ending my stream now. Thank you for coming to my stream. God bless you guys. I'll be live again, hopefully tomorrow for the semi-finals. And then hopefully on Sunday, if I can do finals too, I'll join in. But I will be watching Curry first. So we'll see what happens. You all have a lovely day. Have a lovely evening. Enjoy the rest of your day. And God bless you. Have a lovely day. Goodbye, guys.